Keep fighting. Look for more reactant. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
哦，我爱洋葱啊，怎样？
Nobody knows you're here. The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside. You have broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission. Find extraction.
Oh.我不想吃苹果。
好吧，那就你的。
Another job well executed.
那当然是买在地啊，不然买哪边？
都是因为进口的，还会一些保存的问题，会加一大堆防腐。
不一定啊，不一定啊，但是进口肯定营养价值会稍微低，因为它一定是在半熟的时候就采下来，然后让它慢慢熟。
苹果、葡萄、莓果类，你喜欢吃什么哪一种？
莓果类。
你休息。
Stand by while I analyze the intelligence profiles of the Grineer.
Oh, God.
Not a number. Did the operator enjoy this witticism? Disgusting, is it not, operator? Ordis would enjoy purging this. Cleaning this room, but sadly this vile mass serves you and your warframes a necessary evil. Ordis cannot remember, but there does seem to be a relationship between your warframes and the infestation. I would be careful in here, operator. Domesticated or not, Ordis does not trust this thing.
啊，这边是不是少一个、啊？刚刚97不是也在吗？怎么人不见了？
啊，什么？他在啊？
啊？
嗯？
啊？
哎，
这边只看到
他怎么不见了？靠背。他什么时候走的？没有，因为我直播模式开着。
不知道，没看到。
我靠，闪现呢！看他交闪呢，我操！
Nora's got the goods for one lucky drink.
哦，我记得我刚退掉之前，我刚把 VPN 断开之前，他应该他不是还在吗？
那他还在啊。
然后他就直接人就不见了。我靠！
干魔术哎！要会魔术哎！我操！
我要来处理我该死的特定必修的报告，干你娘！
算了。
为什么要选这白痴主题啊？
Excellent armaments, operator. Please return covered in blood. Safe and sound.
他觉得标案会有争议，所以呢不敢进标案，而政府也只找自己关系好的人来投标。如果变成这样子，有点拉拢庄脚的性质哦，那最后做出来的东西品质就可想而知。那为了避免这样的结果呢，不管是中央啊或是地方，都一定会需要有一些认真的厂商去参与标案。那当然，我对于我们公司作品的品质也是非常的有信心。那我也很希望哦，有更多厉害的厂商愿意多投入一些时间来参与竞争。那这样子政府投注的预算呢，才会变成好的成果。那这边呢，我们也想要额外说，有人会关注标案这件事情呢，我们也觉得很棒，因为就是因为标案是政府的资源，很容易有争议，所以也间接的导致到政府的很多规范变成了防弊大于行利，反而造成了一大堆的奇观。那这部分比较复杂，那有兴趣的话呢，可以看我们前阵子做过的这支影片。但我们自己是觉得哦，标案最重要的还是要做出好的东西，而防弊的部分就会需要更多人一起来监督，所以欢迎大家多多监督各种标案，看看他们投入的金额跟最后的产出是不是有一一的对应到。那标案讲完，就来讲一下我们的立场部分。立场这部分，因为之前也有大致提过，这边就简短的回应。我们的确跟蔡英文有合作过，但也要提醒一下哦，除了蔡英文之外呢，包含了韩国瑜、朱立伦、张善政、柯文哲、黄国昌等等等，也都有上过我们的节目。而且韩国瑜本人呢，甚至还推荐称赞我们的频道。如果我们是民进党养的，那这些不同立场的政治人物，为什么还要来上民进党的节目呢？而且上完之后还推荐支持者来看。若按照刚刚指控的逻辑哦，这样的自欺欺欺应该是民进党、国民党、民众党以及时代力量大家一起花钱养的才对吧？那当然了，这边虽然有点开玩笑，但为什么这些不同立场的人都愿意跟我们合作，或是接受我们的访问呢？我想这跟我们的频道的价值观有关。那这就要带到下一个问题哦，有人会质疑为什么我们批评政府的力道会那么的弱？ 这个问题跟我们频道创立的初衷有关。我们频道创立的目标就是希望社会上面的不同群体之间可以更多的互相理解，甚至是沟通与包容。那我们一开始就知道，我们自己是不可能完全没有立场或偏好的，但我们也相信，我们依靠经验或者直觉的判断都有可能出错，或者是不全面。所以，比起按照现有的资讯直接表态或是大力的批判，我们更倾向保留空间，避免先入为主的想法，然后尽量的多探索不同立场的观点与声音，并呈现给大家。具体来说，即使中共现在还是宣称不会放弃武统台湾，但在讨论中国议题的时候，我们也还是会把各种不同的声音跟观点呈现给我们的观众。除了批评者的声音，国际媒体的解读，我们也会尽量的放入中国官媒的论点，以及一般中国民众的声音等等。也就是说，就连大家觉得我们最爱臭的中国议题，我们其实也几乎不会用力骂，批评的力道可以说是相当的轻微。那更不用说是民进党政府啊，或是国民党、民众党、时代力量等等。那最简单来说的话呢，就是不管什么议题、什么立场，我们虽然会给出观点，但也会尽量采取比较温和的调性。就像刚刚说的，我们不想要把事情都说得很绝对，是因为我们认为那样子会很难去促进不同群体的互相理解。而我们也很清楚，有些做法非常爽快，声量也好，但那毕竟不是我们频道想要做的方向。那顺带一提哦，我们这样的坚持呢，也同时延续到了商业的合作上。进行商业合作的时候，除非我们自己有亲身的经历跟喜好，不然我们都是保持不背书，也不帮厂商做负面宣传的原则。在谈合作的阶段呢，这些原则我们一定都会先跟厂商厘清跟说明。而这样子的原则呢，也让团队不用太担心业配会过度的干涉内容，并能够维持住我们既有的调性风格。那在此呢，也特别感谢每一个发业配给我们的干爹哦，让我们可以保留这样子的空间。那回到政治人物的角度来说，其实他们多半也都很理解这样的价值观，而且也代表呢G77的频道有很多不同立场的观众，大家可以在这里发表意见，开启一些相对良性的讨论，而这也是这些政治人物们都很乐见其成的。好，那说到这里哦，有些人也会指控说，以前G77都会做很多的选举议题，但2022年却都不蹭了，就是因为怕被骂，所以都不敢做。这个我想误会好像有点大。
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside. You have broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission. Find extraction. You're still in the clear. No detection from enemy sensors.
The great physician now is near. The sympathizing Jesus. He speaks the wolf.
我们在选择议题的时候呢，会衡量它的热度，可以讨论哪些内容，以及我们的执行能量到底能不能够负担。这3个元素对我们来说都很重要。那前面几次的选举呢，特别是公投议题哦，因为这些议题很明确，有很多可以讨论的热度也很高。所以2018年一堆公投的那一次呢，我们做了公投指南系列。2020年我们做了总统政见大会诊。2021的4大公投案呢，也重启了公投指南。但相对来看，2022年选举的热度跟以往的选举比起来，有稍微冷一些。而我们团队觉得，这次的选举在政策面啊，或是议题面的讨论热度也比较低，甚至连18岁公民权的公投，我们其实也有认真考虑过到底要不要做。这个在那支影片当中也有提到。那这次的选举当中呢，几波比较热的议题都是在负面选战的败落下面发生的。那这些所有议题当中，我们最后也只有讲了林智坚的论文而已。其他类似的争议，其实各种党派也都有不少，但我们也都没有做。这个原则跟标准跟过去几年其实是差不多的。好的，那借着这个机会呢，也想来顺便跟大家分享一个我们的观察。从我们过往的经验来看呢，有一些观众喜欢超晚的政治争议议题，实际上面做成影片之后，观看的表现却常常低于平均。关于这点呢，我们推测可能是因为我们的观众里面在意这些议题的人并不算特别的多，又或者是大家可能比较没有办法具体感受到这个争议跟自己的关联性。那对我们来，
我等一下拖。
说观看的流量其实还是有点重要啦。 问这些问题的人里面呢，有些人是真的很希望我们做那则影片，有些人呢只是单纯想要批评我们不中立，这些我们也都知道。但这边呢，我还是要帮团队说话。虽然有些人觉得重要的政治议题，我们确实没有每个都跟，但与此同时呢，我们在其他部分也做了非常多跟弱势族群、心理健康、交通、生活、文化、国际议题等等各式各样的题目，其中很多都是我们认为很有讨论价值，而且做出来之后也确实激起蛮多讨论的议题。有些观众甚至会留言或私讯支持某支影片给他带来的鼓励。那当然，这些议题之间的选择没有绝对哦，我们只是按照刚刚说的那些频道原则在决定而已。也许很多人觉得政治题目是值得做更多的，这点我们也绝对认同。但我们觉得除了政治以外，还是有很多不那么政治的议题是很重要，或是我们自己也非常喜欢的。简单来说，就是我们不会为了跟上最新的政治议题就舍弃其他内容。那这边也要跟那些非常喜欢看政治议题的观众先说个不好意思了。这是另外一个有些人会质疑的问题哦，为什么感觉时事忽快忽慢的？是不是在刻意降低影片的影响力？这个问题因为听起来对我们这种非常需要流量的 YouTube 频道来说有点荒谬，所以我还是觉得要从头解释一下。作为一个日更频道，我们一直都是同时在执行非常多的影片，有些可能在前面想架构，有些在搜集资料，有些已经拍摄完了在剪辑。从计划发想、决定主题、讨论内容、查资料、写稿、剪辑、上片，每个步骤都需要时间，也会需要人力来处理。听起来虽然很废话，但是这些执行层面的问题真的比较容易被忽略。而每个影片的状况又不太一样哦，有些比较像是资讯整理为主，就可以处理得比较快。但如果有更复杂的脉络，或是牵涉到讨论要怎么解决的层次，那就还需要查许多的论文、历史文件，找到整个问题的脉络，然后比较各个方案的利弊。而最后呢，还要透过一定程度的转译，让这些资讯可以浅显易懂。所以即使呢，我们都在事发的第一时间就开始准备，但不同议题所要花的时间也不会一样。那有些大家觉得超快的议题，多半都不是事情发生之后我们才开始做的，而是事情发生之前我们就有注意到相关的迹象，很早之前就开始准备。有的时候甚至是我们上片的时候事情还没有发生，等到事情爆发之后，那个影片才被大家给注意到。另外，争议事件刚发生的时候，重要的资讯常常会一直更新，那我们也会担心会不会我现在提供的资讯或者是论述，明天就会变成有严重的问题等等。那像这类的事件，我们通常就会先搜集资料，但制作期就会拉得比较长。那这边呢，也想要跟老观众们分享一下不知道大家有没有发现，就是这1-2年志祺七七跟时事的速度比以前慢很多了呢？刚开始的1-2年，我们团队花了非常大的心力在赶时事，大家也很常熬夜赶稿，但有的时候就会出现资讯的反转，或是讨论跟不上进度。
Is working on your relic. Find more. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Keep moving. None of the scanners have detected you. Broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission. Find extraction. The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
The Matrix is one of the greatest films ever made, hitting $460 million in just box office sales alone, and The Matrix was an instant hit, and after 2 decades, its relevancy continues to stand strong. With terms coined from the movie such as The Matrix and the Red Pill becoming widely adopted in modern culture. And yet even more interestingly, is that The Matrix is perhaps one of the most beautifully prophetic and meaningful movies ever created in history. So what is it about this film that made it so culturally important? How could this movie continue to be so relevant after 20 years? What was the movie tapping into? Well, this brings us on to the bedroom of a depressed, pasty software engineer, a nighttime hacker called Neo, who is slumped over in his trash-filled room, with the bleak film colouring resembling his nihilistic, empty, dull existence that Neo lives in. At the start of The Matrix, Neo is a nihilistic man. His corporate life and monotonous desk job makes Neo feel that his actions don't have any effect on reality. Small details in the film make this even clearer, with Neo's flat being numbered 101, a direct reference to George Orwell's book 1984. In Orwell's book, Room 101 was a torture room where people would be shown their greatest fears in order to mold them in the state's ideal image. And Neo's life is lived inside Room 101, where he is tortured by the routine and can't find any meaning in his life. So he seeks to find these answers through his double life as a hacker, but comes up empty every time. Whatever he does while locked inside the Matrix has no meaning. But one day this starts to change, when he wakes up to find a strange message on his monitor, with the message telling him that the quote Matrix has him and that he must follow the White Rabbit. It seems as though this could just be another hacker getting back at Neo. This could all just be a prank. But then the last thing the computer writes is knock knock Neo, just before somebody does exactly that on his door. And when Neo opens the door, he finds it's a group of people led by a man who wants to buy illicit information held on a storage device. Neo lets out a sigh of relief. This is business as usual, but after the purchase is complete, the group invites him out to the club, and right as he's about to refuse, Neo sees a white rabbit tattoo on the shoulder of one of the women. Realizing that this tattoo is part of the instructions sent by him on the computer, he accepts the invitation, knowing deep down that something is up. The decision to follow the White Rabbit is the first of many decisions in Neo's rejection of the Matrix, but he doesn't quite know this yet, and so when arriving at the club, Neo is approached by a woman named Trinity, who cryptically warns him of impending danger. Neo recognizes her name as a fellow computer hacker, however she says that was all a long time ago. Trinity then talks to Neo about his general dissatisfaction with life, as she knows that Neo is aimless and tormented by a lack of meaning in his life. She knows that nihilism has sucked his soul, so she promises him that there will be an answer. Cut to the next scene and we see Neo waking up late for work and proceeding to get chewed out by his boss. But in the back of Neo's mind are questions. Was following the White Rabbit just a dream? Who was Trinity? All while Neo continues his droney, hollowed out existence, living like human cattle in an artificial box with artificial lighting, trapped inside a spiritual cage with all the other droogs. The crushing weight of his sterile existence makes Neo even more curious about the White Rabbit. It's a glimpse of something different, and just as Neo continues to stay stuck behind his cubicle, he is then struck by a call from a man named Morpheus.
They're coming for you, Neo, and I don't know.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
Mary, did you know that your baby?
What they're going to do.
Who alerts him that the danger Trinity was telling Neo about is real, and that Neo is being followed by agents. In a tense scene, Neo briefly evades some agents who have been looking for him, but Neo's mind is the only thing holding him back. And Neo is actually successful in escaping the agents. He's finally taking that call to adventure. He's choosing to take his life into his own hands. This is the start of Neo breaking free from his cage. But then he comes up against his biggest challenge, as Morpheus tells Neo that the only way he can escape the agents is to walk across the ledge. But his programmed mind just can't overcome this obstacle. He doesn't believe in himself or his abilities. He's been programmed to be comfortable. He's never been near real danger, so his strength, his mind and ability is hampered, causing him to refuse that call to adventure. And by refusing the call, this represents Neo refusing to tackle his fear. He knows he'll be successful if he overcomes his fear, and yet his weak, anxious mind is his biggest failure. His nihilism is what keeps him trapped in the Matrix, and so Neo fails to succeed, resulting in him being escorted to an interrogation room. At first, Neo believes that he's being prosecuted by regular government workers, but when Neo demands to be given his rights, they seal his mouth shut, as if it was done by magic. They then implant a mechanical tracking bug into his stomach, meaning that Neo will now always be tracked in the Matrix. He's an outlier, and outliers are the biggest threat to their society. And then just like that, Neo is back in his bed, again seeming like this was all just a dream. And yet somehow Neo is immediately called again by Morpheus, who gets Trinity and some other crew members to pick him up. Before Neo meets Morpheus, Trinity removes the bug that is tracking him, proving to Neo that this wasn't a dream. From here, Neo goes on to meet his mentor, Morpheus, who's living inside an abandoned building. Morpheus confirms all of Neo's suspicions, telling him that his whole life is a lie, and that he was born a slave to the Matrix. This was why he was so demasculated, becoming just another corporate drone. It was all by design. However, Morpheus then offers Neo a choice, the decision on whether to remain blissfully ignorant or learn the true nature of the Matrix. Similar to our own reality, nobody can really be told what the Matrix is. One has to experience it and find out for themselves. So Morpheus then opens up his palms, revealing the notorious red and blue pills in his separate hands. In his left hand lies the blue pill, Neo's ticket to blissful ignorance. If he takes this pill, Neo will simply wake back up in his bed, believing in the nihilistic system that has brainwashed him, going back to his lonely, miserable, atomized existence, all while remaining ignorant to the true nature of the world. And on the other hand sits the red pill. Taking this pill will grant Neo access to the Matrix, allowing him to see the world for what it truly is, as nasty as it may be. This decision is the crucial point of Neo's story, and marks the first phase of Neo's hero's journey. The hero's journey is one of the oldest tales of mankind. It's a narrative structure that ranges from all kinds of stories, from Star Wars to the Bible. The term was coined by author Joseph Campbell. He describes this as being a deeply ingrained part of the human psyche that allows humans to push through walls and do the impossible in pursuit of meaning. In the real world, the hero's journey is our path towards self-improvement and overcoming our neuroticism, anxiety, fears, and laziness. Which is why right now we're seeing this whole new wave of self-improvement, serving as a counterbalance to the nihilism that's embedded so deeply in modern society. But this isn't a modern thing. In fact, many forms of Buddhism gave a similar path to enlightenment, along with so many other religions. The hero's journey is a process that's been taken by all of mankind. It's every step out of your comfort zone that brings you further towards truth. It's every action that you take towards self-improvement which brings you closer to unlocking meaning in your life. And it's one of the key things that the Matrix tries to show. We see this clearly when Neo takes the red pill and the world begins to melt around him as he soon wakes up in a nightmare situation. Upon opening his eyes in the real world, Neo almost drowns trying to remove all the cables that are attached to him in a pod. Once he catches his breath and takes a look around, Neo sees the true reality of the world, a human factory farm. As far as the eye can see, there lies identical pods attached to enormous constructs, all of them containing other humans being harvested for their energy. When a robot suddenly sees that Neo has managed to escape his sedation, he is quickly discarded and thrown down a trash chute towards a pit filled with water. Luckily, before drowning, Neo is picked up by the claw of a ship and is subsequently rehabilitated by Morpheus and his crew. When being operated on, Neo questions why his eyes hurt. Along with his extreme muscle atrophy, Morpheus explains the reason. Neo is in a full-on breakdown because he has never actually experienced any kind of bodily autonomy. Once Neo is brought to stable condition, he is plugged into a chair and enters the Matrix along with Morpheus, because Morpheus needs to show Neo the true reality of the Matrix. At first, Neo is in disbelief that he's inside a computer program, but Morpheus questions him on if this is actually so hard to believe. He explains that if what you can feel, smell, taste, and see, then what constitutes as real is simply electric signals being interpreted by your brain. After this explanation, Morpheus reveals that the outside world is in an even bleaker scenario than the one inside their home base. He explains that after losing control of artificial intelligence, humanity decided to create a nuclear winter, believing that a lack of energy from the sun will eliminate the machines. After the nukes, the world became a wasteland, run entirely by machines, while humanity was trapped in a dream world. This dream world is the Matrix, a simulation of humanity's golden age. It is all-encompassing and never stops for the people inside it, where they live their whole lives believing that the Matrix is real. And if this wasn't heavy enough, Morpheus then springs it onto Neo that he believes that Neo is the reincarnation of a man with the power to change anything in the Matrix. He is the One. If you've been following my videos, I'm sure you know how suspicious I am of mainstream media. Oftentimes mainstream media can be the biggest impediment to understanding the truth and keeping you stuck in our society's matrix. To them to get unlimited, need to manufacture the structure, the personality, the culture of the universal public, and big tech serves as the perfect vessel to do this. Every day of your life, big tech delivers you into an alternative reality, playing on your emotions, depression, fear, anxiety, hunger, lust, laughter, acting directly on your sensorium. The content you are constantly watching every hour of every day of every year is not a vision but a manufactured data stream that can be sanitized to impose cultural values that generate immense wealth. Little do we realize that every day we are chipping away our autonomy to an all-pervasive drug that delivers whatever message those dealing the drug wish it to be, providing a fertile ground for fostering technocracy. Which is why in the Matrix movie, this is symbolized by AI using human consciousness to fuel their ever-expanding empire. Neo realizes the challenge he is up against. He has to mentally and physically overcome the entire system he lived in to find true meaning, to save the entire human population. However, Neo's fears soon start to dissipate once he begins practicing and learning the inner workings of the Matrix. Back inside the program, Morpheus introduces Neo to a combat simulation inside of a dojo.
This is a sparring program, similar to the programmed reality of the Matrix. It has the same basic rules like gravity. What you must learn is that these rules are no different than the rules of a computer system. Some of them can be bent, others can be broken.
Using a computer algorithm, Neo is able to completely understand the intricacies of Kung Fu, despite having never done so before. So Neo and Morpheus begin fighting. At the start, Morpheus is dominating. He seems unstoppable, he's flying across the room. And so when Morpheus asks why Neo lost, Neo explains that Morpheus is just too fast. But he counters this by saying that the fighting ability has nothing to do with their muscles. Cluing Neo in, Morpheus implies that Neo doesn't even need to breathe in air when inside the Matrix. So upon hearing this, Neo is able to overtake Morpheus during the second fight. He understands that the whole game is mental. If he can overcome the mental barriers inside of his mind, he can win anything. And by doing this, he stuns the whole crew watching the ordeal. This is all part of the trials and tribulations that Campo identified in the hero's journey. It's the mental game that serves as the greatest barrier to success. This is the step that Campo describes as the training and tribulations in his work. This step happens once the hero has entered into the unknown and serves as their introduction into the new world. For Neo, this is quite literal. The skills he will need are taught to him after he first exits the Matrix and goes back inside to train with Morpheus. Neo's teachings also bring Neo closer to the truth. The more he learns about the real world and the Matrix that he lived in, the more he experiences both of them and the further he is pushed towards the truth. Afterwards, Morpheus introduces Neo to another program inside the Matrix, one that holds everything that is expected in a real city, ranging from buildings to cars and simulated people. Morpheus explains that the Matrix is their enemy, but most people are not ready to be unplugged from it, as they are too dependent on the system. While listening, Neo's eyes are caught by a striking woman in a red dress. When she gets behind Neo, the woman suddenly changes into an agent, pointing a gun at him. Morpheus then reveals that these agents are in fact sentient computer programs, fully capable of manipulating the Matrix at will. It turns out that everyone who has fought one of these agents was killed, but Morpheus, believing that Neo is the one, states that the agents will never be as strong or as fast as he can be. This dream world of the Matrix is a reflection towards fears of consumerism. You see, all these films in the late 90s were particularly concerned with this, as they saw their society become more and more focused on products and commodities. But nowadays, these fears are even more prevalent. The vessel of big tech dominates everyday life in a way that we've never seen before, where human values have been chopped up and commodified for a profit, where our opinions, our values, our culture, our thoughts are all controlled by technology that has saturated everything. And the numbers show that this is increasingly leading us towards nihilism. Just look around you. The atomization, the loneliness, the depression, the anxiousness. Just as Neo's life in the Matrix made him nihilistic, to find meaning we must continue our own journey. And the nature of the Matrix strikes a resemblance to the concept known as the habitus. The habitus is a sociological theory that tells us that from a young age, the social convention and rules that people follow are imprinted onto your personality. These conventions aren't just habitual, but instead influence people's ways of thinking and how they see the world. And once you become part of the habitus, your actions perpetuate the cycle for other people. The habitus can be viewed much like the rules of a game. Seemingly illogical things are taken for granted and enshrined as rules. If you didn't know the rules of golf, for example, the sport would just look ridiculous. Why not just pick up the ball and put it in the hole? But knowing the rules of golf means that you see this in an entirely different way. Of course, the rules of golf exist for a reason, otherwise it wouldn't be an actual game. But the habitus has no real purpose by itself. It exists as a manifestation of the environment you grew up in. So then who controls the rules and conventions that easily influence our thoughts? When you start to ask this question about your own life, you then start to see that once you break free of the constraints placed on you, that you can finally see the world as it truly is. And the Matrix is the allegory for this. It exists as a prison that surrounds you entirely, dictating what you see, what you value, and what actions you take. But none of this is actually real. Once these conventions, once these values, once these rules are tainted too much, the cracks start to show. And in the Matrix, the cracks show when Neo breaks free. This is Neo's journey, breaking free from the constraints of falsehood. It's only through his self-improvement and search for the truth that he can finally find meaning. It's during the time of Neo's training in the Matrix that we're introduced to the character of Cypher. From the very first conversation, Cypher complains that he should have just taken that blue pill and begins questioning the credibility of Neo's journey altogether. We then transition to the reveal of Cypher's endgame while he's dining in a restaurant inside of the Matrix, being joined by Agent Smith. Willing to sell out his whole crew, Cypher requests to be be put back inside the Matrix. Of course, not without benefits. In return, he wants to be a rich, famous actor who doesn't remember anything about the real world. Here, Cypher's entire character is summarized as he states the line, "Ignorance is bliss." Meanwhile, Neo, Morpheus, and some other members of the crew enter the Matrix to meet an important figure called the Oracle. Upon arrival, Neo sees a group of children who are all doing seemingly impossible things. A few are manipulating objects like bubbles and blocks using their minds, and one child even manages to bend a spoon right in front of Neo. Neo takes an interest in the child, who explains that trying to bend the spoon is impossible. One has to realize that there is no spoon. They have to use their mind to overcome impossible obstacles. Once Neo hears this, he looks at the spoon and is able to easily bend it with his mind, just before he's quickly called off to see the Oracle. This spoon bending scene is important as it establishes the way out of the Matrix. As you start to realize that everything in your life is determined by your mindset, your life really begins to change. And the change of mindset isn't only an internal change, but also an external one. The way you see the world actually changes it around you. In an abstract sense, we all create our own realities through our experiences. The world is only made up of the data that our senses give us, and it's up to us to fill in the rest. In the movie, this is made literal. Neo can bend the spoon because he knows and accepts the truth that it's simply a figment of the Matrix, and in doing so, this puts him forward on his hero's journey. But because Neo hasn't fully accepted his journey, or fully understood the fact that he is the chosen one, the Oracle doesn't have good news for him, as she states that he really isn't the one. And once Neo is down receiving this bad news, Neo then gets a case of deja vu after watching a black cat repeat its movements. As soon as he says this indicates to the crew that there has been a glitch in the Matrix. It turns out that this whole visit was just a trap set up with the help of Cypher, and things start to go downhill from here, as Morpheus is then caught by Agent Smith, and the rest of the group flees to a nearby garage. As it's revealed that Cypher has backstabbed all of them, he then goes on to kill many of his crew, but is stopped right before he can kill the chosen one, Neo. This too is part of the hero's journey. Campbell shows that one of the key steps in your hero's journey is facing someone who wants to bring you back to where you started. And in the Matrix, Cypher represents this. He's the guys you know who want to bring you down. He's the other crab in the bucket. People don't want you to succeed. They don't want you to escape the Matrix surrounding you, because if you do, it shines a bad light on them. They know their flaws. They know their mindset is weak. Cypher's failed sabotage demonstrates the futility of a desire to go back to ignorance. And this is true for both our reality and the Matrix. Once the truth is uncovered, there's no going back. Which brings us on to one of the most interesting scenes in the movie, a dialogue between Morpheus and Agent Smith. Two equals and opposite sides of an extensive conflict between man and AI. Smith equates humanity to a virus, one that spreads exponentially while devouring all the resources in their way. And from the perspective of a machine, he isn't entirely wrong. Smith then clears his subordinates from the room and further levels with Morpheus. It turns out Smith hates the Matrix just as much as Morpheus, yet for very different reasons. Smith views himself as above it. Agent Smith represents the elite. He's the one who creates the Matrix. He hates the people inside of it. The people inside of it are the only ones feeding his life force, and yet he can't help but despise these people who live in blissful ignorance of the horrible world around them. They have no idea what the truth is. They don't know the darkness of the real world. And by accessing the secrets that Morpheus holds, this will allow Agent Smith to completely destroy the last remaining bastion of humanity in the outside world, a place called Zion. Before Smith can extract this information, Neo and Trinity storm the building with multiple firearms, rescuing Morpheus in the process. The trio make their escape through a phone booth as Morpheus exits the Matrix along with Trinity, but not before witnessing Agent Smith at the last second, leaving him alone with Neo. The two begin fighting, but Neo isn't able to keep up with Smith, and is eventually shot dead. Back on the ship with Morpheus and Trinity, they watch Neo as all of this happens. Devastated, Trinity whispers into Neo's ear that she would fall in love with the dead man, and that he is the one. As she kisses Neo, he is thunderously resurrected, almost in a biblical sense. This scene again is just another phase of the hero's journey, the point of deepest despair. It seems like all is lost as Neo lies unconscious, but when Neo makes the choice to save Morpheus, he begins the final steps towards his journey. His death and rebirth are literal, but they're also metaphorical. Mr. Anderson, the person with no purpose, the person who's nihilistic, the person who's self-hating, self-wallowing, living an atomized, transient, lonely life in a dystopian megacity, is gone. However, Neo is born. This sequence and what follows next is the conclusion of Neo's journey, where he faces his harshest challenge yet as he journeys into the government building to rescue Morpheus. In doing so, he becomes the one. He conquers his mind, and by doing so, Neo fulfills his hero's journey. He finally finds meaning in life. Neo defeats the nihilism surrounding him by accepting the truth around the world. And from Neo's perspective, everything around him is now computer code. He effortlessly flies into Agent Smith, obliterating him and causing his colleagues to run away. Once all said and done, Neo exits the Matrix and detonates an EMP, securing the safety of his operation space back in the real world. The film then ends with Neo talking on a payphone, speaking directly to the audience. Neo sends a warning that he is going to expose the truth of what's really out there, and he proceeds to fly straight up in the sky as the film cuts to black. This end scene is an allegory of escaping nihilism. Through rejecting our fractured habitus and the false values of the virtual world, one can find meaning in reality. Among many, these consumerist forces we find today are distractions that drive people away from the truth. For self-improvement and your own hero's journey, it's possible to escape the clutches of your own matrix. In the film, the bullets that would have killed Neo before simply stop in midair. In the same way, the things that seem like problems in the virtual world cease to matter when you stop focusing on them and pay attention to the real ones. This whole end scene is supposed to highlight the true power of overcoming our own mind, our own self-destructive thoughts, and our own self-limiting beliefs. By defeating his anxieties, Neo could defeat anything. It was only once he conquered himself that he could find transcendental meaning and overcome the impossible. Which is what this film is trying to show us. That when you realize that you have full control of your behavior, addictions, anxieties, relationships, health, and destiny, can you start to wake up from the delusion you've been living in. This is the only way of breaking through the matrix that has enslaved your life.
Dune is a movie with giant sandworms, mysterious witches, and Timothy Chalamet tripping balls in the desert. There's spaceships and spice and Zendaya with blue eyes, and almost none of it is explained. Even Dune's characters have to watch YouTube videos to understand the story. So what's going on in Dune? The movie is based on a book that was written by Frank Herbert in the 60s. There have been many attempts to adapt this book to movies and TV, and most of them aren't very good. Dune has been called unfilmable because the book is so weird and complicated. The writing is full of internal monologue and thoughts instead of action and dialogue. The plot is layered with heaps of secret plans and hidden motivations. Its world building is richly detailed, with hundreds of words for its languages, cultures, and religions. Dune explores big ideas about consciousness, politics, and philosophy, and the Dune sequel books get increasingly strange and cerebral. The new movie is a pretty close adaptation of the first half of the first book, but it still leaves out a lot of important plot lines and details. So how does the book compare to the movie? What's the real story of Dune? This video has spoilers for the 2021 Dune movie and for the first half of the first book. It has no big spoilers for the next Dune movie or for the sequel books, but it does mention some small lore details and quotes from the sequel books. So Dune is set thousands of years in the future. Humans live on many planets across the universe, and they're ruled by the Emperor Shaddam IV. We see the Emperor's herald in the movie, but we don't see Shaddam himself yet. Beneath the Emperor are the great houses, like House Atreides and House Harkonnen, powerful political dynasties who rule planets with armies and wealth. The houses meet in a congress called the Landsrat, which balances against the power of the Emperor. The other big political power is the Spacing Guild, because the Guild controls all interstellar spaceflight. Guild navigators use a drug called spice that lets them see into the future, which is the only way to guide spaceships safely across the stars. In the movie, these big Guild spaceships called Hayliners look like tunnels that you can pass through to instantly reach a distant planet. You can see another world through this ship. It's like a wormhole. The later Dune books describe this as folding space. The Guild is secretive and mysterious. It's hinted that Guild navigators have mutated and don't look human anymore. So everyone kinda hates the Guild for being creepy, extortionate space weirdos, but everyone needs them to travel. So for thousands of years, the universe has been ruled by this balance of the Emperor, houses, and Guild. They're bound together by the Great Convention, which has rules banning the use of nuclear weapons. But a cheeky bit of assassination and warfare is allowed within limits. Politics in Dune is a deadly game. Every noble family watches their back for assassins, and tests their food for poison. The houses rule their planets under a strict feudal class system. Slavery, oppression, and exploitation are common. This is an unfair, unequal universe. The houses have shares in the CHOAM Company, which controls trade in the universe. It's kind of like the Dutch East India Company, or Amazon in space. CHOAM means money, and all the houses fight for a slice. In this struggle, a tiny shift in interest rates can change the ownership of an entire planet. Science and technology is limited in Dune. Like, there are giant spaceships and laser guns, but there are strictly no computers or robots or AI. Because thousands of years in the past, people did rely on thinking machines, but then some people used those machines to take over the world and enslave people, and it sucked. So then there was a religious crusade called the Butlerian Jihad that destroyed all the computers and banned them forever. In the Orange Catholic Bible it is written, "Thou shalt not make a machine in the likeness of a man's mind." The idea is that thinking and making our own decisions is what makes us human. Letting machines think for us makes us less free and less conscious, so that's why the machines were destroyed. Ever since, humans have had to learn to think for themselves. They founded schools to train the human mind and body to its full potential. So now there are people called mentats, human computers who can think super logically. They process data, calculate probabilities, and perceive people's motives. The mentat Thufir Hawat works as a strategic advisor to House Atreides. In the books, mentats take a drug called Sappho to make themselves smarter, and the drug stains their lips red. In the new movie, mentats just have tattoos on their lips instead. Like the mentats, the navigators of the Spacing Guild have trained their brains to calculate the mathematics of spaceflight. And the other important school is the Bene Gesserit, an ancient mystical order of women with highly trained minds and bodies. Their practice is influenced by Zen Buddhism, with meditation and contemplation to achieve inner balance. Bene Gesserit can precisely control all their muscles and nerves, even their body's biochemistry and their reproductive systems. They have powerful memories and perception. They can read people's feelings through their words and body language. They can control people with their voice. They can fight in the weirding way. They're basically ninja nuns. The Bene Gesserit are named after the Jesuits, a real-world Catholic order. Like the Jesuits, the Bene Gesserit do missionary work in distant places, and they have political ambitions. The Bene Gesserit work with the Emperor and houses, and they say they live to serve. But the Bene Gesserit also have their own plans. For centuries, these witches have manipulated the universe from the shadows. So, Dune is about a galactic empire with medieval politics. It's a sci-fi future that rejects technology, and instead focuses on the power of the human mind. The author of Dune, Frank Herbert, was fascinated with thinking and learning and language, how we can expand our consciousness to better see the universe, sometimes with the help of psychedelics. Characters in Dune are constantly getting high, expanding their minds, and arguing about philosophy like college undergrads. So Dune is basically like Game of Thrones in space on drugs, and the most important drug is spice. Because spice not only makes spaceflight possible and can give visions of the future, spice also makes people live longer, extending lifespans by decades. Many people are addicted to the spice, and if they stop taking it, they'll die. It's an addictive, psychic, mind-expanding, life-extending, spaceship-flying drug, and it tastes like cinnamon, so naturally, spice is the most valuable substance in the universe. And spice only comes from one place, the desert planet Arrakis, also called Dune. On Arrakis are giant sandworms whose life cycle makes spice. Humans harvest the spice and sell it, so whoever controls Arrakis becomes rich. The conflicts for resources in the deserts of Arrakis are comparable to conflicts for oil in the Middle East. For the last 80 years, Arrakis was ruled by the brutal House Harkonnen, led by the Baron, Vladimir. The Harkonnens come from the planet Giedi Prime, the oil-soaked, blood-soaked hellhole of the Imperium. The movie imagines this planet as being totally industrialized, exploited and polluted until nature is gone and smog blackens the skies. The Harkonnens exploit their people too. They have slave laborers, sex slaves, and gladiator slaves to kill for sport. The Harkonnens use and consume everything to feed their endless appetites for power and pleasure. The Harkonnens are a mouth that swallows all. The Baron Vladimir is a ruthless political schemer who constantly indulges his desires for food and sex. He's too fat to support his own weight, so he uses suspensor technology, which lets him levitate. To rule Arrakis, the Baron installed his nephew Raban, who is called the Beast for his brutality. Raban is not known for his intelligence. The Baron thinks of Raban as a muscle-minded tank brain. The Harkonnens are advised by Piter de Vries, a Mentat assassin who loves torture and poison. Piter is addicted to spice, and this expensive habit forces him to stay loyal to the Baron. The Baron uses people's weaknesses to control them. In the movie, the Harkonnens have a freaky human spider thing as a pet, which is not in the books, but according to interviews, it's meant to be a messed up science experiment. This was a human who was made into a monster. In the books, there is a faction called the Tleilaxu, who do weird biology experiments, so maybe they made this spider. Some fans theorize that this spider is Yui's captive wife, Wanna, made into a monster to torture her. But that's just horrifying speculation, and is not in the books. Point is, the Harkonnens are dicks, and the spice on Arrakis made them rich. But at the start of the story, the Emperor orders the Harkonnens to leave, and he gives control of the planet to House Atreides, led by Duke Leto. The Atreides have a reputation for honor and integrity. They protect their people and inspire loyalty in return. The Atreides are descended from Atreus and Agamemnon of ancient Greece, and they rule the planet Caladan, a world of oceans and jungles, farming and fishing. The Atreides aren't very rich, but Leto is popular and influential among the houses of the Landsraad, and the Emperor hates that. He sees Leto's popularity as a threat. So when Shaddam gives them Arrakis, that seems like a good thing for the Atreides, but really, Arrakis is a trap. The Emperor and the Harkonnens secretly plan to destroy the Atreides with an army of Sardaukar. Sardaukar are the Emperor's elite soldiers, renowned for being brutal and merciless. They're said to be the deadliest soldiers in the universe. The Sardaukar come from Seleucia Secundus, a prison planet for the worst criminals in the universe. Seleucia is a hell world where only the strongest survive, and it's this harsh environment that makes the Sardaukar so powerful. The Emperor doesn't want the other houses to know that he's attacking the Atreides, so in the book his Sardaukar are disguised in Harkonnen uniforms. He and the Harkonnens want the Atreides to die in the dark. The story begins with Paul Atreides, son of the Duke Leto and Lady Jessica. Paul is just 15 years old in the book, and as the heir to House Atreides, there's a lot of pressure on him. He has no friends his own age because of the dangers of assassination. He's highly trained in politics and in combat, and in the book he's trained as a Mentat to have a powerful, logical mind like Thufir. Jessica trains Paul in the way of the Bene Gesserit to focus his mind and body, his perception and memory, and to use the power of the voice to control people.
Give me the water.
It might seem unrealistic to control someone with your voice, but author Frank Herbert said we do it all the time. Like, it's easy to make someone angry with an insult, or happy with a compliment, and with practice you can control people in more subtle and powerful ways, like politicians and advertisers do. You've just got to know your audience, use the right words and tone. Like and subscribe to Alt Shift X. So Paul is young, but he's a politician and a warrior with a powerful, highly trained mind. Leto visits the grave of his father, the Old Duke. The Old Duke used to fight bulls for sport as a matador, until he was killed by a bull in the ring. The Atreides family keep the head of this bull, with the Old Duke's blood still preserved on its horns. So the bull head represents facing danger, putting yourself at risk, just like Leto is putting himself in danger by coming to Arrakis. Leto knows that the Emperor and the Harkonnens plan to attack him, but he takes the risk anyway because he believes he can win. Leto plans to use the desert power of Arrakis by making an alliance with the Fremen, the local desert people. In the book, Leto believes that the Fremen will be great soldiers specifically because they live in the harsh environment of Arrakis, just like the Sardaukar are powerful because of the harshness of Seleucus Secundus. Author Frank Herbert was very interested in how environments affect people, and how people affect their environment. So Leto bets everything on this plan to make the Fremen into his army to beat the Sardaukar. In the movie, Paul says he doesn't want to exploit or oppress the Fremen like the Harkonnens did. But in the book, the Atreides don't care about the Fremen like that. Their goal is to exploit the Fremen. The Atreides may seem like heroic good guys, like House Stark in space, but throughout the book, they use immoral, manipulative strategies, and we're invited to question their morality. In the movie, Chani asks, "Who will our next oppressors be?" In the movie, Paul complains that he doesn't get to take risks and have adventures. He questions whether he even wants to be a duke and to lead the Atreides. Leto is understanding and says he loves Paul no matter what. It's a touching moment of unconditional love between father and son. But in the book, we don't see anything like this. The Atreides are more formal and distant and serious in the book, and Paul does not question his duty to their house. The Atreides in the book are an ancient dynasty in a deadly planetary conflict, and they are not fucking around. While the movie humanizes the Atreides and makes them feel more like a normal, relatable family. The Atreides get a visit from Gaius Helen Mahayam. Gaius is a Reverend Mother, a special high-ranking Bene Gesserit who has expanded her mind using drugs. Reverend Mothers have access to the memories of their ancestors and of other Reverend Mothers. Gaius was Jessica's teacher back at the Bene Gesserit school, and now she's the personal truth-sayer of the Emperor. He uses her for her ability to detect lies. So Gaius is a powerful, important person, and she has complicated loyalties to the Emperor and to Jessica and to the Bene Gesserit. Gaius gives Paul a test. Paul puts his hand in a box that causes terrible pain, but if he moves his hand, Gaius will kill him with a needle called the Gom Jabbar. So this is a test of self-control. Someone without self-control, like an animal, will instinctively move away from the pain and will die. To survive, you have to withstand the pain, control your body and mind, master your fear and your instincts. The Bene Gesserit believe that this ability to act consciously and to choose, to think long-term, not just in the moment, is what separates humans from animals. They give this test to everyone they train, so that only responsible, conscious humans gain their power. So anyone who fails this test, they kill. Before the test, we see the Atreides bullhead, because like the old Duke with the bull and later with Arrakis, Paul faces deadly danger in this test. When Jessica was trained as a Bene Gesserit, she took this test too, so she knows the pain Paul is feeling and is terrified he might die. To calm herself, she recites the litany against fear. Fear is the mind killer, but the fear will pass through me and I will remain. The Bene Gesserit train to calm their emotions and focus their mind, and Jessica's training helps Paul pass this test. Paul has self-control. He is human, so he withstands the pain and lives. In the movie, he also has fiery visions of the upcoming Harkonnen attack. Then we learn about the Bene Gesserit's secret plan. For thousands of years, the Bene Gesserit have manipulated the genetic lines of noble families like the Atreides. They breed certain people with other people, often by marriage to Bene Gesserits like Jessica. Even the Emperor has a Bene Gesserit wife, controlling his reproduction. They select and combine certain genes, trying to produce a superhuman called the Kwisatz Haderach. This chosen one will be able to see into the future and the past better than any Bene Gesserit. Because Reverend Mothers like Gaius can only access the memories of their female ancestors. the Kwisatz Haderach will access all memories. He'll be a male Reverend Mother whose powerful mind will guide humanity. The name Kwisatz Haderach is borrowed from a real Hebrew term, meaning to shorten the way between two places. So the Bene Gesserit want to create the Chosen One, but Jessica has messed with their plan, because the Bene Gesserit wanted Jessica to have a daughter, not a son. That daughter was going to marry a Harkonnen, and their child would have been the Kwisatz Haderach. But Jessica, with her Bene Gesserit body control, chose to have a son, Paul, instead, because Leto wanted a son and Jessica wanted to make him happy. She chose her family over her duty to the Bene Gesserit. Jessica hopes that Paul will be the Kwisatz Haderach instead, but Gaius is doubtful. Their ancient plan is now uncertain. So Paul might be the Chosen One, and he's not happy about it. It feels weird and gross that he's the product of the Bene Gesserit's human breeding program, their manipulative, eugenic plan. In the book, he feels an offense against his instinct for rightness. He questions Gaius, thinks she's a fatuous old witch full of meaningless platitudes. In other sci-fi stories, the hero's magical mentors are good and wise and pure, like Obi-Wan and Gandalf the White. But Gaius is a creepy witch in a black robe who works for their emperor who's trying to kill Paul's dad. The Bene Gesserit are a shadowy political cult, and their plan to artificially create the Chosen One seems sinister and dark. In the book, Paul feels that he is infected with a terrible purpose that he doesn't understand. So what is Paul's destiny, and is it really a good thing? Dune is about questioning the whole idea of heroes, religions, politicians, predictions, and plans. It's about the danger of anything that reduces our ability to think for ourselves. One of Paul's teachers is Gurney Halleck. Gurney is a legendary fighter, like one of the best in the universe. He's also a musician and a poet, a minstrel warrior who plays an instrument called a baliset. They did film a baliset scene for the movie, but it was cut. In the book, Gurney often sings and quotes poetry and wise scripture and dirty lyrics. His charming words and music help the Atreides win allies and influence people. Gurney is described as an ugly lump of a man. He's got a big red scar across his face, and a burning hatred for the Harkonnens. Because in the book, Gurney was once a slave of the Harkonnens. The beast Raban killed Gurney's family and gave him his scar, so Gurney wants revenge. Gurney says in the movie that the Harkonnens are so brutal that they're not human. The Harkonnens are often described as animals or beasts ruled by their impulses, which contrasts with the idea of humans with conscious self-control. Paul and Gurney train at fighting using shields. Shields are force fields that can stop any fast-moving object, but a slow blade can get through. Guns and explosives are useless against shields, so that's why soldiers in Dune fight with swords and knives instead. The trick to shield fighting is to outsmart, outmaneuver, and distract your opponent, so you can kill with a sneaky, slow attack. So, like everything in Dune, even the sword fights are smart and strategic, like a chess game. Paul says that he's not in the mood for fighting, but Gurney says you must always be ready, no matter how you feel. So just like with the Gom Jabbar test, this is about self-control. To survive the deadly blade, you must master your emotions, your body, and mind. One of Paul's other teachers is Duncan Idaho, who is also a legendary fighter. He's a sword master of the Ginaz, a military genius. He's super hot and is fiercely loyal to the Atreides. Duncan is a close friend to Paul, almost like a big brother. In the movie, Paul tells Duncan about the dreams he's been having of the future, of this Fremen girl, Chani, and of Duncan dying on Arrakis. These prescient visions are part of Paul's power as a potential Kwisatz Haderach. In the movie, Duncan tells Paul not to focus too much on dreams. He says everything important happens when we're awake. Because Dune is about the power of thoughts and visions, but it also warns us not to get too sucked into our own minds, our assumptions and plans. The mystery of life isn't a problem to solve, but a reality to experience. The deepest truths and the joy and meaning in life come from living in the present. Before he leaves his homeworld, Paul walks a Caladan beach. Caladan is a planet of water, to contrast the harsh, dry deserts of Arrakis. Caladan is beautiful, plentiful, a paradise, but the book says that the comforts of Caladan made the Atreides go soft. Life was too easy. They got undisciplined. Dune says that people need adversity and hard times in order to grow and achieve our potential, and Arrakis is the ultimate challenge. It's a test, like the Gom Jabbar, like the bull. Now Paul goes into the fire. Will Arrakis forge him stronger, like the Fremen, or will Paul burn? The Atreides arrive on Arrakis, and this guy blasts a bagpipe solo. When the people of Arrakis see Paul and Jessica, they shout Lisan al-Gaib, which means the voice from the outer world. Because there's a prophecy on Arrakis that there will come a leader, the child of a Bene Gesserit, who will lead Arrakis to freedom. Paul and Jessica seem to fit this prophecy. But thing is, this prophecy is a lie. It was made up by the Bene Gesserit. The Bene Gesserit have a whole system for this called the Missionaria Protectiva. For thousands of years, they have spread specific religious ideas or infectious superstitions all over the universe. Particular religious signs and sayings are planted in local cultures, so if a Bene Gesserit is ever on one of these planets, they can use those signs and sayings to gain power over people. Dune author Frank Herbert said this was inspired by missionaries in the real world, who use religion to manipulate and exploit other cultures. So the people of Arrakis hope that Paul and Jessica are the chosen ones who will free them. But really, the Lisan al-Gaib prophecy is a cynical tool used by the Bene Gesserit to control people. The Atreides move into their new home in the city of Arrakeen, and Jessica hires a Fremen woman called Mapes to be a housekeeper. Not all the people of Arrakis are Fremen, like the people of the cities and the villages aren't Fremen. The Fremen are their own specific culture who live out in the desert, a renegade will-o'-the-sand people who live outside the control of the Imperium. Fremen all have blue eyes because their environment is saturated with spice, and spice is colored blue in the books. Fremen have a reputation for being fierce and dangerous. They compose poems to their knives. The Harkonnens and the Emperor see the Fremen as scum and barbarians who aren't worth considering. They think that there are only a few thousand Fremen living on the edge of the desert. But the Atreides think there could be lots more Fremen, and that they could be more powerful than they seem. So the Fremen are a mystery at the start of the book, and we gradually learn more about them. Mapes has the honorary title Shadout, which means well dipper, because water is super important in the Fremen desert culture. And Mapes isn't just here for a job interview. She came to test Jessica to see if she really fits the prophecy of the Lisan al-Gaib. So Mapes shows Jessica a crysknife, a blade made from the tooth of a sandworm. And she asks Jessica what is the meaning of this knife. Jessica says it's a maker, and Mapes gets all excited because the Fremen call sandworms makers. So this seems to show that Jessica must know the secrets of Fremen religion, and she and Paul must be the Lisan al-Gaib. But thing is, in the book, Jessica is bullshitting Mapes. Jessica doesn't know the religious meaning of the crysknife. She was gonna say that the knife is a maker of death, to mean it's just a weapon. But Mapes interrupted Jessica once she heard what she wanted to hear. Jessica plays along and acts like she knows all this Fremen religious stuff, using signs and sayings from the Missionaria Protectiva, but inside Jessica knows this is a sham. Jessica exploits Mapes' religion to manipulate her and win her loyalty. Dune is about the danger of religion, how it can warp our thinking and control us. But this isn't just about the Atreides using the Fremen. In the book, after Jessica leaves, Mapes says to herself that Jessica is the one, poor thing. Mapes pities Jessica and knows things about her future. It's hinted that just as the Atreides use the Fremen may be using the Atreides for their own goals. Paul is attacked by a Hunter-Seeker, a weapon of assassination. It's like a flying remote-controlled needle, a ravening sliver of metal that can burrow into flesh to strike the heart. The Hunter-Seeker is controlled remotely by a Harkonnen assassin. The camera on the Seeker is bad, so it relies on motion to find its target. So to survive, Paul has to stand perfectly still while the deadly needle points at his face. So this is just like the Gom Jabbar test. Paul faces a deadly needle, and to survive, he has to stay still, mastering his fear and his body. Meanwhile, in the book, Jessica explores her new home, and she finds a mysterious door locked with a palm reader, which is a lock that only opens to the shape of a particular person's hand. So Jessica picks the lock by subtly changing the shape of her own palm, using her Bene Gesserit muscle control. In other sci-fi stories, characters might use hacking or magic or raw strength to break a lock, but Dune is about the power of the mind, so that's how Jessica opens the door. Inside, Jessica finds a conservatory, a place full of lush plants and water. on this dry desert world. It's beautiful, but it's a terrible waste. This much water could sustain 1,000 lives on Arrakis, but instead it's used for the pleasure of the rich and powerful. In the movie, there's a scene with these palm trees, which are also a waste of precious water. The gardener says that the waste is okay because the trees are sacred, but in the books, these trees aren't sacred. The people of Arrakis look on these trees with envy and hate for the waste of water. But the movie takes away that moral complication and instead emphasizes the mystical connection between Arrakis' people and its environment. Anyway, in the conservatory, Jessica finds a hidden message from another Bene Gesserit. A message so secret that it's written on a leaf in Braille, and it warns her that there's a traitor among the Atreides, working for the Harkonnens. In the book, Thufir also gets a message warning of the traitor. This message was planted by the Harkonnens, and they deliberately trick Thufir into thinking that Jessica is the traitor. The Harkonnens divide the Atreides in the book, turn them against each other, to distract from the real traitor, Dr. Yueh, who is working for the Harkonnens. When Thufir tells Leto this, Leto doesn't believe that his beloved Jessica is plotting against him, but he decides to pretend that he thinks Jessica is the traitor to make the Harkonnens think they tricked him while he looks for the real traitor. So the plot quickly gets complicated in the book.
Detectives will try to kill you. Give that console the old bypass so we can get this thing started.
Watch out. I'm detecting Roy Fishers nearby. Do you have a matching relic?
This isn't your regular old job. Alad B sold the conduits with interference routines specifically designed for the Tenno. Don't you worry though. I've got some workarounds. Conduit keys are carried by high-ranking musty mucks. Knock them down. See what they've got.
You found a Fisher. Look out for reactant. Use that reactant to open a relic.
Demo unit coming in fast. That thing bows and you can kiss the conduit goodbye. I can take the pain. Keep fighting.
Don't forget the reactant. You need more to open that relic.
It's Gargatora. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. I can take the pain. Keep fighting.
Medpack's still in date? Oh, yes!
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
Hear that beeping? Demo unit's on its way. To live up to your reputation and try again.
Dune is full of these plans within plans. The story is a chess game where only the best minds survive. And there's a sense from the start of the book that Leto is doomed to fail, that he's a man snared by destiny, caught in an inescapable trap. Leto has death thoughts, thinking about how he'll die, and Paul is shocked to see this vulnerability in his father. Paul sees that Leto makes mistakes, and he realizes that his dad won't be around forever. Part of Paul growing up and becoming a man is seeing the flaws and the mortality in his father. The Atreides takeover of Arrakis doesn't go well. The Harkonnens left behind broken equipment, so the Atreides can't harvest much spice yet, and they're still expecting an attack from the Emperors Sardaukar and the Harkonnens. Leto's great hope is the Fremen. Leto sent Duncan to try to make an alliance with the Fremen. Originally, the Dune movie started with a scene of Duncan landing on Arrakis. So Duncan meets the Fremen, and he learns that the Fremen live in caves called Sieches. They're a
Don't let them near the conduit. Looking to depart this mortal coil and take you with it. Keep it clear of that conduit.
The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
Millions of Fremen living deep in the desert, way more than the Harkonnens and the Emperor realize. The Fremen are also technologically advanced, manufacturing devices to help them survive in the desert. Duncan also learns that the Fremen are deadly in combat. So the Harkonnens and the Emperor are too arrogant and prejudiced to see the potential of the Fremen. But the Atreides are open-minded and willing to learn, which opens up the possibility of victory. So the Atreides meet Stilgar, the leader of a Fremen siege. The book emphasizes Stilgar's aura of power and his commanding voice. He's an impressive figure. Unlike the arrogant Harkonnens, Leto shows respect for Stilgar and his people. So Stilgar shows respect for Leto by spitting on the table, because in Fremen desert culture, giving moisture from the body is a sign of respect. In the book, Duncan helped the Fremen fight some Harkonnens, so Stilgar invites Duncan to join his Fremen, while also serving Leto, representing an alliance between Stilgar and the Atreides. Stilgar gives Duncan a crysknife, the sacred Maker's blade, and it's mentioned that the Harkonnens are offering a huge bounty to anyone who can bring them a crysknife. Because anyone who has a crysknife and has spice blue eyes would appear to be a Fremen. They could infiltrate any siege. And in the book, the Harkonnen Mentat, Paita, has blue eyes because of his spice addiction. So it seems that the Harkonnens want a crysknife so that Paita can infiltrate the Fremen so that he can kill the Atreides if the Atreides hide with the Fremen. So this is another deadly subplot hidden within the story. But the meeting with Stilgar goes well, and there's hope for a larger alliance between the Atreides and the Fremen. The Atreides meet Liet Kynes. Kynes is an ecologist, or planetologist, working for the Emperor to study the environment of Arrakis. She's also the Judge of the Change, meaning it's her job to make sure everyone follows the rules when the Harkonnens leave Arrakis and the Atreides take over. But secretly, the Emperor has ordered Kynes to help betray the Atreides and to let the Harkonnens attack them. But Kynes' loyalties are even more complicated than that. In the book, Liet Kynes is a man. Kynes' father was Pardo Kynes, the previous Imperial ecologist, and Liet Kynes' mother was a Fremen woman. So Liet Kynes was raised as a Fremen on Arrakis. Liet Kynes also married a Fremen, and they had a child called Chani. So Chani is Kynes' daughter in the movie, as well as in the book. So Kynes works for the Emperor, but Kynes is really loyal to the Fremen. Kynes leads the Fremen under the name Liet. In the book, Liet and Kynes seem to be two different people at first. The Atreides think the mysterious Liet might be the name of a Fremen god. It's only later that we find out that Liet the Fremen leader and Kynes the planetologist are the same person. So there are two sides to Kynes' identity, Imperial and Fremen, outsider and native, scientist.
Stand by while I analyze the intelligence profiles of the Grineer. Error, not a number. Did the operator enjoy this witticism?
And leader. Kynes gives the Atreides stillsuits. Stillsuits are special outfits for the desert that cool the body and stop it from losing moisture. All of your sweat, pee, and poop is captured by the suit and reprocessed back into drinking water. Because without a stillsuit, in the desert's heat, you'll soon lose your moisture and die. The book goes into lots of detail about all the different technologies people use to adapt to Arrakis' environment. Kynes shows the Atreides how to wear the stillsuits properly. It's a difficult, technical thing for someone who's never used one before. But Paul somehow already knows how to wear a stillsuit properly. And that shocks Kynes, because it fits part of the prophecy of the Lisan al-Gaib. He shall know your ways as though born to them. Paul's personality and his words and his ability to see the truth also fit the prophecy. In the book, Kynes thinks of himself as a rational, skeptical scientist who doesn't believe in superstitions. But Paul does fit the prophecy, so it seems like there might be some truth in the prophecy, mixed in with the Bene Gesserit's manipulations. The Atreides fly out to the desert to learn about spice harvesting. These flying machines are called ornithopters, which is a real word for flying machines with flapping wings. The book describes thopters as looking like birds with feathered wings. Harvester machines extract spice from the sand using centrifuges. In the book, they look like giant beetles with snouts and leg-like tracks. The movie uses a simple, industrial look for its technology, but the books have a more fantastical and colourful 60s sci-fi vibe. The vibrations from spice harvesting always attract sandworms, so when a worm comes, harvesters are flown to safety by a carryall. But this time, the carryall breaks. In the book, it doesn't turn up at all because of Harkonnen's sabotage. So Duke Leto heroically risks his life to save the workers from the sandworm. This shows that Leto genuinely cares about protecting people. Human life matters more to him than money, and that's what makes him different to the Harkonnens. But Leto isn't totally selfless, he is a politician. So, in the book, he and Gurney give the workers a bonus payment, and he says it's for public relations, to make people like Leto. Kynes points out that Leto floods Arrakis with propaganda, telling people to love the good Duke. And Leto admits that propaganda is a big part of why his men are so loyal. His image as a heroic leader is partly an act, a mask for political advantage. So the Atreides do show some real heroism, but that image is partly a cynical tool that they use to control people. In the book, the Atreides host a dinner party with important people on Arrakis, businessmen, politicians, smugglers. It gives the sense of a larger world on Arrakis. This is a planet with lots of different players with their own plans and motivations. When the Harkonnens were in charge here, they had a custom where they deliberately waste water, dumping it onto towels on the ground, then allowing poor people to beg for drops of moisture. It was cruel and demeaning, so Leto stops this custom and gives beggars water instead. And Jessica declares that the conservatory that wastes so much water will now be held in trust for all the people of Arrakis. So again, the Atreides do good with gestures of respect and generosity. Leto says that he's gonna change things on Arrakis. But does he really meaningfully make things better? Like, sure, he gives water to a few beggars, but he does nothing to change this fundamentally unfair political system. And right after banning the water custom, Leto just does a different water wasting ritual instead. So maybe these gestures are just more propaganda to make the Atreides look good. Dune is critical of politicians who appear liberal and progressive, but are really just aristocrats protecting their own power. Author Frank Herbert said that the Atreides are admirable, but they act with the same arrogance towards common folk as do their enemies. While the Atreides act honest and honorable in public, they do some sneaky bullshit on the down low. Like, the Atreides forge signatures to take property and evict the families of people who worked for the Harkonnens. The Atreides use Thufir, who is a master of assassins, whose ruthless methods bring death and deceit wherever he goes. And Leto's whole plan here is to exploit the Fremen as his army and exploit the land for spice. Leto says that he makes moral compromises for political gain. He says that the honorable Atreides banner could come to mean many evil things. So the Atreides are more moral than the brutal Harkonnens, but their power is still fundamentally based on coercion and force. Like, this dinner party is fancy and glamorous, but it's also very tense. People are nervous about getting poisoned, so inside a chandelier there's a hidden device that detects poison. The Atreides use secret hand signals to ready their soldiers during dinner. This shows the fakeness of political power. Behind the formality and glamour there is always the deadly threat of violence. Some of the most powerful people at the party are those who control water on Arrakis, because everyone needs water to live, and on this planet there's barely any of it. Paul has to explain to someone what drowning is and what boats are, because there isn't enough water on Arrakis for anyone to ever drown or use a boat. So alongside spice, water is a precious resource here. Author Frank Herbert said the value of water on Arrakis is equivalent to oil. And the way this natural resource shapes politics and culture shows the overarching, constant importance of the environment. No one is completely separated from natural forces like water scarcity, not the poor begging for drops of moisture, nor the politicians who compete to control it. One of the most important characters in Dune is the planet itself. So everyone eats fine food and makes small talk, and secretly plots to destroy each other. Jessica realizes that a Spacing Guild guy is working with the Harkonnens, and we learn that the Harkonnens are smuggling lasguns to Arrakis. Women try to seduce Paul, a water seller bickers with Kynes, and we get a sense of mysterious power from Kynes, connected to Kynes' relationship with the Fremen. The Atreides talk about changing the environment of Arrakis to give it more water and plants, and Kynes acts weird and secretive about whether this is possible. And this whole time, Leto is pretending to suspect Jessica as a traitor, and he's super stressed about it. So at this party, the plots thicken, the tension rises, and there's a growing sense of danger to the Atreides. All night, the bullhead looms above, with Atreides blood on its horns. Later in the book, Duncan gets drunk. He's stressed and homesick on this dangerous alien world. So he gets wasted and complains, and he reveals to Jessica that Thufir thinks she's a traitor. So Jessica finally understands why Leto has been acting weird and distant with her, pretending to suspect her. And so she goes and confronts Thufir. She tells Thufir that she's not a traitor, and she criticizes Thufir's mentat logic, saying he is good at analyzing the world around him, but he fails to analyze his own thoughts and feelings. She says he's biased against her for being a Bene Gesserit, and that he's jealous of her closeness with Leto. She brags about her power and uses her voice on Thufir. Thufir gets angry too, and he considers killing Jessica. This infighting is exactly what the Harkonnens want, and Jessica realizes this, but she and Thufir fail to work together because of their emotions. Jessica and Thufir are a Bene Gesserit and a Mentat, both highly trained, intelligent superhumans. But no matter how smart you are, everyone has human weaknesses. Pride, jealousy, anger, fear, biases. Their emotions overwhelm their rational minds. And so Jessica and Thufir fail to find the real traitor and fail to save their family. Leto finds out about this fight between Jessica and Thufir, and he feels bad about acting suspicious of the woman he loves. He regrets that he never married Jessica, because technically Jessica is Leto's concubine, not his wife. Leto stays unmarried because it's politically useful to seem like he's available for a marriage alliance, but really he loves Jessica and wouldn't marry anyone else. Leto goes to tell Jessica the truth and to apologize about pretending to suspect her, but tragically, before he can tell her, Leto is attacked by the real traitor, Yueh. So Yueh is the doctor for the Atreides family, and in the book, the Atreides think that it's impossible for him to be a traitor because Yueh is a Suk school doctor with imperial conditioning. Imperial conditioning is a kind of mental training that supposedly makes it impossible for a Suk doctor to kill or betray their masters. This diamond tattoo on Yueh's forehead is the mark of a Suk doctor. But the Harkonnens broke Yueh's conditioning. They captured Yueh's wife, Wanna, and they tortured her to blackmail Yueh into obeying them. So Yueh betrays the Atreides, but he does it for a good reason, to protect his wife. Yueh doesn't want to hurt the Atreides, he loves them. So throughout the book, Yueh feels conflicted, guilty, and stressed, keeping his secret. Yueh thinks that after betraying Leto, he'll be remembered by history as a terrible villain, and he's right. Each chapter of the Dune book starts with a quote or excerpt from an in-universe history book, written years after the events of the story. They give us glimpses of how future historians think about these characters, and in these books, Yueh is remembered as a name black in treachery. A child's history says, 1,000,000 deaths were not enough for Yueh. So this shows how history doesn't capture the full story of people's lives. Yueh is a traitor, but he's not some one-dimensional villain. He's a complex, layered character with his own feelings and perspective. Earlier in the book, Yueh gives Paul an orange Catholic Bible. He thinks he gives Paul the gift of religion before he betrays Paul. So, Yueh thinks, Paul will go where Yueh cannot go, meaning that Paul will go to heaven, but Yueh thinks himself damned to hell. Yueh talks with Jessica, which is very dangerous for Yueh, because as a Bene Gesserit, Jessica can read people's feelings and detect lies. So Yueh has to carefully control his words and emotions to hide that he's a traitor. He masks his secret by expressing his real grief for his wife Wanna. Jessica opens up too, and they really connect emotionally. So much that Yueh almost decides to tell Jessica the truth that he's working for the Harkonnens. Jessica sees that Yueh is hiding something from her, but she decides not to investigate because Yui is such a good friend and she feels she should trust him. So this tragic, heartfelt scene makes us feel sorry for Yui before his betrayal. Yui kills Mapes. He hits Leto with a paralyzing dart. He gives Paul and Jessica sleeping drugs so they can be captured, and Yui turns off the Atreides house shields so the Harkonnens and Sardaukar can attack. But Yui also betrays the Harkonnens. He installs a fake tooth into Leto's mouth, a weapon filled with poison gas. He tells Leto to use it to kill the Baron, to get revenge for the torture of his wife. So the Harkonnens and Sardaukar attack, and the Atreides are shocked by how many soldiers arrive. The Baron paid the Spacing Guild a huge amount of money for troop transport, like 60 years' worth of Arrakis' entire income. The Baron has been planning this for a long time, and he takes no chances to crush the Atreides. In the movie, the Harkonnens use these slow bombs which decelerate so they can penetrate shields, while in the book, the Harkonnens use old-fashioned explosive artillery against Atreides men hiding in caves. It's a surprise secret weapon to use such ancient technology. The Harkonnens kill or scatter all Atreides on the planet, and they stamp out resistance by cutting up the desert with laser guns. They want total extermination of the Atreides. In the book, there's a scene where the Baron and Paita have Jessica captive. The Baron had promised to give Jessica to Paita as his prisoner or slave, which is terrifying because Paita is a sadistic torturer and killer. Paita is a twisted mentat. The Baron and the Tleilaxu have corrupted him, made him an animal with violent, selfish desires. And this makes Paita a less rational and less effective thinker. Like, the Baron convinces Paita not to take Jessica, and instead promises him control of Arrakis. And Jessica sees that the Baron is lying and manipulating Paita, but with his twisted mentat mind, Paita doesn't see this. And the Baron fails to see how dangerous Paita is to him. So the Baron and Paita are both smart, dangerous people, and this is their moment of victory. But Jessica sees that they're kind of incompetent. The Harkonnens' minds are so clouded and distracted by their emotions and their arrogance and greed. They're not focused and disciplined like Jessica and Paul's powerful human minds. The Baron wants Leto Atreides and all his family dead. The Emperor and the Bene Gesserit are okay with Leto dying, but they don't want Jessica and Paul killed as well, because Jessica and Paul are important to the Bene Gesserit breeding plan, and under the rules of warfare in Dune, murdering entire noble families is generally frowned upon. So the Baron can't kill Jessica and Paul directly, because the truthsayer Gaius could interrogate him and learn the truth. So instead, the Baron tries to kill Jessica and Paul indirectly. He suggests that Paita may choose to dump Jessica and Paul in the desert so that the desert will kill them. So then the Baron can say truthfully that he didn't kill Jessica and Paul. The Baron twists the truth with word trickery. Dune explores how words and language can be deceptive and can limit our thinking. So some of the most talkative characters in Dune are the bad guys. Like, in the new movie, the Baron doesn't say much, but in the book, the Baron never shuts up. He's constantly indulging in theatrical, self-aggrandizing speeches, while the heroic Atreides are men of few words. In Dune, the deepest truths are not expressed with words, but must be experienced firsthand. So Paul and Jessica are sent to the desert to die. One of the guards is deaf, and Jessica is gagged, so she can't use her voice power to control the men. Paul is not as good at the voice as Jessica is, but he manages to command the men to ungag Jessica so she can use her voice to control and kill them. In the movie, Paul does some cute footwork to trip a guy, while in the book, Paul kicks the dude so hard that his heart stops. We see Yui's diamond symbol here on the Thopter, because Yui has pulled some strings to help Paul and Jessica escape. He hides a Fremen desert survival kit in the Thopter, and he arranges for Duncan to find them in the desert. So Yui is forced to betray the Atreides, but he also does everything he can to help save Paul and Jessica. And then Yui faces the Baron. The deal was that Yui would help the Baron defeat the Atreides, and then the Baron would free Yui's wife Wanna, let him join her. But the Baron just kills Yui so that he and Wanna can join each other in death. Again, the Baron twists the truth with word trickery. So in the movie, it seems like Yui just failed. The Baron beat him. But in the book, it's different. Because Yui never really believed that the Baron would give his wife back. He'd thought she was probably already dead. But he needed to know for certain that Wanna is free from her suffering. Wanna was a Bene Gesserit, and she taught Yui some truth sense skills. So by facing the Baron in person and reading his face, Yui learns that yes, Wanna is definitely dead. She's free from Harkonnen torture, and with that knowledge, Yui can die satisfied. Yui also succeeds in helping Paul and Jessica escape, and he gives Leto the poison tooth to attack the Baron. Yui says that Leto was gonna die anyway, with the Emperor and the Harkonnens against him, so at least Yui gives Leto a chance to bring the Baron down with him. So Yui feels that he succeeded. He outsmarted the Baron and helped the Atreides. So with his final breath, Yui is defiant and triumphant. History remembers Yui as an evil villain, but in a way, his death is a heroic self-sacrifice, dying for his Wanna and for the Atreides. The Baron faces Leto, helpless before him. He's wanted this for a long time. House Harkonnen and House Atreides have hated each other for 10,000 years, ever since an Atreides banished a Harkonnen for cowardice after a battle. Now the Baron can finally destroy his ancient enemies. But in the book, the Baron's victory feels sour. He's disturbed by Yui's defiance, and he finds out that Paul and Jessica have escaped. The Baron feels frustrated and uncertain, so he seeks comfort in food. Dune is about the importance of self-control, mastering your mind.
Body like blue metal, wing like glass. Fly right down and sit on Call hand. Call look right into little bug eyes.
And then what?
Bug, sting Call.
Oh dear. Mistake.
Call not kill it. Not bug fault. Call big. Bug little. Next time, bug no. Blue girl. Who is Nora?
Nora Knight? Nobody knows. Just another malcontent trying to move mountains, which these days I find myself respecting.
Huh. She sound like she know Call. But Call never see her. Sound like Angel.
Never meet your heroes, Call. They always disappoint.
Maybe Blue Girl got wrong heroes.
And body. So the villain, the Baron, is someone who's totally controlled by his body's desires. The Baron constantly eats. He is always hungry and thirsty. He has evil sexual desires. In the book, the Baron drugs and rapes slave boys. The Baron is so ruled by his urges that he can't even control the movements of his body. The Baron's hands are constantly touching and fiddling compulsively. The Baron is a beast, ruled by his hunger and his lust. He is the opposite of the Bene Gesserit ideal of human self-control. But while the Baron can't control himself, he does control others. He treats people like objects to be used and exploited. He uses Yui. He uses Raban. He plans to kill Paita when he outlives his usefulness. He thinks of the people of Arrakis as slaves, as no more than a labor pool. He thinks of his men and of his enemies as bees and rabbits, or as sheep and chickens, and of himself as a carnivore. The Baron reduces people to animals and objects. He dehumanizes everyone around him, and that's what makes him the ultimate evil in a story about the human spirit. In Leto's last moments, he remembers happy days with his family on Caladan. His last thought is, "The day the flesh shapes, and the flesh the day shapes," which suggests that our experiences and environment make us who we are, and that we make our experiences and our environment in return. Leto feels interconnected with the universe when he dies, so there's a legend that in the instant he died, a meteor streaked through the sky on Caladan. Leto uses his poison tube to try to kill the Baron. The gas kills Paita, but the Baron survives as he has his shield on. In the movie, he's still hurt by the gas, so he needs to have a medical black goo bath at a day spa to recover. The black goo isn't in the book, but it is in the old David Lynch Dune movie, so maybe it's a reference to that. Or it could be a reference to this shot in Apocalypse Now. Or maybe it's a reference to the couch in It's Always Sunny, who knows. Paul and Jessica take shelter in a still tent, and Paul's consciousness expands. The effects of the spice, of his training, of the shock of his father's death, it all comes together to unlock a powerful new awareness. His mind now perceives every detail of the world around him. He processes and computes vast data, like a mentat, but more. Paul has visions of the future, not just in dreams, but in waking awareness. The veil is ripped away to reveal naked time. He doesn't see just one certain future. He sees many different possibilities, branching paths, ever-changing and undulating like ocean waves. He doesn't see everything. Much of the future is hidden from him. But Paul sees many things, like that Jessica is pregnant and that her daughter will be Saint Alia of the Knife. He sees that he and Jessica will stay on Arrakis, and that their eyes will turn blue from exposure to spice. Jessica thinks that Paul must be the Kwisatz Haderach of the Bene Gesserit plan, but Paul says that he's something else, something unexpected, a seed, and he again feels his sense of terrible purpose. Paul sees a future of religious war, of fanatical legions spreading violence across the universe in the Atreides' name, with him as their messianic leader. The book calls this war a jihad, or crusade, and connects it to a primordial human need to spread our genes across the universe, to evolve and diversify the species through chaos and upheaval. It's war as a collective orgasm. Paul wants to prevent this terrible, violent future, and in the book he's horrified at knowledge Yui can die satisfied. Even control the movements of his body. The Baron's hands are constantly touching and fiddling compulsively. The Baron is a beast, ruled by his hunger and his lust. He is the opposite of the Bene Gesserit ideal of human self-control. But while the Baron can't control himself, he does control others. He treats people like objects to be used and exploited. He uses Yui. He uses Raban. He plans to kill Paita when he outlives his usefulness. He thinks of the people of Arrakis as slaves, as no more than a labor pool. He thinks of his men and of his enemies as bees and rabbits, or as sheep and chickens, and of himself as a carnivore. The Baron reduces people to animals and objects. He dehumanizes everyone around him, and that's what makes him the ultimate evil in a story about the human spirit. In Leto's last moments, he remembers happy days with his family on Caladan. His last thought is, "The day the flesh shapes, and the flesh the day shapes," which suggests that our experiences and environment make us who we are, and that we make our experiences and our environment in return. Leto feels interconnected with the universe when he dies, so there's a legend that in the instant he died, a meteor streaked through the sky on Caladan. Leto uses his poison tooth to try to kill the Baron. The gas kills Piter, but the Baron survives because he has his shield on. In the movie, he's still hurt by the gas, so he needs to have a medical black goo bath at a day spa to recover. The black goo isn't in the book, but it is in the old David Lynch Dune movie, so maybe it's a reference to that. Or it could be a reference to this shot in Apocalypse Now. Or maybe it's a reference to the couch in It's Always Sunny, who knows. Paul and Jessica take shelter in a still tent, and Paul's consciousness expands. The effects of the spice, of his training, of the shock of his father's death, it all comes together to unlock a powerful new awareness. His mind now perceives every detail of the world around him. He processes and computes vast data, like a mentat, but more. Paul has visions of the future, not just in dreams, but in waking awareness. The veil is ripped away to reveal naked time. He doesn't see just one certain future. He sees many different possibilities, branching paths, ever-changing and undulating like ocean waves. He doesn't see everything. Much of the future is hidden from him. But Paul sees many things, like that Jessica is pregnant and that her daughter will be Saint Alia of the Knife. He sees that he and Jessica will stay on Arrakis and that their eyes will turn blue from exposure to spice. Jessica thinks that Paul must be the Kwisatz Haderach of the Bene Gesserit plan, but Paul says that he's something else, something unexpected, a seed, and he again feels his sense of terrible purpose. Paul sees a future of religious war, of fanatical legions spreading violence across the universe in the Atreides' name, with him as their messianic leader. The book calls this war a jihad, or crusade, and connects it to a primordial human need to spread our genes across the universe, to evolve and diversify the species through chaos and upheaval. It's war as a collective orgasm. Paul wants to prevent this terrible, violent future. And in the book, he's horrified by how his own mind has changed. All this knowledge and cold logic separates Paul from his emotions. His father is dead, and he wants to grieve, but he feels nothing. His transcendence takes away some of his humanity. Paul feels that he's a monster and a freak, and he blames Jessica, because Jessica's training is part of what caused this change in him. Jessica suddenly feels afraid of this powerful mind that she helped create. In the book, Paul considers joining the Spacing Guild, because they would appreciate his powerful, prescient mind. But he decides not to, because those guys are weird and gross. Instead, he says he and Jessica will join the Fremen, and they will call him Muad'Dib, the one who points the way. Muad'Dib is the name of this kangaroo mouse, which Paul sees in the movie a couple times. This mouse is well adapted to survive in the deserts of Arrakis, and the mouse has a special meaning in Fremen mythology, because one of Arrakis's 2 moons has markings that look like the Muad'Dib mouse. So Paul emerges from the womb-like tent reborn. He has transformed and expanded his mind, and he is no longer a child, but a man. The new Duke Atreides. Now, at last, Paul can mourn his father. Paul and Jessica meet up with Duncan, and they take refuge with Kynes. The Emperor ordered Kynes to help destroy the Atreides, so Kynes is taking a huge risk by protecting them. But Kynes saw Leto's heroism and leadership. Kynes saw that Paul fits the Fremen prophecies, and Kynes saw that the Atreides are interested in changing Arrakis's environment. Kynes takes the Atreides to an old ecological station, a science lab that studies the environment of Arrakis. The book explains that Kynes' father, Pardo, taught the Fremen about ecology, the systems of life, climate, water, and animals. Pardo and the Fremen made a plan to transform the environment of Arrakis, to make it into a green planet full of water and plants. After Pardo died, Liet Kynes and the Fremen have continued to change Arrakis. They've been planting vegetation in the desert, feeding it moisture harvested from the wind, starting oases of life and water to reshape the desert. And they're doing this secretly. The Fremen have been bribing the Spacing Guild with spice to hide Fremen activity from satellites. Paul tells Kynes that he could help transform Arrakis if Paul becomes Emperor of the Universe. With his new consciousness and confidence, Paul plans a play for the throne. If Paul can prove to the other houses of the Landsraad that the Emperor attacked the Atreides, everyone would turn against the Emperor. That's the whole point of the Landsraad. It limits the Emperor's power to protect the houses. So Paul plans to blackmail the Emperor and to marry one of the Emperor's daughters to take the throne himself. Then Paul could help Kynes change Arrakis. So Paul shows great confidence and authority, but in the book he also shows humility and loyalty to Kynes. He says he'd give his life for Kynes, showing that Atreides' heroic image. And so Kynes becomes loyal to Paul. Then the Sardaukar attack, coming to capture or kill the Atreides. In the movie, the Sardaukar cut through a door with a laser gun. Laser guns are powerful weapons, but they're also super dangerous, because if a laser beam touches a shield, the shield and the laser gun explode, like a huge nuclear explosion, which kills the laser gun user as well as their target. Earlier in the book, Duncan leaves a shield as a trap to blow up a bunch of Sardaukar. So because of that, the Sardaukar avoid using laser guns here, because they're scared of hitting a shield again. To give Paul and Jessica time to escape, Duncan heroically holds off the Sardaukar and is killed. Just like in Paul's dream earlier. So this shows that Paul's visions of the future can come true. Will the Holy War come true as well? Kynes, Paul, and Jessica escape through a secret exit. In the book, they go through a whole maze with lights that guide the way but then extinguish so that the Sardaukar can't follow them. In the movie, Kynes heads into the desert and uses a device called a thumper to attract a sandworm. With these maker hooks, Kynes plans to mount and ride a sandworm to travel, which is one of the great secrets of Fremen power. But Kynes is attacked by Sardaukar because Kynes disobeyed the Emperor. But Kynes defiantly says that her true master is Shai-Hulud, which is the Fremen religious name for the sandworms. Old Father Eternity. Kynes pounds the sand like a thumper so that she and the Sardaukar are eaten by her god. It's extremely badass and demonstrates the power of the Fremen and the sandworms. But in the book, and in the old TV miniseries, Kynes' death is very different. The Harkonnens leave Kynes to die in the desert. He becomes delirious and has hallucinations of his father, Pardo. Pardo lectures Liet Kynes about their plan to change Arrakis, with all these endless scientific facts and theories to control the environment. But while Kynes thinks about controlling the environment is killing him. He's burning in the sun, birds circle above to eat him, and in the end, Kynes is killed by a spice blow, which is the explosive chemical reaction that creates spice on Arrakis. So Kynes and his father spent their lives trying to master this planet, but Kynes gets killed by the planet he tried to control. His knowledge and his science can't save him. This shows the limits of human knowledge and plans. Environmental forces, the complex, ever-changing machinations of the universe, are bigger and more chaotic than any person can control. No plan or science can tame the universe. Nature always has the last word. Paul and Jessica escape by flying at the Harkonnens in Apocalypse Now, or maybe it's a reference to the couch in It's Always Sunny, who knows. Paul and Jessica take shelter in a still tent, and Paul's consciousness expands. The effects of the spice, of his training, of the shock of his father's death, it all comes together to unlock a powerful new awareness. His mind now perceives every detail of the world around him. He processes and computes vast data, like a mentat, but more. Paul has visions of the future, not just in dreams, but in waking awareness. The veil is ripped away to reveal naked time. He doesn't see just one certain future. He sees many different possibilities. Branching paths, ever-changing and undulating like ocean waves. He doesn't see everything. Much of the future is hidden from him. But Paul sees many things, like that Jessica is pregnant and that her daughter will be Saint Alia of the Knife. He sees that he and Jessica will stay on Arrakis, and that their eyes will turn blue from exposure to spice. Jessica thinks that Paul must be the Kwisatz Haderach of the Bene Gesserit plan, but Paul says that he's something else, something unexpected, a seed, and he again feels his sense of terrible purpose. Paul sees a future of religious war, of fanatical legions spreading violence across the universe in the Atreides' name, with him as their messianic leader. The book calls this war a jihad, or crusade, and connects it to a primordial human need to spread our genes across the universe, to evolve and diversify the species through chaos and upheaval. It's war as a collective orgasm. Paul wants to prevent this terrible, violent future. And in the book, he's horrified by how his own mind has changed. All this knowledge and cold logic separates Paul from his emotions. His father is dead, and he wants to grieve, but he feels nothing. His transcendence takes away some of his humanity. Paul feels that he's a monster and a freak, and he blames Jessica, because Jessica's training is part of what caused this changing. Jessica suddenly feels afraid of this powerful mind that she helped create. In the book, Paul considers joining the Spacing Guild, because they would appreciate his powerful, prescient mind. But he decides not to, because those guys are weird and gross. Instead, he says he and Jessica will join the Fremen, and they will call him Muad'Dib, the one who points the way. Muad'Dib is the name of this kangaroo map, with spice to hide Fremen activity from satellites. Paul tells Kynes that he could help transform Arrakis if Paul becomes Emperor of the Universe. With his new consciousness and confidence, Paul plans a play for the throne. If Paul can prove to the other houses of the Landsraad that the Emperor attacked the Atreides, everyone would turn against the Emperor. That's the whole point of the Landsraad. It limits the Emperor's power to protect the houses. So Paul plans to blackmail the Emperor and to marry one of the Emperor's daughters to take the throne himself. Then Paul could help Kynes change Arrakis. So Paul shows great confidence and authority, but in the book he also shows humility and loyalty to Kynes. He says he'd give his life for Kynes, showing that Atreides' heroic image. And so Kynes becomes loyal to Paul. Then the Sardaukar attack, coming to capture or kill the Atreides. In the movie, the Sardaukar cut through a door with a laser gun. Laser guns are powerful weapons, but they're also super dangerous, because if a laser beam touches a shield, the shield and the laser gun explode, like a huge nuclear explosion, which kills the laser gun user as well as their target. Earlier in the book, Duncan leaves a shield as a trap to blow up a bunch of Sardaukar. So because of that, the Sardaukar avoid using laser guns here, because they're scared of getting a shield with it. To give Paul and Jessica time to escape, Duncan heroically holds off the Sardaukar and is killed, just like in Paul's dream earlier. So this shows that Paul's visions of the future can come true. Will the Holy War come true as well? Kynes, Paul, and Jessica escape through a secret exit. In the book, they go through a whole maze with lights that guide the way but then extinguish so that the Sardaukar can't follow them. In the movie, Kynes heads into the desert and uses a device called a thumper to attract a sandworm. With these maker books, Kynes plans to mount and ride a sandworm to travel, which is one of the great secrets of Fremen power. But Kynes is attacked by Sardaukar because Kynes disobeyed the Emperor. But Kynes defiantly says that her true master is Shai Hulud, which is the Fremen religious name for the sandworms, Old Father Eternity. Kynes pound changing flow of reality. And that's how Paul and Jessica survived this storm, by seeing and moving with its flow. Just as Jessica and Paul master their fear by allowing it to flow through them. In the movie, Paul hears the voices of Bene Gesserits telling him to let go, and so he lets go of the Thopter controls and he loses consciousness and somehow survives. It's like an act of faith in the movie. But the Dune book is not about faith. It's not about losing consciousness. It's about awareness and choice. So that's how Paul and Jessica survive in the book. The Harkonnens think Paul and Jessica died in the storm, and that their victory is finally complete. So the Baron puts Ravan back in charge of Arrakis, and he tells him to squeeze, to exploit and oppress the people of Arrakis to make as much money as possible, to make back the money that they spent on their attack. The Beast Raban is happy to be a brutal dictator again. In the book, he enthusiastically suggests exterminating every person on Arrakis, and he asks which weapons he's allowed to use on the population. The Baron just orders Ravan to kill all the Fremen. In the book, it's the Sardaukar who do that. But in the book, Ravan says that it might not be easy to kill the Fremen. In the book, we see the Fremen kick the Sardaukar's ass a couple times, and characters are shocked by how deadly the Fremen are. But the Baron doesn't listen, and arrogantly dismisses the Fremen as an irrelevant rabble. Raban is afraid of the Baron. The book says that the Baron usually won't kill family members, but he does inflict painful punishments, so Raban obeys. In the book, there's a lot more going on in the Harkonnen plotline, with other important characters, which we should see in the next Dune movie. Paul and Jessica travel the desert. Living off their own water in stillsuits, they begin a true Arrakeen existence. The rhythm of the environment shapes their movements. It changes when they sleep, and changes how they think. They get a feel for the textures of the desert, all the different kinds of sand. Pea sand, drum sand, flour and grit and dust and powder. The desert looks like an ocean full of moon-silvered waves. Author Frank Herbert got the idea for Dune when he was researching sand dunes in Oregon. He learned that dunes move and flow like water, just slower. That began his research into environments, history, religion, and linguistics that led to Dune. Paul starts to like Arrakis, but Jessica just misses Caladan. Misses later. In the book, Jessica gets buried under a sandslide, so she uses her Bene Gesserit training to hold her body in a coma so she doesn't suffocate, while Paul uses his powerful mind to figure out where she's buried and saves her. He does a cute chemistry experiment, mixing battery acid with spice to make a foam to hold back the sand. It's a fun little science fiction problem-solving sim, using Paul's mind and simple tools to survive. To find the Fremen, Paul and Jessica have to cross an expanse of open sand, which is super dangerous because of the deadly worms. Sandworms swim these sands like sharks in the sea. But Paul and Jessica face this danger, just like the old feud with the bull. Author Frank Herbert said sandworms are like the bull in the arena, or like the archetypal dragon in the cave, guarding the treasure of spice. The worm is the monster that the hero must face. To avoid attracting a worm, they have to walk without rhythm, a sand walk that imitates the natural sounds of the desert. In the book, they also set a thumper to distract the worms, and it turns out that it's very difficult to walk without rhythm while you can hear the rhythm of the thumper. It's yet another test of control over the body and mind. Paul accidentally steps on drum sand, which makes loud vibrations, and it summons a worm, so they've got to leg it for the safety of a rock. Paul and Jessica are shocked by the size of the sandworm. In the book, its mouth is 80 meters, or 260 feet across, with crystal teeth glimmering in the moonlight, and breath that smells like cinnamon from its spice. Paul wonders about the mystery of exactly how spice and sandworms are connected. The book mentions that sandworms' bodies create oxygen, which is how the air is breathable on Arrakis without many plants making oxygen like on Earth. But they survive the worm, and then they face Stilgar and his Fremen, and start to learn more about Fremen culture. In the book, Stilgar asks if Paul and Jessica are jinn, which is an Arabic word for supernatural spirits. Stilgar mentions Istisla, an Islamic term relating to the common good. Jessica thinks that the Fremen speak the language of ilm and fiqh, which are Arabic words for knowledge and law. Because the Fremen and their language are loosely inspired by real Arabic and Islamic cultures. Author Frank Herbert was particularly influenced by a book called The Satyrs of Paradise about Muslims in Caucasus. It describes a religious warrior people who speak a Jacobsa language and fight against imperial Padisha invaders who live in Asich or Tibir. There are entire lines in Dune that are taken from this book. Frank was also inspired by Lawrence of Arabia, a Western man who joined the Bedouin desert tribes in their fight against the Ottoman Empire. Stilgar says that the Fremen are the Ikhwan Bedouin, which sounds like Bedouin. Frank was also inspired by the people of the Kalahari Desert and their careful use of water. So many different real cultures inspired the Fremen. In universe, the Dune book says that the Fremen are descended from Sunni Muslims in Egypt. Mizir is Arabic for Egypt, and Nilotic al-Uraba suggests the Nile in Arabia. Over thousands of years, this people's religion changed into the Zen Sunni tradition, a combination of Zen Buddhism with Sunni Islam. The Zen Sunni wanderers suffered millennia of persecution and displacement, including 9 generations of slavery on Seleucus Secundus. Eventually they settled on Arrakis and developed the unique Fremen culture, adapted to life in the desert and hardened by their suffering. Survival on Arrakis can require brutal decisions for the good of the group, so Stilgar's Fremen threaten to kill Jessica to take her water. So Jessica uses her Bene Gesserit fighting skills to kick Stilgar's ass, and Paul beats up the Fremen man Janus. So Jessica proves that she has useful skills, and Stilgar agrees to keep her. In the book, he has some fun dialogue, calling one of his men a worm-faced, crawling, sand-brained piece of lizard turd. Stilgar is charismatic and a powerful leader, dedicated to protecting his tribe. He's also very intelligent and willing to adapt to change. He asks Jessica to teach his Fremen how to fight in her weirding way.
我现在打3小时的 Warframe， 所以没办法跟你玩。
我没差，我差吗？
我不知道啊，我不知道，不然你进来这边干嘛？
那就打自己的就好啦。
对啊。
我就去跟97打啊，妈的
！97不在啊。
他在啊，不在啊，
不在啊，
在。
他在了。一模一把他在。
真的吗？
在了。
对。真的吗？都在啊。好吧。
哼哼。哈哈，哼，
傻笑。老实说，我觉得我可以边挂这个，然后边动会怎么样？好像蛮轻松。
而且你要打吗？我靠！
我在 Warframe 啊，但是我应该可以打漏海战吧？只是我每5分钟要看一下自己。
没事，比家具有好多。
确定的，
我确定的。肯定不会不是他们的技能就好了。
Hey, cause you don't think I know when you die. But wait to me, baby. I'm not the only one. Melano. 高压电。
越干越。哎，好的，单局。
你说我是小的，因为恁知影我知影你到底做啥物，但是当你叫我宝贝，我知道我不是干你啊的。
我知道我不是干你啊，傻小啦，你不是什么？所以你不是干你娘的，那你是什么？干你娘的。
林德人。
哦，他是林德人。
因为你知影我知影咧啥物，就是当你叫我宝贝，我知影我不是你的。
然后你再一句。
阿虎阿虎，救救我的宝贝儿！
给我走，出去了，一定，真的一定。
再看，
哇，
不太了解。
我想打龙威。
那等下打威。
好，阿虎，
他想开吗？抱歉。
靠背，干你娘死在外面啊！你讲我是小的，因为恁知影我知影你做的啥物， 但是当你叫我宝贝，我知影我不是你的唯一一个人。
你开始学着把这首歌唱好，然后开始学台语。
我知影，这首歌原本是英文。我知影，可是我觉得唱中文很好笑。
是没错。
我知影，我不是唯一的那一个。
所以现在是要打乱还是
？No no 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 oh！ 这要打龙吗？
对啊。
不知道。有些。
哇，真的要打？
要不然你要打？哦，我现在又不能边开 FPS 边玩我可能会卡。
Bros activated。好，也可以了。这一列的 match， 这样打。Whatever hold up. Why you got in my life? My life. 这是我，这是我。所以979多睡一点吗？
啊？
多睡一点。
我不知道，可能是要中午。还跟平常一样。
对啊。要不一定要在你做什么？我启动，你叫我宝贝，妈的，我的个人哪有开不起来？要用还是要用那个
router 不能开的。
I know I'm nothing. Oh, only one. 你安装 ？Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! 卡住了 ！Holy shit!
我 low 不会开不起来吧？
我怎么改我的那个？有什么东西？
Paul how to survive in the desert, it will be a good exchange of teachings, tune values, knowledge, and learning. In the book, Jessica does more of her mission area protectiva manipulations, trying to convince the Fremen that she and Paul fit the Lisan al-Gaib prophecy. Jessica brings up Sietch Tabir, Stilgar's home, as though she has some mystical knowledge of the place, when really she just read the name on a map once. If only he knew the tricks we use, she thinks. Jessica feels a cynical bitterness at her manipulation, but she's determined to use the Fremen as an army to help Paul retake Arrakis. Paul meets Chani, and he's shocked to recognize her from his visions. In the books, Chani has an elfin face, a laughing voice, the grace of a gazelle, and she has red hair. Paul feels embarrassed that she snuck up on him with a gun, and he immediately has a crush on her. Jamis is angry that Paul beat him up, so Jamis challenges Paul, invoking the Amtal rule. Amtal means to test something until it breaks, to learn someone's true nature by pushing them to their limits, like the Gom Jabbar test. Jamis will fight Paul to the death. In the book, Jamis says this will test whether Paul and Jessica are really the Lisan al-Gaib. He argues that Jessica might be trying to make a false way among us, trying to deceive the Fremen to fit the prophecy, which she is. In the book, Jessica uses the voice on Jamis and threatens him, but the Fremen realize she's manipulating him and order her to be silent. So Paul faces Jamis alone. Paul has seen possible futures from this moment, and in most of them, Paul dies. He is at the center of a nexus in time, a storm of possibilities where the slightest mistake could change the future dramatically. There are too many branching possibilities for Paul to see a clear path to victory. The only way to survive this is with his skills and his mind and his knife. In the book, Chani gives Paul advice on how to beat Jamis, warning him about Jamis's fighting style. But in the movie, Chani says she doesn't believe in Paul and that he's gonna die, which is a fun change, making Chani more skeptical.
Download for Windows.
In the movie, Chani gives Paul a Chris knife, and this is the same knife that Paul kept seeing in visions. Paul saw Chani stabbing him with this knife. Will this vision come true? Paul salutes Jamis in the same way that Duncan saluted earlier, as a tribute to his fallen friend, and they prepare to fight. In the book, Paul and Jamis fight wearing just loincloth.
不是探奖吗？
我知道绑是探奖，可是我的 Garena 是用别的。
对啊，就找出你 Garena 绑的是哪一只就行了。因为我有在玩符文大帝跟那个啊，所以我不会绑错，都用同一只。
完蛋！完蛋！
真的绑错了。
没事啦。
还有几天呢？会再绑。
对啊，
在用啊。 开始演机。5个小时将会有非东南亚地区主要地区的，而且如果整个当地，不要可以无人没事。
哦，要不是我都跑不出来。
But in the movie, they wear their still suits, so we don't get to see Timothée Chalamet in just his fighting trunks. In the movie, Paul hears the voices of Bene Gesserit telling him not to be afraid, not to resist, to fulfill his destiny as the Kwisatz Haderach. But in the book, Paul doesn't rely on destiny. He focuses on his training, on the advice of Jessica, Duncan, and Gurney, on his Bene Gesserit mastery of his body and mind. Paul is a fighting machine, trained from infancy by some of the best warriors in the universe. But in the book, Paul's training gives him a disadvantage, because Paul is trained for shield fighting. He learned to attack slowly so that his blade can penetrate shields. But Jamis has no shield. The Fremen don't use shields because shields attract sandworms. So Paul keeps attacking Jamis too slowly, while Jamis, who isn't trained with shields, attacks faster than Paul is used to. So Paul has to change his fighting style. Sometimes to survive, you have to unlearn old assumptions. So Paul kills Jamis, winning the respect of the Fremen. Jessica is relieved that her son survived, but in the book, she does something interesting. Jessica immediately comes up to Paul and calls him a killer, her voice harsh and full of scorn. Jessica deliberately makes Paul feel bad about killing Jamis, because Paul is a young man getting a lot of attention and validation for this victory, including from the literal girl of his dreams, Cheney. Jessica doesn't want Paul to learn to enjoy killing, so she applies some emotional conditioning to keep Paul's morality in line. In the movie, there's a real sadness to Jamis's death, because earlier Paul had visions of Jamis being a friend, someone who taught Paul about the desert, but because of Paul's choices and chance, that vision didn't come true, and Paul had to kill the man who could have been his friend. So Paul's visions aren't guaranteed, they're only possibilities, like plans, dreams, hopes, and fears in the real world. They can guide us to achieve our goals, but they can also blind us and limit our thinking. Dune explores the power and the danger of predictions and dreams. In the book, Paul cries for Jamis, and the Fremen see crying as a profound sacred act because of how precious water is in the desert. Paul says that Jamis was his friend, that Jamis taught him that killing has a price. So maybe, in a way, Paul's vision of Jamis as a friend who taught him did come true after all. The Fremen wrap up Jamis's body and take it with them, because when a Fremen dies, the water is drained from their body in a death still and reclaimed for the Fremen to use. The flesh belongs to the person, but his water belongs to the tribe. In the movie, Paul gives a confident, heroic speech. He says he sees the future and that he chooses to be with the Fremen. But at this point in the book, the vibe is darker and uncertain. Paul and Jessica are unsure about the Fremen, but feel forced to use them to survive. Paul doesn't see his future clearly. He feels he is plunged into the abyss. He's afraid of his visions of the bloody jihad and desperately hopes to prevent it. Paul's destiny is dangerous. We see a Fremen riding a sandworm to travel. We have much more to learn about the power of the Fremen and their desert. Janey says this is only the beginning, and it really is. This Dune movie only covers the first half of the first book in the Dune trilogy, which itself is just the beginning of a larger series. There is so much more to this story.
你要把你要开那个，
the first Dune book has
对，你用工作管理员，然后把隔壁拿弄掉。他有时候他现在
或者是我捞那个启动点不下去。
对啊，
是的吗？也是
都用一次，都用一次，都用，对啊，伺服器问题。
等我一下，
感觉快要拆的关系，拆一半，
拆一半，确实。嗯。
そのまま前進。スキッパー、焦りは禁物よ。頑張ります。
Successful we will be.
牙速把你拖到回落。
完了。
我要来了。
恶心啊！古香牌啦，古香牌啦！
看我们好恶心哦，这什么东西啊？好恶心哦，真的恶心哎！我们下路这什么组合啊？真他妈恶心！
不知道，可是我古香牌啦，古香牌。
要这么恶心好不好？
真的吗？不想玩了，不想玩。不想。我对对面感觉到，我对对面感觉那个对不起啊，抱歉。
That's it. Open the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
More 待てない。突撃。
Rated T. I might switch over to Apex like back next week. Yeah. This game's a goddamn snooze, man.
Later that same.
Oh, why am I lagging? Bro, why am I lagging?
We're gonna fucking uninstall it, right? Get that piece of shit pre-alpha game off my computer right now.
Fatal rhythm, meaning the pacing of the story is like sex. It starts slow and speeds up, and then suddenly, climactically, ends. So by ending this movie halfway through the first book, Denis Villeneuve stops mid-coitus, leaving us waiting without a climax until Dune Part 2 comes out. This movie is a mostly faithful adaptation of the first half of the first book. Introduces the world's politics of Tyrion, the mysterious Spacing Guild, the scheming Bene Gesserit. The evil Harkonnens defeat the Atreides, Paul and Jessica escape to the Fremen, and they start to learn the ways of the desert. We see Paul's complicated death and ambiguous visions, with hints of the dangers of the Messiah. The movie introduces ideas of the environment and religion, political exploitation, and the power of the mind. But the movie leaves out some important scenes, like the dinner party and the traitor subplot. It doesn't capture the tragedy of Dr. Yu, the meaning of Kynes' death, or the darker, manipulative side of Leto and Jessica. It removes some of the Arabic references from the French. It skips some plotline.
我跟你讲，肯定做啊！你一等点一，你可以跟没有陈述的那个约尼亚单干，哎，是不是他？哎，他好了，哎，想法啦，想法啦！等一下，
他说1折了。
他妈的，抓手不长。
I am the Willow Man, unbound by flesh.
Shit.
They will remember.
香粉喽！哎，补香粉喽！香粉吗？补香粉就说一声。哎，补香粉就说一声。 靠背，上他。 是。不用我啊，不用我。
那边卡一下。我操，这 EZ 超丑的，交闪还吃到。
An enemy has been slain.
软一下啦，软一下。太可怜仔。
Emotions are only distractions.
开动我。
Rampage.
It's the Harkonnens. Do fear. Hopefully we'll get this in the next video. But to understand the meaning of the whole story, and the message of Dune, we've got to talk about the other books in the series. So we've got another video called The Philosophy of Dune coming out soon. We've also got a podcast episode out now talking about Dune with Quinn from Quinn's Ideas. We're also doing a live stream about Dune 24 hours. And for some reason, professional shitposter Alt-Shift-X has released a rap about Dune. So go check out all that Dune content linked below. We're going to make more Dune videos in the future. We're also covering more Song of Ice and Fire, and the upcoming Game of Thrones prequel TV show, House of the Dragon. House of the Dragon is based on a book called Fire and Blood. can get Twilight Imperium or Dune as an audiobook free right now at audible.com/ASX. Sign up for a Premium Plus trial membership and you can get an audiobook to keep even if you cancel the trial. You can get any Game of Thrones or Dune or Expanse audiobook. Membership also includes unlimited access to thousands of audiobooks and shows in the Audible Plus platform. Sign up at audible.com/ASX or text ASX to 500 and make sure you choose the Premium Plus trial membership for the free. Thank you to the artists and essays linked below, and thanks to the patrons, including Kevin Wharton, Trish Ledoux, the 360 Archangel, Stan, Tor, Paul, Blue, Master A, Steve Norum, Annie, Claire, and Joe Snow. Like and subscribe to Old Shit Fans.
新人要保持低调吗？抱歉，我存在感超重。泡面界新人麻辣臭豆腐面。
Killing spree. An ally has been slain.
MMOs are the greatest and worst genre in all of gaming. And I don't mean that sometimes they're the greatest and sometimes they're the worst. Or that they simply have the potential to be. No, MMOs are
太狠了吧！啊，我好狠哦！
你说狼人吗？
差一点，差一点啊！他好狠，
看他那个，他如果阿忠能放一，他现在就活掉。他应该要先开一的吧？
他一早就开掉了。
是哦，没有错，看我就挑沃夫。哦，其实是 Q 真的他妈有够长哎！哦，靠背。哇！没办法，这角色坐轮椅啊，这角色。
过来。
I will show you true power. Emotions are only distractions.
不管。
An enemy has been slain.
靠背。哇！
马上！
太惨了吧，哥！
An ally has been
这么小
slain.
他好惨。
我感觉他还好啊，他吃蛮高的。
不是他被骗了，
你说他被带入了，
你给我走进来。
那没办法，那确实没办法，因为他们第四个都能带。
哦哟，这个
屁啦，破麻！干那中了，你娘直接 A 下去，他 Q 没中，他 A 下去那算了。妈，我都闪掉了，那闪现是他妈假的，干我真觉得叛逆脑瘫啊！
他血好满的，天哪！
我觉得近战英雄不能这样，闪现还可以 A 是什么鸡巴？
闪现途中吗？他不是前摇完就算 A 了，
就很奇怪啊！不是我闪现我才死的。
哦，
狗干小。
远程英雄也是啊，
远程英雄没差，你是射击，那是物，那是
那远程你就够远了，那当然没有差。
对啊，那是视觉的问题。
还是 A 得到啊？那只是隔空打击。
你总不可能说你他妈你拿着一把短剑，然后就你 A， 然后别人在你10米之外吧？有料吗？好有料。超有料！我有大夫那胖子干你啊！
但那狼人闻到血就冲下来，超快。
我去找那胖子，放着他去合理的。白是我刚才预判超帅的，林老师。
对。
死者有个无辜。
哎，打入库。我是不是没讲到吗？啊，有。
搞什么东西？傻眼！傻眼！
哦哟，我忘了，哦，算了。
看到你。
哎，这个一者怎么又开了？我操，这一者疯了是不是啊？哦，这一者疯嘞，一上去跟人家干嘞。
Your turret has been destroyed.
你一直推上去。
I am the will of man, unbound by flesh.
他不是打对，装逼的。来，
阿笑。
垃圾。
Shut down.
刚好帮一下跟朋友。 什么狼人刚才上电死哦，把他打了。
他跳过去魔胆，魔法弹。
拆得掉吧，
然后过去。
拆得掉吧，不知道拆得掉吗？别跑，别地方跑，小兵。太彻底智障，彻达分。
哦，干你！
一个是真没了，
他还可以。
我先把那2颗盖掉啊。够大。
哥，
你不要
现在没有飞，现在没有飞，你别打。在外面，你都过来，以外露出。看，第一则以外露出。妈的，
晕住了。我不能靠近。哦，shit。
嗨。干他屁事啊！
无情问号，
到底是干他屁事？
真的是干他屁事！
然后不想救他，不想救他，不想救他。
看，就跟你讲，这个已经超级弱智，你知道吗？我懂了吧？他在加入也这样，真的。不是我在
跟他汉菜，然后这边屁。
那好像 EZ 很强一样，没有他被招，操！本功都没有练好啊。我有大，不要打到你，
不要打，
不要打，我只是想要闹你。然后一哲去死吧。
这一哲真的是他妈有够废。
是啊。
Dominating.
看他的，好。
An ally has been slain.
那给我拿出来的，我吃完了。
哦干，我3颗全尿中了。
直接当作者，出一本书。
好。
哦，牛逼！哦，这狼人太牛了！
他们 AD 要死了吗？感觉。
那这 AD 到底要让死自己呢？他为什么让不死自己啊？
之前看到
好像他也是有一点专机的
狗懒翘，还有队友。
不对，他快让死自己了，他败血。
队友。他参团率都升点1半。
对，
我在手
都忘记他没有。
外挂。
他很烂，可以变他。
我可以变他，可是我。
就像这样。
啊，你好。
对，就像这样。
现在一直为什么都喜欢出这种装？
我不知道，可能他们有一点共同点吧。傻逼，确实。哦，干，他有出快点刀了。
啊，你好。
尿尿小童。
完全没伤害了，我操！有坦到我操！哦，这个车真的很靠背。说的是视觉上的靠背，打不会痛。那都是7万。
是啊，都7万啊！操！
啊，你好。
这个恐惧很快，但是
中路哪有什么？这边中路被我打到10，好爽。
我一只大鸟，我没有抢到。
我喜欢。
我们会输不是因为 ED， 是因为我们有这个辅助。给他的球。
我已经准备好闪现手了，加油，狼人，加油！我火力支援你。
啊！你们他妈火力支援，干你娘嘞！
我不可能待在里面吧？
帮一下吧。
我有帮啊，我有
妈，
有。
妈的！
啊！看他小啦！
我死。笑。我劝你不要再往上。
谢谢。干，这样有中。
好差呀！我今年为什么玩起来是这样？你为什么出海呀？
对啊，你干嘛出海呀？
不好
峡谷啊！ 不然胜利啊，不然你真的要雄心也行啊。
就是没有海妖，
海妖可以出啊，
海妖可以出啊，但这场不适合出啊。甚至你出贾克修也比较强，你知道吗？
应该说海妖没有那个其他的来的更强，除非你对自己的走位很有信心。
确实。你就大装就补有一件有一点点生存能力，或者是有吸血，
他妈他超套百三小，
会比海妖强一点。你不可能去海妖，因为这场他们这4个都可以打死你啊，这4个都很可以很轻易的打死你。
不会到很轻易，这4个我都砍得掉。
不会，
你还要打团不强啊。也要打团不强，给你怎么讲？唯一的那个魔攻爆炸范围比较高，你可以这样出啊，就在比剑里路，然后可以守一个。
然后我是上次听你说1等点1之后才知道开了点，
开了点1
点 Q 干嘛？
主一副 Q 主一 W。
然后只要他就 Q 而已。
哇，这他站着滑
好呗。
谢。
Shut down.
妈的，有这。
An ally has been slain.
算了。
Not another time loop.
我要出黑书吗？好像是要。
我要切对面后白塔，我们要出那个，我不出蓝透，反正我们这边有一个开。
你也可以出深渊面具啊，如果
不用，
这场不用了，这场不用了。不过凯尔我有看过出深渊面具
的，去了。哇塞！
给我！太变态，还抢不到。
哎，为什么 low 也会打脚？
太烂，太烂，
是一可以，
大家不会说好。
我好像打人都没好。
那前面有，
听见没？ 5块，来！
上次我帮他做了，
吃完龙再回去。
对，下一局。
大有力，他太厉。 我操！好，
被动也太快了吧！就是打几秒啊？他都没有捡到罐子。
对，他没捡到罐子。
刚刚这个吗？
不知道。
好奇怪啊！
他怎么在上路秀传奇？等一下，发生什么事情？哦，他打赢了，是不是？
Your team has destroyed a turret.
好，算了。
好像很了不起一样哎。
他
好像蛮了不起的，他们2个是同等的。
蛮了不起的，这装备没有对面高他1等。
哦对，
哦了不起，
装备差不多。
了不起，
装备差不多。
了不起。
不过还有这个。
我去的，
对不起。A 他，A 他，AD A 他，A 他，干，干嘛？我上
做事啊！
干，第一条线很拽哦。妈一直往前，屌大家！我要这个切，我要把自己切到要死喽！别力送刀！哦，不在，这是哪不可以？可以吗？
哦，狼人有点趴伤，是吧？趴伤，还有趴伤啊！狼人被动是趴伤啊！
他还出了个海妖，你知道吗？
好大只哦！
哦，对，
他那个尸体有个占空间的。哎，你他妈就没有塔，你是要猜什么鸡吗？
是很脑残是不是？他想嘲讽。
别说了，谁理你啊？谁理你啊？
真的是没有人要理那个 AD。
妈的，真的是屁孩！干！
我们有正常的 AD 啊，我们有正常 AD， 正常 AD 上线。哎，我操 ，Offering 给当掉了。好，回来。
不要边开。
正常的 AD 上线了。
哦，哪个喝的？
Simultaneously the best and worst.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
大家好，欢迎收看我的视频，是我们的好朋友文科先生。今天我在我台北的新家，没有错，现在我在台北，然后这是我的家。如你们所见，你们可以看到后面的富人版、富人窗帘，还有富人脸。Guys， 这一次我在台北已经快2个多月了，然后我得说，我越来越喜欢在这里。 所以啊，我的人生很快乐，但是有一些时候你人生不能太快乐，你知道吗？你需要记得人生中还是有很多那些 loser 的存在。所以这也就是为什么前几天我去了 Dcard， 然后我看到有这一个叫做理科太太的人，他被延上了，好多人都在骂他，好多人都在
让老子教你怎么坐牢。
好，97 AD，
让老子我来教你怎么坐牢。
行啊，行啊，
就是越久跳得越高的概念。
哎，
哇，这太久了，
讲麻了。
队友不想跪啊，队友不想跪啊。
哎，我生气了，不要逼我
台湾最伟大的那些电视新闻。那么当然，一开始我在 Dcard 上面看到这个事情的时候，我的第一个反应就是
啊，这些 AD 啊，
是的，妈的 Dcard，
我账号 AD。
能玩的这游戏， 他是屁孩吧？
你说谁？那个欧雷是不是？
对的，不是的，
就是某 A 本。
对的。那这里。
找到AD这局。
都可以。
摆低啦，哎呀。摆低啦。摆低啦，不然我就要玩我最不会玩的角色，然后97肯定不会想 AD 哦。哦，我最不会玩的角色哦。
按卢小。
Nothing gets in, no one gets out.
这个造型，好丑的造型。
哎，等一下，靠背我赞啦，会新瑞尔。
这些 loser 他们又开始酸了，无缘无故开始酸一个完全没有做出任何事情的人，所以我就去自己看了一下这个事情，然后我发现 ，Oh my fucking god， 其实的确挺糟糕的。Dcard， 你们这些 loser， 你们终于找到了一个喷别人喷的对的事情。哦，那我还被 Dcard 延上了。Anyways， 理科太太 ，which is just 理科大大多2个点。I should not have said that joke. Anyways， 理科太太 ，OK， 之所以被延上，是因为他出了一个影片，叫做《我想知道我的人生到底出了什么问题》。那么看着这个标题还有封面，我就感觉很伤心，是吧？看上去很伤心，就好像他理科真的不好了一样。那看上去有点不是理科强，We're just gonna keep going, OK？ 理科强，我意思是理科太太他出这个影片 ，OK？ 你以为它是一个诉苦的影片，但其实不是，他这个影片是为了宣传他卖的一节课，叫做这个理科太太的咨商笔记，然后下面还写着从自我察觉到自我疗愈。然后如果我们看一下这下面这些课程的介绍，我们可以看到什么辨识谁在脑中发出声音，父母、成人还是儿童的自我，从卡普曼三角看关系中的角色扮演，这些一大堆东西，看上去是一个十分专业的一个心理学课程，一个咨商师会告诉你的那些东西。当时我看到这个课程这个页面的时候，我就觉得哦 ，OK， 所以这个理科太太她很明显是一个有心理学文凭或者是做过咨商师的一个人，所以她做了这个课程出来 ，right？ 然后我发现 no。他不是 OK， 他之所以做这个课程，他能成为权威人士的原因，是因为距离我第一次
算了，
我该走进去，他们在打你，
我他妈还在窝份上哎，
我看还在
我100个小时，
你知道我走进去的时候，他们已经在打你，然后我
现在要教大家，
我一开始看到3个人在高你脸，
然后走向自我疗愈。理科太太，我得说这不是一个最棒的主意然后我们会说为什么 OK？ 因为我看到很多人他们做关于这个事情的影片，或者是写那一些 Dcard 上面的一些写的 loser 文章，然后我就觉得没有人会说到这个问题的根源到底是什么。所以今天我世界上最不是 loser 的人西兰瑞平大师、逻辑大师将一步步告诉大家为什么这个事情也许不是最正确。OK， 先暂停一下。首先我知道这个 drama 已经过去了一点点时间 ，OK， 就这么一点点时间。那么这个是因为在做这个视频的途中，我们的某一位后期 C 开头的大小心的习惯，但是不要担心，因为好消息是他还活着。但是坏消息呢？坏消息是我在录完了这个视频之后，立刻开始给我新的回应，所以我会在这个视频的最后再补充一下我对他这个回应的这一些评价。所以不要担心，关于这个事情的最新进展，我也会讲。在我们开始我这些大放厥词的之前，我还可以看一下这个课程里面还卖了什么东西。所以呢，如果你要买这个咨商笔记的话，1800台币 ，which is pretty贵。但是不要 OK， 因为它还尝试 upselling， 就是你可以买一些更多的东西，比如说你可以买它这些补给，比如它有这个补给，
为什么那会中啊？
胶囊，你可以和这个课程一起买，是3299，或者你可以买另一个叫快充模式胶囊，是3200，或者你可以2个胶囊一起买，这个加起来呢是4500。然后现在已经有2700个傻逼，我意思是有2700个同学已经加入了自我察觉之旅，也就说明他赚了差不多。有一些人说他赚了300多万还是400多万卖这个课程，我懒得算数学，你知道吗？我不是理科大的，我是文科先生，是吧？所以我不知道啊。Which is a lot， 很多钱，很多人去买了他这一个课程。然后呢，他在影片最后说，他要以这个学姐的身份来引导大家，也就是说他把自己弄成了一个稍微权威一点的人士，没有到一个超级权威的老师或者教授，但是还是比较权威，你知道吗？因为他是学姐 ，OK， 不是一个2逼卵子，他没有说今天我要以一个2逼卵子的方式教大家，他说我是学姐 ，OK， 所以还是稍微有点权威的 ，which is like strange， 因为你只做了100个小时的咨商，是吧？你有经历过什么心理学系统性的训练吗？或者是关于咨商什么系统性的实习吗？没有。为什么这件事情有一些人觉得不对，是因为他们觉得这个人他不是一个专业的人士，如果你不是个专业的咨商师的话，你就不应该讲这些事情，是吧 ？Which is like fair。但是有一些人他们会觉得这个网红 YouTuber 这种知识类型的 YouTuber， 他们本来做的事情就是整理别人的知识，然后整理到一块儿，然后如果他们要以这种方式卖课的话，应该没有太大的问题吧？有一些人的确这么想 ，OK， 有一些人可能心里觉得理科太太做的这件事情好像有点不对，但是也
我看 A 下去的时候他没死，可是过1秒之后他又死了，然后就自我杀了。
他敛财，但是你让他说为什么这件事情不对的时候，他们说不出来 ，OK， 所以不用担心，这里是西来 ，OK， 世界上最牛的瑞士大师，我将带领大家走向正确 ，OK， 因为我是世界上唯一正确的人，没有其他人，只有我。另一个我觉得正确的地方就是推荐大家使用NordVPN，
真的好
今天我只有一个问题，就是为什么你还没有使用我们的老朋友 NordVPN？ 因为这已经不是我第一次介绍 NordVPN， 所以我只想问，为什么你还没有下载？你是觉得网络上的大王这一句话只是一个笑话？个人而言，我觉得任何一个网上通浪的人都应该有一个 VPN， 要不然你很容易被其他人骗钱。就比如说，你可能不知道那些卖机票或者订饭店的那些网站，他们会看你在什么地方，然后决定他们要给你卖的这个饭店或者机票要多少钱。所以有些时候你改变自己 IP 地址的话，你就可以获得一个更便宜的机票，或者订一个更便宜的饭店。没有人可以骗我钱 ，OK？Not today, not any day。然后如果我哪一天我担心我的网络连接不安全的话，我也可以直接按一个按钮，然后 NordVPN 就会帮我加密我的连接，不被限制，并且安全的使用互联网，这才是大王。然后让你肯定不会相信这一点 ，OK？ 但是 NordVPN 刚刚又给我发了一个消。
干，不行呢，不硬啊！我也没有冰川那个减杀，这样真的不太行。
你就算有一个是死，干人家那位置多好。啊，这就不会中。
These sigils are a reminder. Screw my sigils.
我他妈就知道，拜拜。干，我这场好憋屈啊！每个列地真的差很多。好惨！
可以走。先拿后面的，先拿后面的，为什么？
我 W 为什么我 W 会往前跳啊？我不是指到他身上了吗？哎呦烦欸，太小了。
能赢啊？干嘛？
为什么往那边跳啦？
傻小，
还是不会啊？
打暴雨
算了，太怪了。
可以翻，然后
我没有翻啊。
我说这刚刚那一盘可以翻，我们可以赢。
这我知道，我知道啊。但我不知道为什么那个跳是往那边。我试一下。哎，我刚才是这样按的啊。
What the fuck？
为什么他往那么远的地方跳啊？
哦，他2个头哎。
An ally has been slain.
This sucks. I don't have time for this.
好追屁。
Forgiveness? Never.
6等的，然后补了一个爆裂子，我上会被秒。
Those academy kids are still out there. I'll find them all. I'll save them. Bones shatter and people lie, but I can always count on iron.
大小。
An enemy has been slain.
Nice.
The armor keeps the world out. The lance does the rest.
打不了，打不了，打不了，打不了，没有。干你娘！
在那边，我没有要开啊。
往深入往前最后。
我没有要开。
对，那个冲刺有够像，我往出面往前。
烦欸。
那我吧。
Can't tell if I taste metal or blood.
加入 AD 5颗头。
我刚才
I'll twist Noxus until it snaps.
我没有打，我已经叫你退了。
我只是点一下炮车而已啊，有事就跟上来了。我出得来啊，他出不去啊，不知道他为什么过去。
Hold out as long as you can.
Noxians aren't the heroes they think they are.
他靠北。
干好亏哦，我还亏一只炮车。
没有那只炮车，好干那只炮车9级10个。
废话，离你最近哎。
是啊，没有我以为啊。
太好玩吧！
The Rose wanted me to be a weapon. Well, here I am.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Hurt me enough and I'll sort your
我要
head.
等他双 buff 没吧，然后吧，这样吧。现在会不会被塔杀都是个问题，现在没办法留了。
可以就是往前。他妈的，你一直卡在后面，干你他妈走在 AD 后面，我操你的！那你推塔下完又被我他妈的，你可以先我先单机。
没有，我已经用好了，
滚！
我已经用好了。
顶你啊嘞！
我已经用好了。
屁话更多，七七八八的。
是。
I survived the
他妈谁啊？
instructors didn't.
你复来下无期经验，说不定我他妈都打不了胜。阴老师，他妈的，你不要往左前面可以啊！看他妈不要卡我后面走位，看你妈奇怪，老妈。
你不上轮的看到啥血？这样子。
If I trusted people, I need even more.
好的。
打到了。
what Noxus knew.
An enemy has been slain.
好，打一根强化剑把我半血射掉。
Forge your heart into something strong, unbreakable.
喂，刚刚过进来了，哥。
啊，这也开了吗？我一样会被秒吧？
被秒？看你留着道人呢。
哦，好啦。
没了，我打死吧，打个 Q 我能完全打死。不是啊，你那一波不留，这塔就直接没了。
对啊，我应该留的。
啊！这里啊，好丑！干这什么 W？ 看中了烂，中了烂。这样傻逼。
Thanks for the practice, stupid.
起个头，我只送2个，牛逼啊，兄弟！
I'll twist Noxus until it snaps.
为什么一技能去啊？啊？
你刚才套他？
不是，套人解除不会技能去，但他小，为什么我想套你他就技能去了？我没有放出来吧？什么小啊？我一好像真的是眼球欸。
搞什么东西呀
？Here I am.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Trust is a luxury no one can afford.
Hey. 他们就是过去了。
我知道。哇！他带到的。
哦，我还要出军等吗？好像不管怎样都是这样，好出。 换个衣。
I'll finish this fight. I'm the only one who can.
弹幕最顺，然后他也只有拿人头而已。
These sigils are my sigils.
哎，傻小，人头绑定4个好了，我现在没有。
喂，不是啊！鸡巴米，这他妈的想走！干你妈的
Never.
是怎样？大家都不会打逆风局，是不是？没有人要尝试。
好了，我试 是啦，我是啦，
真的是才不是你呀！刚刚那蛇女大可以他妈的回喷，他刚才可以打，他就是不要。这边根本就没有，这边根本就没有，后面就没有什么人。那个人他是要往后退的，操你妈的！大字吧。啊，小的飞。
I'll find them all. I'll save them.
我太快了。
Enemy double kill.
原来那，应该不是那里。不要芥蒂，
硬气息太多，
对吧？我均等是放好放满了，但没办法，现在输出啊，蛇女也是第一个被击。
Excellence is measured in sacrifice, or whatever.
大陆妈那两个真的是一直在一起，那辅助超强。
Don't let anyone in. Never let anyone in.
等一下，哥你在干嘛？
这个没有插进去啊。
But I can always count on iron.
真假？
反正我现在要盖掉的啊，我现在要盖掉那颗眼。
那你插的，两只都你插的？
那两只都我插的。
干，好吧。
什么下？啊，我另外一只没有插进去啊。
干好吧。
插就是另外一只没有插进去啊，我没眼了，所以我才会加的。虽然也是因为死了啦。
好像单独的，我是吗？没事。
Memories suck.
好，应该跟你的。
好吧，我赢了，莫名其妙。
Friends just get in the way.
一个盾弓。跟那个治愈，好爽！我九七干你，嗨！走一个义工。
I'd rather break rules than people, but I can make exceptions.
这畜生不打团也不单带，他想干嘛？
这边有鬼哦。
I fight for the lost, but mostly I just fight.
哦 ，OK， 没事。算了。啊，我红眼换个绿。
你说是我送的，那不是我送的，我他妈只死掉。
These sigils are a reminder.
啊，上路让。
他还他妈的，你要回打2哦！他至少可以带走那个一半吧？他是
半超惨的啊！
哦，倒几拍。
哦，终于在转什么东西了？终于能赢一波了。
Shut down. Double kill. Your team has destroyed the turret.
可以开得到。
Alright, I'll admit
我这边是3只，可以看。
我刚那边。
没盾弓。你过来看我，哥。
好。我开不到。上马大概开到这边了。 还是先出鞋子好了，清零，他们才知道。
They'll pay for what happened to me. Noxus, the Black Rose, everyone. Rama keeps the world. Selena does the rest.
AD 在后面。
他只要大局没绑到，或是他们没开好，我们就可以打了。对，我们就100%赢团。
Don't let anyone in. Never let anyone in.
还没勾到，呜呼，爽！
开吗？啊！来吃一下，应该吃一个，直接吃就对了。
Your team has destroyed a turret. Double kill. Haste.
游戏手。
An ally has been
招式。
Blood. The Rose ripped the magic out of my friends and put it into me.
他在我之后是
I hate them.
第二个。
我知道，他正好后面。
Your team has destroyed a turret.
套车！哎呀，
我刚才军人法医真上吃好吃满，所有人都吃啊，好爽！
到几级了？
My mother.
卡到1。
然后。
Forgiveness?
我可以吃红的。
哎，为什么这个也没有照到？这点位不一样吗？好奇怪啊！
Everyone who's ever stood in my way is dead or broken.
哎，干！
哎，这样，我居然跳减出满。
Members suck.
打得赢啊！别走！哇，没有。哎，这，哇，差点。 会不会他妈的一堆人来抓我？
I'll finish this fight. I'm the only one who can.
至少3个去抓你，好了，2个。
给我合理抓，王八的！
I fight for the lost, but mostly I just fight.
能开吗？能转。
这局。
I'd rather break rules than people, but I can make exceptions.
Eh?哎，哥，脱节了，跟这世界。
碰不到。
你那钢他妈有很多是这样的。啊，然后。
Your
为什么那没有吃掉啊？哇，不行了。
Hello，My God， 吸太久了吧？
哎呦，那钢普在那边干嘛、啊？烦欸
Hello， 他 Q， 他妈的他 Q， 大概是 Q。学一点。
Or whatever. Shut down. Help us fight. The hardened live.
啊！好了好了，大家。
And steel crashes against steel. It's so loud. I almost forget.
Shut down.
但他没上来，哎哥，你大局好了哎。啊没有没有。
挨一下挨一下。
Double kill.
You watch my back? Just like that? I'll twist knots until it snaps.
哎，哦，别接了，别接了，干不那一下。
This sucks. I don't got time for this.
我是不是没有拿到鱼？
Trust is a luxury no one
这两
can
个超
afford.
傻逼的。Hello，
来了，
没差，他就继续这样。
Hurt me enough and I'll split your head open.
你没在单带打团，又他妈的永远不知道在哪里，这他妈是刚普地狱自杀了、啊！操啊，这游戏没电了。
不是哦，重点是他单带也没有带的东西啊，
他就是没在带没，他就只有推兵而已啊，他妈我也会啊，
好像不太能开欸。回去不要摸了，回去不要摸了，用火石。
可以单抓。啊？
哇！阿蒙碎。
Double kill. An ally has been slain. Triple kill.
敲大绝10强哦，合理。
Ace. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed a turret. For blood. Your team has destroyed a turret.
你们就是不打，好哦，蛇女好哦，可怜死！
为什么他晕下面那个不晕上面这两个？
Shut down.
Friends just getting the win.
智障，好妈的！我他妈见识到了，就是有这种傻子。
估计会来抓我吧，我不能把自己
智障。
Nazians aren't the heroes they think they are. Bones shatter and people lie, but I can always count on mine. If I trusted people, I need even more.
Fuck. 60。拜拜。
我往下靠。
Forge your heart into something strong, unbreakable.
被爆了，感觉。
不要哇！我是想说那边被他们排过。
没大局，好多是没大局。
我过不去，两边都是。哇！
I'll twist Noxus until it snaps.
没啊，都没啊了，这团怎么可能输？干妈的筒子真的是永远不知道在炸啥脚，要炸一个3年筒要炸10年，我要拿摆10年的筒子才会炸下去。
Forgiveness? Never. Friends just get in the way.
然后再账号后面。
不懂为什么刚才换不了，他妈的！干他妈对我到底是啥没伤害还是怎样？你看过那个钢普他妈的，我只有看到他炸过一只种子，炸到人，不烂的。 啊，也不知道那扫眼是带什么意思，对方带个扫眼。
拉不到后面，我拉不到后面的人。准备了8楼，好，这是为什么在这边？啊！ 太小啦！哦呦，为什么能这样啊？
全部大绝灌在我身上这样。
我觉得以你的肥度，他们这样灌是合理的。
不是原因啊，灌在我身上，哦，钢骨怎么死的
Those academy kids are still out there. I'll find them all. I'll save them.
看不懂。那天着了。
哎呦，那个跳不进去啊！
他切不了后排，然后一直被前排抓烂，啊，从头到尾只有一个 R 有伤害。
真的。 你走的时候出来要农几层？农几级？
I fight for the lost, but mostly I just fight.
一点。
多少？
我感觉他们要死了，我先回去了。哎，回了，他们回了。手机不用摸，手机不用摸。刚好我跟不上。他们有人在这边啊。
对掉，往后打后面打。 或者是直接抓 AD 也可以，
直接打后面，直接打后面。
不是，他会被包。
啊？那我碰不到谁，好，我谁都碰不到。
对啊，干中有像人。
哎，为什么没有拉到他？哦，他刚好离开范围。他们一定很好奇为什么这场很吃。
没为什么啊？他那个角色版就那样，他只能开波团，他被抓掉就没了。
哦，他
就只能 RQ 啊，他怎么可能每一次都可以3层一个 Q，3层一个 Q， 不可能吧？啊，这就是为什么我说那钢普很烂啊，他永远切不了后排啊。
啊哈。
啊，对面 AD 还没位移，操！有菜的。烂到靠背。打爆了懒觉。
我要继续玩瑞尔吗？
这边。
我再玩一场吧。这场不是就别玩。这场不是我就改玩露露，操！
然后是这2个傻逼哦，干的！
哦，干你娘嘞！那他们双排是不是啊？要不要跳啊？
不用跳啊，跳屁！
好了，我换一只脚玩哈，我换一只脚。
好吧。
然后你要玩谁？
我都按随机。我不知道，我都按随机。
好，我按随机。随机给我这个。算了，不要，我不想这么说。纳米，干我纳米超烂的，怎么办？好了，还是玩。
纳米不就是强化普攻的那个点缀门就好了？
对啊。
那有什么难？套在 AD 身上开 AD 玩。
但是他又没有很放狗，你知道吗？因为你还是要 Q 到人啊，我不会用他的。
不会啊，
你的狗是看你的 AD 强不强。
他终于开麦了。
现在才发现。
我刚刚发现很多还是当时的。
I decide what the tide will bring.
这是钢普。
啊干嘞！
他的钢普真的很烂。
我要带金人吗？
可以带。
好像，我干，我没有得到。
可以带，可是没小用。
对啊，我也觉得蛮没小用的啊。
那你带了？
挡一波，没有，我没有带到。
啊。
因为我刚才在犹豫要不要按主题。
要是波比 ，Oh my god， 对面有钢普，
强攻哦，我干你！
我跟你讲，这钢普跟这个中路其中一个只要崩啊，我都不用玩。
确实，
我都完全不用玩。
确实
啊，只要他们飞得比我快，我就不用玩。我这把
我一人点 Q 吗？
不要，一人点。一人点 W 或 E， 2个选一个都好。
哦。
W 是回血，
你 Q 没中就完了。
对啊，你 Q 没中就完了。那个，我想你这角色就是他妈空窗期特别久，特别长。
说什么？
啊，你这角色就是空窗期很久，很长。
也是算你的中期角。
不算，他前期很强。
哦。
窗户是这种落地窗那种窗，空窗。
空到靠位。
我还是关麦好。
应该带 ID。
主席刚才讲什么？
没事。
他说落地窗吗？
他说落地窗。
他在接我的空窗期，还是在讲他在家里？
没有，家没有落地窗这种东西。
到底
他在接你的空窗期，
我在接你的空窗期。
傻逼，
Sure as the time. Minions have
我
spawned.
看的。因为想入野，可是队友都没有那个。
老实说，这颗眼应该是中路要插的，他上一场也没插。
接近造反。
没你插，你甚至不用插都没插，妈这群都智障。
不知道，我怕啊，因为对面这个
我不怕啊，干我们刚才上一场他根本就没在，他们根本没做事。
你们可以不用。
所以这个我绝对要插，因为你7也是点3。
你不用等下，造反。我要2个 Q 哦，可以吗？可以，
做121。
你敢给我回去？
我真的觉得那就是你的拉野范围超广。
啊，他就半颗头过去就没有。然后主角头又没有特别大，而且他没有脖子。
没有，是跟讲枪，稳的，强的你直接杀，没有。
我等下虚弱直接套他们。来靠我背，
然后直接被干，漂亮！
你们太损了。
见交了。
好干，他妈我们要交3招才活得下来哦，烦欸。
啊，我交1招，我没交3。
所以是2招。
OK， 2招。关键加速。
You right。
没有，我以为张浩有交战。
You fail。
我没有看。
这什么？石头滚头路。没需要。
哇！你要跟吗？我有点卡。
有点卡。他们啊，输了。
有换掉啊？
有换掉还是说？哇，换2只诶，真是。换2只吗？我换1只而已。那我还是扣呀，他2颗头诶。掐都爆了。就是这样看，特别简单。我们从现在开始归打比较凶的，掐都爆了。
哦，对，刚才可以 W 的，对哦，他会弹。那我真的他妈不会玩它，我不是不会。
我叫你开啊，你又不开。
不是我船长放弃了，主要是我有放，然后那个时候在等，叫我开那个时候在。但我是放
死都不跟，你知道怎么帮你？哪看呢？
发现他超有弹多的，然后他跟我，他跟 W 一样，好像还行。
他怎么那么快？他不是刚刚上面吗？
嘿，尝试，哦，战痛。点半。哇！哇哦！你没有配过达尔文是不是？
我几乎没玩过那。
不是啊，你会配达尔文吧？你知道达尔文怎么打吗？
不知道。不知道确切的。大概会配啊，大概会配啊。
啊，你都怎么玩？
就那个放狗油啊。
我他妈看你从头到尾他妈写满的欸。
我要跟你
哥。
好啦。
这是打瑞文。
你不挡招，然后也没有什么输出，然后你现在保又没有保人能力， 啊！很小啊！
放狗了，你要跟着狗走啊！
你放狗了哟！你他妈就是什么？你知道吗？你就是个混子！
好啦，我帮你打。
你当每个都扣个红是不是？
啊你娘嘞！我可以放狗啊！你养不起我，我要放屁哦！
哦。
干，我真的很气，每一次的对局，每一次我在打人的时候，干那个局都可以翻，然后莫名其妙就输了。刚刚那个这一局就算来了，我还是可以换那一只。我换一只，我还是我会死，但是我可以换一只。他妈的，我连换都没换掉。好哦，好哦，自己不用玩，操你妈的，我傻爆眼！
我这样算吗？
没有，就看见打不赢，输了。装备差太多。
有一口不到了。
爆了，看不了，一个口。
我靠！我自己都远。
有点远。
靠人那个是什么意思？
加速。
我是不是有跟你讲，这角是空中结。算。哦，对，是因为妈真的，哥，我要哭了 ！Oh my god！ 我要赢了，干，他差一点，
我过不去啊！
我没讲你哥。我疯了啦！干，真的不行，我现在真的快崩了！干他妈的，前面明明就可以有好几波都可以赢，我就是不懂为什么会可以输成这样。而且那输也不是小输，是直接换掉1-2颗人头那种。干妈的！哎干！靠背哦！太小啦！妈才要下来，出来就一直大装，看到，我们一直大装的，一直升 Q。没素质，没对素质。你在挂机吗？
屁啦！
我没有看到他释放动作。
你不要是只站后朝冲好不好？算了，你来不及。
我也不能站前朝吧？
干你他妈中朝可以站啊！干你鸡巴，最近没事也他妈他又来了啊！宝贝，不知道为什么你那么喜欢站在 AD 后面呢？你站 AD 后面可以啊，你他妈你可以 poke 一下。哪会玩？都不想打人，那你选一只 poke 讲不想打人，你选一只坦克，你不喜欢产伤害，就整天想要等妈的装备起来再走。
消息，他们说，如果你现在使用我的优惠码的话，可以获得12月份的专属圣诞节优惠，也就是订阅2年，你就可以免费获得。所以你们在等什么？别等，现在就去我的简介里面下载直接就可以和我一起成为网络上的大王。不管怎么说，让我回到今天的视频。那么要知道理科太太有没有做错，我们首先得知道她错在哪里，她是哪一步做错了。比如说，如果她是免费分享这些知识的话，她还是错的吗？还是她错是错在她去收费这一些知识？所以我一共把它分成了4个阶段。
你就是概念是一样的，然后你就是这打法就很怪。
他就不会，
我就不会玩呐、
因为他不会，他不敢。
是一样的，
不是啊，我就不敢尝试啊，因为
不是他技能可以干嘛？那你就做一样的事情就好了。
但我不知道类似的事情是什么啊，我没有他类似怎么放之类的那种知识库啊，你知道吗？
你就试试看。
我在尝试啊，就前面那直播啊，有啊，我有尝试啊，我死啊，就这样而已啊。我觉得我有在做尝试啊。
哎，连 poke 都不敢 poke， 你玩索拉卡都凶得跟鬼一样。操，他也是奶妈。
索拉卡比这只手长啊。
那个问题。
让我好失望。
真的很失望。
你害我很丢脸。垃圾鱼。
哦，你这真的不玩呐？
不是，
是哦，我是真的。哦，shit！ 干哦！
你是什么小？这个我跳一跳就这样子。
只要我们想清楚这4个阶段，我们就可以知道理科太太她有没有做错。第一个我们可以考虑的阶段是，如果有一个人他免费分享智商的心得的话，他有没有做错？然后我觉得我们可以运用一些例子，就比如说免费分享关于智商的这些心得，我们可以把它换成免费分享关于理疗的心得。就比如说今天我的腰很痛，我去找这个理疗师，我去了100个小时，然后我回来，然后我说大家好啊，我做了这个100个小时的这个理疗，
打掉了，他打不空哎！
我是怎么找到这个理疗师的？等一大堆，我做个影片出来，大家也会觉得哦，西兰真好啊。虽然我不想知道这个事情，但是我也骂不了你西兰 ，right？ 这个我觉得没有任何问题。那我们来看下一步，免费分享关于心理学的知识有没有问题呢？其实国外有个频道叫做 Anaconda， 然后他做的影片就是每一个影片里面就说，我这个星期和我实际上是聊天，然后我发现我感情中有这一件事情我是做错，我总是选择错误的伴侣，因为这个效应。然后他会每一周就做一个影片出来，结合自己的个人人生，然后顺便教大家一些关于心理学的一些小知识。这个其实我也觉得还行，是吧？无可厚非。就像是我去做了理疗，然后回来我对这一个理疗师这一个话题很感兴趣 ，for some reason， 我回来就说大家好，我终于不腰疼了。然后不腰疼是因为我做了这一个小动作，然后我现在教给大家看一下这个小动作是怎么做的，我就浅显的讲一下，也许可以帮助到其他腰疼的人，是吧？我不是说我是一个很专业的人，只是我分享一下我学到的这一个东西，然后也分享给大家，然后也是免费的，是吧？所以你也不会花钱去买我这个知识，没有关系，我是专业人士，但你也不花钱 ，right？ It's fine, I think it's fine。我觉得这个无可厚非 ，right？ 就像你们朋友也会分享那3个字小动作 ，It's fine, right？ 觉得没有。
我知道你会。
我要出哪一件啊？
你在跟我开玩笑？玩抬走哎！
我海鲜3件套要出哪一件啊？知道吗？
啊，
海鲜3件套要出哪一件？
你要回血还是 poke？
你还是回血。
斯瑞亚不用出了。
苏瑞亚，我也觉得，我们这场也不需要很多方式。
反正
你也是不为服务，真是整盘爆。
我还是苏月之时的啊。哦，放。
给我过来，你这个。
啊，交手。
哎，地啊。
哎，靠呗。
操！救命啊！操！
干！
你不要站在我起飞地点！
哪呀？
是我的东西好不好？
干烂！
你在跟我开玩笑？
他不用在预示者上用这里，好，没关系。
他不会吃，好不好？
好吧，他没有吃。
下一秒就，
他刚把重击用掉，他不会吃。
下一秒，
那我们吃啊！好了，没有。
吃个小，
可以啊。可以啊，只要上路有用一点，好，上路没用是吧？
小，
你的刀判定机制是什么？哦，我应该 Q 直接丢下去了，我干嘛按打 Q 啊？
不知道，想看那个回水，我也不知道他那个的意义。反正我用的概念就是 W 不要直接开，啊，你给我干！防疫交叉，谢谢，拜拜。抬走。
那你吸铁服务也不抬，
你这么会抬？
啊，台女。
好，我操，好像有点料哎。我出几星了？出几星？
他都整盘抬走，他要整盘抬走，上面当然有料啊。
我这场比较需要风筝，
空间。
逃跑。
你刚刚说攻坚吗？
风筝。
你可以去公屋买一个。
可以买一间房。空间。
空间。想要更多空间啊！一人一啊，对，不错。
这能拆吗？
我操！
哪里都有。呀呗。
やべください。
不对。
やめてください。
你闭嘴。
臭 gay，他妈他是臭 gay， 要好好读书才会。
喊你这个所谓的知识，然后如果你害怕伤害，看到别人的话，说啊，但是如果你真的要去学这些东西，就去找专业人士，专业指导师或者专业的老师 ，right？ I think that is fine. I think that is fine. 所以免费的分享心得或者免费的分享知识都没有问题。那么付费的，我们来看一下，如果付费分享心得的话，如果我今天做一个影片，我说大家好啊，我去了100个小时的这个理疗，如果大家想知道我是怎么找到
有遗书就对了，然后对了。
我以为我有一个免费的苏瑞亚，然后并不是。
不是，是你跟其中一个队友，是差不多概念，
就是一个队友，或者是太大的时候是我队友。
他，
操他 AD，
我会怕，
操他，我操，对，
妈的包厢过来。玩在包厢，杀人在包厢。是哎，他们资源好快500吧？
直接 TP 去。
但所有人都过来。我该
干他屁事？他怎么死的啦？
他就走过来然后死了。
理疗师了，然后我找到理疗师了之后，我的人生发生了什么变化？大家可以买我这个课程哦。I mean like you could， 你可以做这个课程，只是没有这个傻逼会去买 ，right？ 没有人想要知道你花了100个小时做理疗之后，你的人生这个多棒 ，right？ 可能有1-2个人也很傻逼，也想买这个课，但大多数人不会买。那这件事情你可以做，但是没有人会去买。OK， 所以付费分享心得我觉得没有问题。那么付费分享知识呢？这个我们来想一想。OK， 我觉得你想通了这个例子，这个就应该很明显了。就比如说今天我去做了100个小时的物理治疗，我回来
不要再往前插眼了。好的，我操，好恐怖！
长沙小，这么多就是
他 Q 到底
跳得不好，跳得不慢，每个地方。
草人，你用那个蓝色的，你站在草中那边跳出去还会有加速诶，好爽！蓝色的，哦对。
对面都有远啊，每次我草人插下去都有远，干这么跳都不能跳。
草人
什么东西没了？
送了一个草人，高有眼。
当然他们在打。
我说大家好，过去1年里面我做了100个小时的理疗，今天我开了一节课，教你怎么治好你的腰痛，还有你的其他的疼痛。我将给你一个框架，我要做一个学长，教大家把所有治理的还有疼痛，然后会
At least I tried. Are you fucking kidding me? At least I tried. 陪我。
对面是什么
小？他依图中是可以被控的，但是好哦，纳米这个是固定时间的，所以我一定要更早。他不管多远都是固定时间，跟拉克斯的一样。我想让我放超近就可以飞超快，
又不吃了。
我做过100个小时的理疗，这个时候你会买吗？先不要说法律上这样做，
查得了，
会谈到。就作为一个消费者角度来说，
我操，特重太狠了！你在狗叫什么？你在狗叫什么？你是被捅了狗窝的狗是不是？
狗被捅狗窝不会，公三小，
捅了蜂窝的蜜蜂，捅了狗窝的狗，
捅了蜂窝的蜜蜂也不会怎样，它就是更
那它会有蜂窝性组织炎。
There's always another way.
你会去买我这一堂课吗？ 应该不会吧？你有点要听我一个做100个小时的理疗的2逼卵子，去教你这一些专业性的知识。我
他觉得他不会啊，他就在告诉我，
我只是接受了这些治疗，我怎么可能就完全知道了这一些专业知识，然后教你怎么去解决你自己的肢体上面这些疾病？好像不 OK 吧？是不是不 OK？ 是不是感觉有点奇怪？是不是超级奇怪？其实是不是奇怪到你都不能说出话来了？这个就是我看理科太太这个课程的时候，我自己的心情。All right， so like， 如果你想通这个事情之后，然后你再看理科太太做的这个咨商笔记，你会觉得 ，Wait。Hold the fuck, what the fuck? Alright, stop. What do you mean? 从自我察觉到自我疗愈，你做了啥？你就去做了100个小时的这个咨商，你现在就是个咨商师了吗？你现在就可以教我们这一些专业上的这些知识了吗 ？It's like hold on, alright? 应该不能这样的，应该不能这样的。Now look, OK， 关于心理学，其实有一些地方不一样。OK， 就是心理学它在这个 self-help 这一些内容里面，在这些自我提升的这个内容圈里面，其实很普遍，是吧？很多人他们提到的会引用一些心理学一些知识，就比如说理科太太，他也是做self-help类型的频道，可是会邀请其他的来宾，
没人啊，为什么你要
他们人是怎么过的？然后他也会教
账号在下路，他就叫你不要开，
我不开这塔就没了，哥。
不是 你们要开啊，你们要开，
我
们要开啊，我没有叫你们不开啊，我说我要比
哦，
你要BD而已啊，
这大好机会，3个在里面有空。
不是重点是后面没人跟得上，而且我被定了，所以没有我，反正就是我们没有跟到，好吧，反正就是我没有跟到。快点，回家！回家，快回家！
那我想说，都恐惧那个2到3个小时，他的桶
后面人全部被定啊，然后钢普不知道在冲他小啊，不是啊，立山卓直接往高地卡走了，不是钢普啊，立山卓。
他被抬走那就算了，我在讲钢普，看
我钢普就被定啊，跟我一样啊。
这然后是 U 不能死 U， 先杀对面 AD， 其他都好吃。
这边有人啊，元素幻化石那 Q 真的超不明显，所以我在说。
哎，好吵！
傻小啦！
好吵！好吵！好套
啊！哎，我能套这个？
我疯了，哥，我疯了，我已经疯狂。
你不会玩这角色吗？
那你也不要再讲这句话。
这不是
借口，
这是理
由，是理由，好理由。
烂透的理由，有见过最烂的。黑刀，不知道你他妈想饮食啊？
是哦，我没东西吃。真笑。那时候跟我。
我去，单带一波大的。好有人，
我少一根烟。
剩下都是太极。单带一波大的。跟着哥哥带你吃香喝辣，喵！我操你妈操！就我老师不要带了，他妈这是
被缓了。
100%的死爽，
可是我被缓了。
你被缓了，你跟我啊，你他妈缓！
哦，好啦，
直接往后拉，你直接不相信我我要打你在干嘛？
好啦，
Hello?
我应该自己跟。
Hello，
我慢慢拍啊。
怎么让自己变得更开心，或者是怎么解决自己一些
我往前呢，
然后有些时候，也许你在这个时候引用到一些关于心理学的一些小知识，我觉得 OK 是吧？就比如说我们假设理科太太今天开了一个课程，她的名字叫做《我是如何变得更快乐的》。OK， 她是一个人生导师的角色，现在，然后她在自己的这些课程里面有某一个单元稍微提到了一些心理学的小知识，比如说她单元1是我以前一天睡觉4个小时，现在我睡觉8个小时。第二单元是我现在去健身每一天，所以这个让我很快乐。然后第3个单元是你知道吗？有一天我在这个咨商的时候，我的咨商师跟我说了这个道理，然后我觉得很有用，我也分享给大家看。然后第4章他回到在人生中如果有很好的，
他就放一根下去，我就看得到。
你就在你这个如何变得更快乐的课程里面，偶尔加入一点点心理学的小知识，我觉得这个是 OK 的，是吧？没有人会骂你，大家可能还会觉得哦，我学到了好多东西。我看这个课程，我本来想知道怎么变得更快乐，我还学到了一些关于心理学的小知识。在一个自我提升的状态，在有一个自我提升课程的一个框架里面，你加入一些关于心理学的小东西，大家都会觉得 very nice。但是今天的问题是，这个不是一个关于自我提升的框架。OK， 今天的问题是他给自己放在了一个咨商的框架下面。这个课程现在不是关于自我提升怎么变得更快乐，这个课程现在是关于咨商。它现在不是在一个人生导师或者自我提升的框架下，而是在一个心理学的框架下，教大家这一些专业的知识，以一个学姐的身份教大家这些专业的知识，比如说好普通中国人都是如何扮演通过爱情3元论辨认爱情的模样等等等等，然后再包括建立自己的这一些自评系统，就好像真的是咨商师一样。
哦，你的强化普攻啊，可以给一下吗？
哦，
都套在你自己身上。
没有，我刚才是 W， 那是 W。
我用一个，好不好？我用一个简单概念来跟你讲，你觉得你有伤害吗？
他不是给哦，好啦，我给你。
你觉得你套在你身上，你有伤害吗？
确实。
你觉得你这件装备，你这一整套装备，你这样打下来，你觉得你有伤害吗？
没有啊。但他也不是给爬山，我想说，好啦。
他小了，
额外伤害
给你好吧？
不是啊，好，不给趴伤谁就不给，我懂了，好，我懂。
小了，你是多追求那种东西哦。
来，我懂了，不给趴伤就不给。
没有，我现在给，我知道了，我现在知道了，好不好？刚才不知道，我现在知道了。刚才不知道，我现在知道啊。
来，不给趴上就不给，那以后他妈的没有给趴上的角色全都不要给。他妈的，索拉卡的 W 只能回血，不给趴上不要给，好不好？以后都不要点 W。他
又不能放给自己，
那你就不要点啊，你就不要点啊，是不是很简单？我帮你解决这个问题了，感谢我好不好？可以吗？这样可以吗？元气哥，都讲一个基本常识啊。
好了，
跳不过去，我就可以过去。What the fuck？ 啊！我走过路过一个拉克斯的，你傻小了。大蛋嘞！
我靠！
小了，走在路上就有个拉克斯的1，我都炸掉了啊！
他不是 OK， 他不是，他没有这一方面的专业知识，他没有这一方面的专业知识，你就不应该以一个专业权威人士的角度，
一个拉克斯1突然给爆炸，
一个权威人士的角度开一个系统性的课程，教大家这些专业性的知识。那么关于理科太太这么做有没有违法？那么这个是台湾法律的问题，我不想深究太多。但就是从公共批评层面，如果你想做一个很专业的课程，那么大家当然有权利来质疑你的 credentials。而我认为去做过100个小时咨商，并不能代表什么，就像是做了100个小时的理疗，也不代表你现在就是一个专业人士，或者就是合格的教师。如果你是这样认为的话，并且是卖课的话，当然会被喷死。在我看来，这一点都不奇怪。现在我想把话题转到另一个方面，就是关于割韭菜这一方面。在中国大陆做领导，中国大陆做自媒体，你很难去卖这一种
我看到了，
或者是卖任何东西，然后在中国大陆，你要做一个网红的话，然后你要卖课程，你需要十分小心，因为那一些批小将或者是那一些中国大陆的观众网民，他们对这些小资本家想要卖自己的课程或者自己的产品是非常敏感的。如果你有某一个地方做的不对，他们马上就会说你是在割韭菜。比如说之前我有个朋友叫做郝给力，他卖一个表，然后他这个表卖差不多1000块钱左右，然后他这个成本可能不是超级高，他就被喷得很惨。结果他以前的一些事情被挖了出来，等等，然后他又被哔哩哔哩给封禁了。再比如说这个叫做信誓旦旦的这一个频道，我相信很多看 YouTube 的人也认识他们。他们以前在 B 站的时候卖了一些自己的产品，好像是帽子，然后帽子好像有哪个地方不对，好像没有回归正还是什么，然后他们之后被喷得非常惨，然后这些东西也被挖了出来，然后他们就出来。但是我说这些，我不是说中国大陆这个系统就那我这么认为，我觉得那些网民有些时候太敏感，他们有点敏感过头了，然后在中国大陆外的市场，不管是台湾、美国还是欧洲其他 YouTube 上面的这一些创作者，他们开课，然后很多人对这些事情有很大的包容心，甚至那个艾丽莎莎卖课，很多人会说他好会赚钱，这一些事情，我觉得挺好，我觉得是一个很健康的一个环境，是吧？也让网红比较好赚钱 ，I guess that is true。我跟你
讲，你这样子，你下次又跟我玩一次，又跟今天一样。
对啊，所以你要我继续玩那个。
你之前就讲啊，你基本上只要输一把就说，早知道就不要玩什么了，早知道就不要玩什么了，下一赛是玩。
我刚才没有说我不玩瑞尔，
每次都给我讲这句话，你跟我说没有。来，可以看 VCR。
我刚才真的没有讲哦。
刚刚赢了。
是啊。
对啊。输了，要不然就是干妈被我嘴到烂掉，你们他妈就下一次就讲，我早知道不要玩你，下次还是不要玩。
好了，再玩一场。
好的，下次还是不要。我不要玩你们。
没有这样
了，没有这样，真的没有这
样。有啊，我记得上一次我记得。
我玩艾尼维亚，操，我玩艾尼维亚。
有点险，
他妈我要玩艾尼维亚。
然后上次啊，我记得也是，
我绝对没有这样。
干，我直接傻眼了，我第一次看到他妈的真正的陀瑞。好，没有，对不起。
也是陀瑞吗？
看你现在才知道没有？
对不起，我不是故意嘲笑的，我只是觉得我只是觉得就是有点。
看陀瑞要检举你。
对不起，你有开直播吗？没有吧？
有啊。
好，
怎么觉得没有？我不是说我从Warframe刚开始就看到现
在。有观众吗？有观众吗？没有啊。
有一个。
你操！
对哈，我不想再打跟那个乐色那个啦，他钢普跟那个冰女两个都超垃圾。
你要等一波是不是？
两个超垃圾。
搞不好等一下就在对面啊，对不对？
在对面那很好啊，我直接打穿啊。他妈那个钢普，他妈拿优米打都会赢吧？
但是我觉得
优米至少他能走位，还是你要拿瑞尔打？
我说不定还会赢。
真的、哦。
我直接出坦中，全坦，等这一局来看，至少不会输轩。我玩玩看一罗赢吗？一罗也很强，可是我不喜欢玩，不知道为什么。就是偶尔玩个一把，然后后面就不会再动，就觉得他好无聊哦。哇，萌新辅助再见卖萌！
我操，
他要卖萌了！
我操，他要玩 AD 卖萌了！
他要玩妹子角，然后卖萌了。
干完了，还说我要乖乖让他讲话。这一句是这样的。
他直接刚翻，我好久没玩雷文，要玩雷文吗？
不要这一句好了。不会玩。我觉得我这句是最烂的一个。
你明明就想要跟他一起卖萌，臭 gay！
我操，好，你击到我了，你击到我了。你击到我了，
对我来说都没有差。
造型，
我现在有3个。
政府发钱，符合资格每个人拿1万元。
我有什么资格？日语吗？我有。好，先发。
好。我在哪里
？AD，
不做。哇，爬梭语，
爬梭语。我要带整不走啊！
干，我第一次看到爬梭语，好屌哦！
那是 T。
我第一次看到爬梭语耶！
我操，你怎么看到的？偷看97哦。倒数好了。
第一次看到爬梭语，好大。
我发现我造型只有2个造型。
高雄市。
我他妈造型哪来这么多造型啊？
靠要重阳礼金，你要64以上。
什么64以上？
年龄。
64。
干你！我还有干嘛好像可以。耶。
高雄。
干。
高雄市发放重阳礼金。
妈的，高雄好好。对不对？干嘛？
对面哦，刚才我哪个？
你不在忙着熊烟火？
好吧，没有撞到上一场那2个。
这是什么？好像是菇，我以为这是什么东西。必改好走了。你刚刚你有抓到那些吗？
抓什么？我很久没有玩嘞。
戴派对帽的刺猬虫。
鞋子穿的脚就很湿啊。
还有戴着那什么，就是跳踢踏舞的，穿全身西装会戴那个帽子。
哦。
的皮卡丘。
三小。我怎么一进来就听到这种小东西？
那个帽子是什么？不是高脚帽，不是高脚帽，还是魔术会戴的帽子，戴着那个的皮卡丘。
高帽。
为什么印象它是3个字？
没有3个字。
感觉高帽听起来就很诡异。
它就叫 tall hat 哦，那是 tall hat。 这是高帽，要不然你叫什么长筒帽是不是？
这是钢腿，不是刚刚那个。
听起来有感觉。
我这场好像，我是不是可以出钢？我是不是可以出那个？
出钢？
亲自
钢什么？
钢之
钢谁？我也想钢。
你他妈还说你不是 gay， 操！
所以她是女的啊。
哦。
你会想钢吗？
我发现我是拿这个烛台。
你傻笑。
反正。我可以单杀。对，我玩一下银阶，但现在想不想？
九头被削了。好啦，我猜他还是很强。
还是很强啊，我还是输啊。从他的价钱比他妈的银血战锤还高，就知道他有多强。
得一则是。
来撞击啊
！Q 到了，怎么笑？
我也不知道。
我要卖萌，
感觉是
卖萌，卖萌一个，卖呀，快卖！你给我卖，我卖。给我卖赢。
And a spear behind it.
往前啊 ，AD， 不点兵哦。
我变中还变下？
自己看。某个。
Victory calls.
我往下靠。
阿小，这不是他？
上面全。
这在地上。
下面。
哦，死不死路的。
对的，位置上你应该叫他玩辅助的。啊，下礼拜，下礼拜。
拜拜。
The warrior spirit is never broken.
哇，差一滴，真的是差一滴，死了吧！看，点死他，点死他！为什么要这样对我啊？
弟，你给我弟弟好。
好像不用。
这人怎样？这么刚盾给。
没事，我还没死，我活着。拿好手，我吸血单杀兄弟们。
没关系的了。
我妈的干，他有橘子！我操！
但我好像不能过去了，好吧？
太他妈智障了吧，这角色！
我觉得你刚才可以等我。
你干嘛？
我可以干嘛？
你可以干，我他妈等你杀多久啊？他就在塔下。
刚才已经
波他。
哦。
不是啊，那波打完他一定回啊。干，我还等你。
好。
都傻了吧？那明显他妈的就会回推啊！傻才等嘞！
好。
哇，妈的！鸡巴，等要剑，先打不赢了。6等，压2等，所以智障，太他妈智障了！干讨厌，刚才可以赢的，操，又多一个句子，再点燃就赢了。干，好低，
中路是。
看，他把我对手破了。
我死不止。
他讲，哈，这么痛的吗？好麻死吧！
啊。
The warrior spirit is never broken.
他妈当自己神仙，
刚才我应该直接去干下的。
就继续当自己是神仙，就继续打。啊，妈的，打手枪，再打手枪。哎，就在你手枪，舒服。
这样需要出功夫血吗？
是啊，这个筒子为什么会讲？这成长就跟干妈前几场都不一样。那刚才那一场，那2场那船长超烂，连对面的也都超烂。然后一换到这只他妈就会3连筒，爱赢超快，直接极限那种，拉最远距离，操！
大前场不是？那
很大，
蛮会玩的吧？
哪一个啊？我不知道。
可是我们遇到3个不同。
哪有3？有3个啊。
哦，不对，是那昨天的。
昨天也很烂，
昨天也很烂哦。
昨天很烂啊！妈，那筒子不会连啊。
那我们遇到那很强的是谁啊？
这这种，
我来了。
原来是这样吗
10秒可以
An
杀。
ally has been slain.
配你玩配。大小。
这边变价还是？
杀。我好。
他中路怎么又被干死？
他还被砍住。
他出的很出来。
够大。
我不能帮你士兵的，帮帮你。
Their lives are forfeit. Perish with honor. Always forward.
我操！
Fate has made its choice. Here's a tip, and a spear behind it.
啊啦，干一直来，哦，一直来，妈他妈的，你要绕一圈，你还要来，升起来。娘嘞！有种不要跳这局，真的有种不要跳这局。你他妈的手够长，你跳这局上去。啥嘞？
Victory calls.
国破，我还没大局。这是输。
我空的，
我当孤儿了。
An enemy has been slain.
一直到底怎么？它可以空哎，这样子可以空。
Dominating.
小，不用玩。哦。可以这样玩。它长得这样。
龙啊，没办法，往上走开。
干这么长
！Spirit is never broken.
操！我操！
快点好不好？干！干你妈！你还给我在吃他妈！
我按到这种情靠背。
看我这个短单机连吃都没死。打现在就7级哪里？啊，真的是，很傻耶！
我吃到100，
那不就不玩
啊？放啊！
又不是吃龙吃龙，
有什么理由不放？
这一直9级
多少钱？你累了吗？
挺累，好干，
你会不会打吗？你会不会？
啊？啊，好累。
Another Azakana.
我今天大概只有睡5小时，现在很累。
哇，那你手不烂了？
合理
啊？
合理。
对啊，我今天真的手不烂了。
合理。他昨天晚上很强。
My king，
他昨天晚上超强的。
对啊，今天明明就早上我们明明就没有干嘛，为什么你只有睡5小时？
牛逼！我早上去上班。
所以你有钱了吗？
Only actions truly speak.
是这样理解。
我很穷。不是很忙吗？就去帮我爸爸。
就是我的。
哎呦，哥，看他妈6哥，你妈打死我哥！
放在底部写图啊，这样好爽。
哎，你出不长，好啦，算了，没事。Victory calls。
哎，对。
哦，干！
点他，点他！追啊！快跑！走啊！
好，云都死。
我操！我操！哦，这么主动，他不是回来了？
我操！他套一顿了，要不然我赢了。
To triumph.
我为什么要往后闪？啊，这边。
你啊！
好了。差一点，好的。
我操！这就是程咬金了。
不会，杀。
这就是所谓的程咬金。
这游戏里
从半边杀。
女皇是什么体验？享受着风汉卫兵的崇敬目光，有美丽的贴身护卫为我提供钱庄，金碧辉煌的大殿内高声讲座，会场女皇万岁万万岁，告诉所有人谁才是全场的焦点。这就是知名单机游戏《始祖2》的开场。我们不再是等待翻版的屌丝小人物市井混混优秀的褪色人，而是直接扮演一位女皇艾米丽女皇。10岁那年，艾米丽她年也就是上一代女皇遇刺丧命，经历这番波折，到今天100年后，仅仅20岁的坚定、成熟、强悍的女皇。今天是她母亲养育所有的宾客将给予上的举动，这是更多人重这样，正如所有人爆发大的事情一样，后人的到来
又回去
爆了。
What is this, Ramsey? I didn't ask.
Only actions truly speak.
Okay.
A Demacian does not retreat.
最后了，哎，莎莎，我不是900中吗？哦，我看到900血是不是？我以为那是800。啊，这不该打。
来者不善，相信这是所有人的第一感觉。什么样的人能将利刃带至女皇身前？而且从长相来看，这卢卡公爵爹科沃可是一名超能力者。他在一瞬间砍断左边人头，刺穿右边胸膛，并在下一刻将利刃精准送进了德莱拉的心脏。按照他的手法，德莱拉必死。可万万没想到，这个女人面不改色心不跳，极其淡定的拿出剑来，身上的骇人反应和
跟进去了，没事的。
An ally has been slain. An ally has been
好哦，肥烂2件装，可怜。
Victory calls.
好讨厌哦，可以赢哎！啊？他为什么会有2件装啊？瞎，他有拿到瞎到吗？
我也没有瞎到，我一直死，我怎么没有瞎到？我也没有连续杀后人，我换掉2次。干6个人。哇，不行，抓不掉。
妈操！
弱
啊！
去啦！
他妈没关系，你就去。
控制科沃的手段高到所有人，他也是拥有着超自然力量。
给你一点
于是，在游戏的开篇，当女皇是什么体验，还没有体验就记了。耻辱2的大戏就此展开。那么今天就跟随我的脚步，一起去看看知名单机游戏最顶级的潜行暗杀类游戏《耻辱2》的游戏内容，去见识一下全之中大名鼎鼎的变形别墅、时空跳跃关卡无穷魅力。Go！
我蓝 buff。我上。哎，你要补 AD 吗？
哎，到哎，
完，
我来了。
还有红霸 ，Hello。插小飞，我明就我点了一个攻速符文，然后我就觉得我
这样都没有出来，为啥会出？我在这里。
好想点到5块钱。
啊！我应该先放的，我应该直接放的。
我超衰小的，他下去的刚好我要 Q 的，然后我 Q 在他打上面。
躲啊躲啊等着。
等他推掉了。
在开头被德莱拉正面
我现在已经没有什么可以讲，
暂时被反锁在一间房子里。
反正雷文的角色哈，
操作，耻辱系列是复仇游戏
啊！你他妈的也爆炸了啊！打团就是没有用，我已经看透了。我现在就是能翻就翻，啊不能翻就算了，反正是雷文。
被翻窗户逃出来之后，
真对雷文没有寄望哎。
没有希望啊！他妈的，这件装备出来其实上就很强，他连文就直送。连文上去很高啊，的确上去很高啊，你没上线的话， 你今天上线如果就这样，那没有差别。干，我今天他妈的
不是
刚才上路2波，
点那个兵干嘛？
上路2波，我他妈基本上是已经拉满了，然后他就是一个 AQ 我就死了，我就没办法。他这边。Poker。
好像还行。我操！直接走了，直接走了。
跳！妈的！你妈不跳！跟翻脸！
他对
你看，那一下我就倒了，我还能说什么？
而且差一点呢，
刹车
开手。
不是啊，不是赢血问题啊，重点是什么的啊？他妈，我刚才血量明明就还有1/3，我还是倒了，我能讲什么？他就是暴击，我就是得死啊！
好啊，我下一天泰坦好了。
这就是为什么我他妈前面那几把钢普玩的很烂，我就是要嘴的原因。干他妈这角色就很垃圾，我自己玩我觉得很垃圾。你他妈你手长，你在线上你就只要 Q 兵 Q 人，你根本就不会死。你除了被 gan，没有其他选项，好不好？
现在也打不了龙啊，他们肯定就跑过来了。对啊，甘宁德嘞。
他的一个钢不是可以玩过来。
这 easy 在说不是，
你不会，我跟你讲，你不会连桶都不是什么大问题。你这角色只要会 Q 就。
都 OK 那。
My king commands。
我少一只鸟哎。
然后靠背啊，被吃掉了。
The warrior spirit is never broken.
我真的有点高血压，血压高了，我往账号那边靠。OK。
内交叉。
走位，走，不用走。
大小。
不要打。对啊，应该救他。
让我们先去找一个人解恨，好吧？王塔守卫队长兰姆西，这个人在游戏里其实根本是个无名小卒，但是我特别讨厌他，你讨厌那些反派，还讨厌为什么？大家刚才应该看到了，这孙子作为如此兽性的御前护卫，能给我表演一出反方向的钟，而且还敢跟我对打，你一下我一下，我刚下台的女皇没一点威严吗？可见这不就是天生反骨？更过分的是，他当着我们的面直接捅死了自己的同事，那个可怜的女队长又抢走了我们的戒指。这枚戒指其实是皇家密室的钥匙，他觊觎那里面的宝藏，所以在将他勒晕后，我直接把他抬进了密室中。我可以杀他，我耻辱系的特色，用不杀的方式解决才更显潇洒。转身离开，反锁密室，让他和自己
伤害。干，太迟了。
好了，为什么我没有出去那个范围啊？
他是一个核弹。
好讨厌啊！
超好烦哦！征服者没触发几次，有时候在抢攻了。好了，没有抢攻，绝对不会比较好，绝对不会。
会比较好，会比较好，真的会比较好。100%，你抓人很好抓。
你知道
抓人，你2等基本上你2等就可以抓人了，直接杀，可以好一点抓11个，不好就逼1个3，也没有说不好，就最起码1个3。
你征服者打后
干这个征服者，刚出来的时候，他赵信就算带征服者也可以2等杀人，现在不行。
不是啊，你现在没设，你又没有那个前期的伤害又没有以前那么恶心。
确实。
相信我单杀不了船装这样子烂，操哪里都。不是啊，他没有说降治疗，为什么我的饮血回那么少？
哦，哇，他们怎么全那边？
不要打好不好？
这不能打。
不要打。
哦，不要打了，好恐怖。
饮血真的很烂，现在烂，没事，当我没讲，真的很烂。
那你这够连捅，那经典我也看。
他真的很会玩。
我操，这筒子！口外。
一定有人，别投了。回到最底的地方。
放回去。
第
3次的后期，他是船上装的那种。
这边还有一颗核弹。
那个核弹其实还好，然后他跳到人，
我这边要撞死很多次就是了。
而且超烂，这样卖掉了，好烂哦！救命啊！就是第2个。
还有演吗？有演。
什么可能？这掉，现在在打了。Round for round does not retreat. 哦，好像还好。
哦，很痛。
不过它可以一直放，所以应该不好。
没关系。但是话筒停掉。看你们这个电筒。下去。爆！好了，那没事。不是，可血是多烂呐
！An ally has been slain.
我觉得熊刚比可血强，
而且这是笨装哎，
真的。可血现在
看一下新的装备，
真的是 5 feet under， 就算出胜利，我觉得还比可血强。
胜利本来就好好吗？
这也太烂了吧！
我觉得毛病没有。
我是觉得我不会。
我可以把它做。我们聊了。
火刀靠背。哇！
你要什么是打船长？好烦哦！
困死在这里。
总之我前面只试过一次我就爆了，后面都不用了。
堂堂帝国女皇房丧家之犬，从王座被踢落，
我只被换那一次换烂。
自己心中最敬重的父亲，最强有力的靠山，被女魔头做成一块石头，那可是科长啊！ 顿卧成了武力天花板啊！感觉一切都好像做梦一样。其实这突如其来的
凤凰在打架，我上一次都这样，干我真的是傻眼呢。可惜好烂哦，没坦度吸不起来，然后妈的那伤害根本就没有，继续引领。
原来我赵信有永恒情调啊！
号弑君者的连环杀手，他的名号弑君者，君就是女皇艾米丽嘛。那他这名字弑君者，毫无疑问是女皇的敌人，但他所杀的却又全部是和女皇政见不一的人，不支持女皇的人，很诡异，对不对？社会各界街头巷尾都在对此议论纷纷，纷纷猜想这凶手怕不是女皇自己派出来铲除异己的，顶着个弑君者的名号，假装是女皇的敌人，其实欲盖弥彰。那现在来看，这个弑君者连环杀人的操作，毫无疑问正面搞出来。
不是他这样子真的没有可写的感觉，他超烂，可你妹！
高明，
他可以改壳魔吗？妈的，可写好烂！
天无绝人之路，这艾米丽呢？
他是直接秒死，他要强路吗？
他没
有。
谁理他啊？
完了，我今天要选一个很难的角色。没有要 AD 吗？我先讲。我觉得那达瑞斯可能要自己走手。
没看我换自负。
我玩心之刚，我觉得我心里受到伤害
比较好，感觉是角色好多次。
我要做心之刚，我觉得我心里也受到伤害，我要恶心别人，
要蒙多是不是？
不一定啊，可能玩什么卡桑蒂，可是我卡桑蒂我就觉得他
卡桑蒂心之刚很烂，我觉得
卡桑蒂上限很高，可是我不会玩。不是不会玩，就是我觉得他妈的他那个上限高没有屌用，你知道吗？你可以一直位移，然后秀的很烂，但是他妈的杀人速度太慢了。
哎，真的，我也觉得，
我不喜欢杀太慢，我觉得快快，要不然就是像贪婪棋一样，恶心，好玩，赞。纳尔星之歌，看纳尔现在，虽然说纳尔做星之歌没什么屌用。
有新的造型。
他不是文弱吗？跟着老爹常年习武，翻墙滑铲都学得有模有样，这让他躲过顿卧城，满地寻找他的士兵，成功抵达港口。此时港口停着一艘小货船，船长黑姐一副在等有缘人的样子。俗话说天无绝主角之路，没错，我方队友准时上线。梅根船长他是前朝旧臣老科学家索科洛夫的朋友，索科洛夫嘛，老熟人了，曾经还当过艾米丽的老师。不过这位索老人家年事已高，已归隐江湖。前段时间弑君者杀人事件，他泯灭了，这是有人想搞现任女皇。
不知道，
我不知道，
哎，
那是
Idiot 啊，
哦 Idiot， 不是 Idiot， 还是 Idiot？
没有 Idiot 啊，是啊，是这样拼啊，
是 Idiot，
白痴啊，干！
不是啊，真的是白痴啊，干！就真的是白痴啊，干！
是 Idiot， 哎，他走上路哎，没差哎，你就继续抢路傻子。
哎，你这只有吃血量的啊？
没有啊，我想出而已。
哦 ，OK。
那有没有吃血量吗？
没有啊，
没有。
那 R 嘞 ，R 也
没有。我觉得好。啊，
走了。
我想一下，我记得有一招有吃，好像是 W 还是 E 吧？哦 ，E 有吃血量。
E 是被动的那个吗
？E 不是 ，E 是跳的那个。
哦，
踩人的那个有加血
你可以变大只，应该会吃血量。
只有一招有而已。
就你就看到张浩跳进人堆中间，然后踩到一个人头，哦，干他死了。
那太强了，那有点夸张，那有点浮夸。
那个是赛特，
被他踩。
等一下，姐姐你没买装。
哎，靠背。
你今天买装。有些买装。好烂哦！这是什么套路？
我不知道，
你知道我们打谁吗？
我不知道，我也不想知道。
最手长的那种啊！
哦，干，他超长的。
哎，我打这只。
就准备和梅根一起北上去警告艾米丽，结果不想在船上被夜半闯入的弑君者直接劫走，所以最后就剩下梅根一人抵达王城。虽然晚了一步，却救起了落荒而逃的艾米丽。从这一刻起，这条船恐怖边痕号就变成了我在本游戏中的大本营。那么看看耻辱复仇3要素，仇人。
Never fear change。
完蛋喽，输死了。看他小，他的跳这么快吗？
哎，他小这样没中。啊，我不能瞄那边了，我要瞄他，我要瞄他屁。好，懂了。有，瞄屁股。
We have learned.
哎，绝对是吹酒精那边。对。
这是麦当劳。哦，有我考虑不到这种东西。
那还有。
哦，我总是遇到这种东西。这很激烈的。
啊！屁事啊！
打儿子没抢路啊。
An ally has been slain.
I have seen enemy double kill between.
完啦，完啦，所有人都死一片呐！
脑麻吧？他是脑麻吧？没杀到就怪队友。你妈的，真是他妈的聪明人
啊！你说这一句啊？
对，傻逼。
哎，干他干嘛出那件啊？他直接出蓝色就行啊，蓝色加跑速。 增加他后期那个 rotation，
这人他妈傻子，操他妈！
为什么要出绿色啊？
怕死的，
怕死就不要玩这图，真的。啊，怕死不要玩
怎么可能怕死？
垃圾吧！操他妈！你衣服里你不拿伤害，你唯一的保命技就一个啊！你他妈的怕死，别玩了吧！
真的是别玩，
可怜。
九庆你什么时候怕死过了？
我是讲他，我没有出过东西，关我屁事！
我不知道我讲什么，
不是太爽了。
哎，炸这边有没有？
没有。
专业的。
啊，你什么时候会玩那只？你告诉我。
我至少玩这只不烂，没想到你不烂。
别人给我讲这种话，我说这
个。那我下一场玩，操！
不要，
好，好，不信，不信，还有丢一点。
妈的！
好累啊！
操！妈的！
Heart and mind.
然后他往
不要打 iPad， 我们赶紧去打 iPad 好不好？我不想玩这游戏。好啊，我累了，
反正我现在open关。不好意思。哇，好烦呢，这两个。我一刚好啊。 伤到。
怎么遇到这种东西？
啊，回了。哦，怎么每次都这样啊？烦欸！我都要出，我这场要出什么啊？2个坦克，我应该可以直接出魔光了吧？
为什么大家都去打单中？
为什么大家都去打单中？你觉得峡谷好玩吗？我觉得不好玩啊。只是账号单中会卡，所以我们不打了。
不是不想玩单中而已。
没有，是会卡。
但就跟你讲过了，
没有人想玩。
你单中会卡？
我单中会卡，然后我也没有人想玩单中，因为单中太无脑，不好玩。
单中打团赢就好啊！你出装备，你出装备，要么爬山，要么骑自干。现在还是这样啊。唉，我不知道怎么靠这个。
We must all make our choices.
但这局他真的输了。
哎，对面这局是上一场的。
The answer lies within.
谁？上一场的这局有一个鱼，那个扎克啊，扎克。
要辣哎！你他妈！
这跟河道一样，对，好像不太好。嗯，对，不太好。
但没事哦，真的，这游戏到底是怎么了？真的恶心人欸！
操！
他幸好没有 Q 直接开，Q 直接开你肯定死。我觉得不要继续缠斗下去了，真娜快来了，对，他就真娜，对对对。我刚才忽然忘记他是哪一个娜，你知道吗？
是同一个娜，就真娜哈，也不知道打字。
为什么他是往那边丢？哎，不是，
你骗我！妈，你教什么？你要学什么？
shit，他没有在开玩笑哎。啊！
谁理他？妈的嘞！他刚才他妈整场在害我，我理他干嘛？
Enemy killing spree. Never again will I.
谁？哦。这瑞士，
你爆聘干我屁事！你爆聘你就可以搞我，操！那我也要。
We must all make our choices.
没事，你继续点。
然后转手为攻了，我感觉出来了。
我说没差，干你们就继续死鲁宅，干他妈就继续闪，只会打的都是唧唧歪歪。
然后现在已经转手为攻。
你死吧！他只会打电脑，就不要这边唧唧歪歪。操！畜生！一堆。别哭了。照你这么说，干他妈你1+4他妈就去死，好不好？就去死，别玩，去死。
Your turret has been destroyed.
The answer lies within.
Hello.
An enemy is unstoppable.
哪里来的？
好哦，拜拜。
Challenge what you know. Never falter.
你可不可以先打对字再来说服？我看你没有一次字打对的。
Never fear change.
台北他没上班，超级
真的是
不会开啊！那也太慢。
不是哦，我 R 扣太久了吧？
迟缓儿，就跟你讲说他妈的，先想办法说服我，这个人没有黑嘴的余地，好不好？
An enemy is dominating.
他小一堆。
毛豆啊，干几呗，死一死！烂成这样，他妈的就比人唧唧歪歪。
看最好打不死，干你1/3就可以打过。那个叉叉绝对出现。
你妈鸡巴，他那个 R 下去，再一个辅攻就死的东西，就算他妈的 R 不死，那个剩下的伤害还是弄死，好不好？干智障啊妈的！他不知道他妈的伤害是固定的，他不是斩杀机。哎，不是，那不是看妈的，他是看伤害的。
你看伤害，他就是伤害，就是爆干痛你，还打不死这个人。
拉了，
真脑残。
他就继续来，上路一直来，下路还出现，中路也爆了，我不想当我。那我不知道针对什么，反正我现在就是气，就让我选那个。 反正我这场啊，他妈要赢要输都没差，跟我无关。我这场是单机，我不会打2场。我话就讲这样子，好不好？
可以不要这么有默契吗？
是啊，
老师干嘛这局一直来，每次都 get 我。他妈的，其他路可以输，然后还要唧唧歪歪的，一直吵。
真的是。
你看，又来了，
他是
是不是嘛？
我还以为他是下来。
又来了，吃啊！妈的，脑麻儿，一直他妈的还要杀人，操！
塔杀我，好，他不塔杀我，不要躲掉，靠飞。
队友还差什么？没错，超能力。无论是潜行暗杀有刺客信条玩的是肉，细胞分离是以打人侠玩的是发型，合金装备玩的是镜，而耻辱玩的是超能力。那一夜月黑风高，在随浪颠簸的小货轮上，男女助眠的离人梦中，艾迪发现他的防能解锁，另一边
也没有他妈，他甚至战绩也没有比我好看到哪里去啊！操你妈的，小偷！ 下一死人再跟我讲说要投降啊！你妈的，招聘就别玩游戏啊！啊，你怎么会要玩游戏？他妈家里网络不好，你玩游戏？妈的嘞！他妈家里没死人要买棺材的概念，操你妈的！我是问题儿童啊！
虽然这场我是认真觉得，我还是别讲话。 但我嘴有，我嘴真的有靠背。
他妈自己也知道多久了？
哎，我想得到的是，他们肯定做得到。哎呀，哇，字也拖不出去啊，难受了。哎呦，
看他妈真是来恶心人的这群智障！
不是哦，这衣服里还不带扫眼。
傻子啊，我知道，他那野都还没刷完呢，还有12，牛逼！我真讲，大卫说你牛波一啊。
Never fear
哦
change.
，God，
大外甥牛
你干嘛打不他？
哎，挺好。又他妈来找我了，你看，他妈的，
早知道继续出半坦卡嘛，想说这场新花样。我好像戴尔夫也没办法出就是。
我都是啊。
哎，原来他可以粘塔、哦，
可以粘塔。
我操！
他这个普攻就把人推过去。
我出新之装了，耶！哎 boy， 请杀人啊！请说是，哎，他为什么不直接压呢？我不知道，这人是傻逼啊！他妈这个人也是够傻的。 贾克斯也是个脑麻，但凡他不是贾克斯，我可能已经赢了。没有，但凡他没这一局，我已经赢了。操你妈的！
哎，
干你妈的！
但凡下路手憋这么长，我已经赢了。
妈的，5分钟 get 6次，舒服了。
哎，拜拜就行。我不会怀念你的。 他们全速赶往下路，然后赶上
啊，
也没有
一个，
没
关系，这个昆虫大哥就在恶心人，我没差，反正我就恶心你，你这把也不要想要赢，哎，你不要想要赢，你也不要想要开下一把，他妈的，反正你下一把，你这 JG 也只会跟着你他妈这边爆聘而已，干网络不好，我帮他解脱一下，
哦，干这个 TP 啊，哭啊，快跑！快死喽！
快！
我打不
我金哥，新之刚，
新装，
哇，新装
有料，没差，反正检举。
哎，好像泳装或皇冠有用，后冠有用。 我操！我操！这人真的是迟缓，这人比我还迟缓，他真的够可怜哎！
他妈的，想闹别人还要把自己赔进去，可怜。
我来送头
了。我要跳在这 AD 脸上，
我要跳这 AD。我应该不能跳，不过我要跳这 AD。
跳他脸上，
看他，
这个
好像要输了，后底线，
哈哈，1000块，
他不太知道传送人的科技，我还是出后冠好了，我他妈一直被后冠，
桂冠汤圆，看一下。 操，你没伤害！我以为你有伤害。
我们这场没有人有伤害，
没有人有伤害。
哎，做事，哎，这局怎么了？这局你怎么了？
这局手手迟缓呢。
这局你怎么了？
这局你爆病了，你好可怜哦，好可怜哦。
这局好棒，这局好棒，这局好棒，这局要被傻波点死的这局啊，好棒啊 ！OK， 真牛逼。 大外甥你牛波一啊，脑袋里面装个
烦嘞，他为什么一直回血了？哦，原来哦，靠背。
达克现在很猛了，真的。
他可以出这种东西哦，好白痴哦，傻小啊！
他很牛波一啊！
我要试着单手玩游戏，我好累了。
界外魔降临。
大外甥，救命啊！大外甥，我们不要让这游戏结束太快，好不好？干，对他们来说太爽。
界外魔是这个世界最神秘的存在，是所有超能力的来源。目前我们对它所知甚少，大家可以先把它
大外甥， 麦神，我来了！麦神，回来！啪啪啪啪！好，这个没办法，这个 nice 新这个。
靠北，他怎么变多了？
这时间真的过得好快，2022仿佛是昨天的事情。生气。哦，不对，
过来，让我看看你，我缓到了，给我杀！给我杀他！
我到了！
操！啊！进这个。
Your turret has been destroyed.
可是塔克药丸可以被他敲到。
他很烂，按 S 很难过。妈的，按 S 很难过。
因为我 S 牛逼。这只巴龙buff强到弱比我buff死的
科沃超能力，现在他又来赠予艾米丽超能力，雪中送炭界外魔，他真的
是要合理的。
不过我就想问，皇亲国戚宁有种乎？为什么无数普通人加入教派亲近者，在国情被组成了几千年，人家一根头发丝儿都没见着，而艾米丽一家三口2人中，
哎，我呆倒最高哎，
这是传说中的主角光环吗？这一点我们随后再议。总之，落难女皇艾米。
啊！
你要 Warframe
啊？不是啊！
我操！
我操！哎呸！我操！
我操！
我该讲什么？我该讲什么？
干张嘴！我操！张嘴！
我该讲什么？我该讲什么？
从今天开始，你的绰号就要张嘴，你知道吗？
我该讲什么？我该讲什么？
你刚说打 Warframe 吧？
对啊，你刚才说打 Warframe 啊？
刚才说。
你也该去睡觉，你知道吗？
真假的？
我觉得我们现在该睡了一点呢。
我要成大便，
不对吧？
我打出来了。
米莉今晚人生的质变，拥有了复仇的资本、超能力。接下来，他们扬帆起航，一路向南，离开有爹的世界，向索科诺斯大岛耻辱2的主要展开报复。
我好想要转错。
卢卡公爵的大本营。我们这一手叫直接深入敌后，估计卢卡和德莱拉在皇宫高举酒杯。哎呀，你说这小艾米丽能窜到哪儿去啊？哼，随她去吧，总不可能是去你家。哎，我们还真就去了。先来看看索克诺斯主城卡纳卡的风采。港口城市视野开阔，天高气爽。遗憾的是，被猎杀的鲸鱼尸布滩头触目惊心，血水染红片片海域，让本来清新的海风混入恶臭腥味。工人们很热情，我只不过是撞了一下，他就掏出钢管干我。安抚完一个工人，还有千万万个工人。这座热带岛屿近些年来血蝇灾害泛滥，哪里有腐肉有尸体，哪里就会聚集这种害人的巨大血蝇，比鼠疫老鼠还恶心。特别
的概念是
10分钟给你整出一个队，连钉带锡把你送走。这些东西连同潮湿发黑的建筑，被海风吹久的面庞，楼宇间亮起的床单衣物，犄角旮
算偏科
旮旯的帮派分子，让这座城市充满无比真实的生活气息。我常跟人讲，卡纳卡是座会呼吸。
你是一颗特别好，然后其他颗烂，还是全部烂？
的城市，如果开发旅游业，那就是群岛帝国的马达加斯加。遗憾的是，我是来这办公室任务，
可以保持索烂的节奏。
本作游戏的主线索就是
讲出来就不
魔头德莱拉的各路盟友一一击破。之前说过，耻辱系列是线性游戏，一个章节一张地图，一张地图一个行动目标，游戏脉络非常清晰。那么今天猎杀名单一个一个过，看看超能力主攻如何收拾这些反贼。首先是出没于艾德迈尔研究院的这个人在知道他是得跟上探案游戏一样进行一番调查。研究院院长海巴夏医生的日记里进行院内形迹诡异的人，阴暗杂乱的研究院，血淋淋的走廊，夜半的惨叫奇怪的人，
SB 的翻译文字翻译过来是视频。
研究院里披上一层外衣，最后的结果设计一个颇为意外的反转。这个反转建立在我们认真阅读游戏里的每一处信息，对研究院里的某位关键人物建立重要的基本印象，那就是等等。这里我或许该强调一下剧透预警，虽然这是一款已经发售5、6年的游戏，我希望还原系列
各位，我们要锁烂，锁烂。
2组，傻小啊！
来说说我们想怎样？我们要锁烂。
我真的感觉我要手不烂。
哦，
至少我锁烂了，至少我锁烂了。可惜我看到了，可惜。
他在我前面，
对，他在你前面，然后你空成这样，
我是不是打死了？
身上，
头上，完了，腿上，
不要那个开镜，
手拉一只，
连到一只，
外面，
后面。
来拉人了，
差一点，我锁烂了，你们为什么没有锁烂？
我有锁烂，我有锁烂，但我被烧死了。
我不要再开镜，妈的！
哎，我是真锁烂啊，账号，不要不相信。
你要锁烂啊！
啊，我伤害比9低高。
没有吧？
那就 BD 比97低40。
他如果没有用那颗 class 就比他高了。
比97低40，2发平行。哎，是吗？好像没那么高哎，2发狂暴。
哦，好痛！
然后狂暴1发24，还有6。
Keep back.
Congratulations. Let's go make some faces unrecognizable.
先去一些游戏推荐的属性，大家观看的时候，如果看到这个游戏真不错，我要亲自给你玩，那我非常乐意大家就此退出视频去玩。耻辱这样的好游戏，真心值得推荐。OK， 回到游戏中，这里的反转就是从我们来到卡纳研究院后，方方面面的资料和佐证都显示，海巴夏医生是一个好医生。他
I'm Jump Master. You lot trust me, don't you? Rolling that way. Slides of heaven, this time we tear it apart.
来了，我要开挂了，各位。
开了，一眼开了，
我等一下，
开了，
他们是比较快。我操，他们，我操有挂，我
加速，我操啊！
我操，我们也有。
An egg dropped out of the sky near me.
那应该是纯正。
反正没枪，这个开玩笑。
我这边一堆枪，在哪？
不是，哎，我这边没枪。
电脑枪，电脑。
Bolt SMG here.
对，摸3B。好吧。
Bolt 3B here。
哎，你们蓝甲拿下这个。
外面。
我这边。
往后面，后面。
我这边，我脸上。给他脸上吗？1、2、3 ，Go！ 好 ，Let's go。
追，我不追。
跨我。
来咖啡，我觉得
新闻看了。
我他帮我加一个，这样靠两。
好。
我也上。
走烂。哦，头上，擦脚。哦，线，在。原来头上。哎，你进房，你进房，你进房。他追你了，他往。他围我，他要围我，然后可以干他。我直接。
他靠背。
哇，
做到的，你做
没子弹。
好，做到。为什么？我也没子弹，而且我刚才有射到他吧，砰一声呢。
我有看到他破甲啊，小小。
不可能说马3比 here 也可以他妈的，就刚好一枪给我吃掉了。
我有看到。
心系群众，一心者研出血银热病毒的解药，可最后出现的证据就指向这个好医生。原来海巴夏因此的身体有一种新研制出的抗病毒血清，可这种血清注射后就出现了意料之外的效果，它让海巴夏变成了一个嗜血暴躁、毫无同理心的怪物。他被派人软禁他制作解药的卢卡公爵获知，于是他将嗜血的狂化医生
这是我操，
利刃。噬菌者，从此海巴夏的身体里住着2个独立的人格。注射血清后，他是噬菌者；效果消失后，他又变成生意善良的医生，并且对这个所作所为遗忘殆尽。这是疾病经济的秘。当我们面对发狂面的海巴夏时，如果之前把我们对你认真了解，那么便很有可能在这里将他一刀了结。任务是完成了，却将他体内那个善良的海巴夏一同抹杀。要救他则麻烦很多，就寻找解药配方、采集配方、调配药剂，并找机会注射。这让我感觉到，要杀一个人很简单，但要拯救一个人。
Make a beeline there, cousins.
哎，昨天这组到底要叫哪
？Let's go！ 我这边有人，你上。
对。
帅的。
我帮不到你。后面哦。
你讲
对。
安残。
可以拉人。
一楼。在哪？
倒。
然后接。
那我换几个。
这给你们，这给你们。
Not a bit average, eh?
Just using a Phoenix kit.
Rings there. Closing in 60. Plenty of time for mischief. Champ's
我忘记
dead.
开准时。
We call that an
我们在打，
oxymoron.
好，我们在打。Let's go！ 哇，
我再拉一个小兵。
45 seconds. Rings close.
我再拉一个小兵。
我 Let's go！
啊，可以。感觉舒服了。打。
Ultimate's good to go.
手上。
我拉电。
主角，妈揍死你！操！过来！退。
They don't call me Salvo's middle finger for nothing.
上去。
他上去了，他是破吗？
我操！我操！我锁了，扁他！
他妈，你很屌！他。
哎，好了。我在。
Got us a new kill leader. Wouldn't mind saying good day to him.
好呀。好，这样我们不会受伤。
没有人吗？吓到我自己，吓自己。
其实要不要换个蓝甲之类的？
Mid range.
我怎么是这个
Recharging my shield, Guzzy.
Recharging my shield.
疯哥，怎么剩8队？
车几个？
好了，我说了2队，
听起来很废，那只是听起来。
Defend optics here. Close range.
也没有到真的很废啊，就真的很烂而已。
是真的没那么好，
就没那么简单，你知道吗
？Not too easy.
Got some materials.
Face.
浪费了。好，然后给我上演了枪托小姐。哎，你要走。
我操！没有，啥都没有。
原来呢，很近呢。
好像我们好久没有进到这个步骤了，跑圈。
我们
有啊，之前只是之前少一个步骤啊，打架。
确实。
都是在跑圈的时候死掉。我都是跑圈跑死的。我们成长了。我们长很大。
不会有。
那也算。干，一般有，你不要忘了。勿忘国史。勿忘狗屎。
Sniper mag here. Level 3.
勿忘狗屎，请记得带走。我说真的。
你给我带走哦！
给我带走！
不要！勿忘狗屎！
我不要！我
就是不要！哇！哇！傻小，你大的，超狠！
好恶！
所以你知道我没有补血的。
勿忘 dog shit。
Don't forget your
dog shit。
Shield cell here。
可以不要这种东西。
有戏。
Don't forget dog shit。
这是避风港，避风港怎么那么空旷？
不知道这边
避风血。
不是这场。
Oi, wingman here。
就等下前面4组，我操！
我操，一半都在上面。
哎，前面真的有人，别他们，打他们，打车过去。不是啦，靠，我不是在动啊，你脑死的。再前面一点。
那不要下。
我前面，前面。哎，走了吗？在这边。不要打远，我求你们，他妈我们打远都打不死人，不要在那边给我3、2、1，我们没那么强，才在你下。
你问他不要，我没有喊空。
妈的嘞！我突然发现到每次3、2、1都不会倒人。他们去长廊啊，
那我们就近一点。
你们好，他好近一点，输了就他的。
对，输了就他的。
反正打是不是我的。
好，打起来了，nice， 谁提的主意？棒。
耶。
感觉七组都在这边，你知道吗？
你有在怕吗？
我没在怕啊，我怕的是97啊。
Let's go。
不要撞到
那是要。哎，不要忘记97的角色跟我主角都是仇人。
我要想到的事情。
前面都在打架了。
是啊，你不要火丢成这样。
我留一个门让你进去。
后甲，
后面真假的？不需要爆了。
对，还剩一个。
上面。
我咱一起上去。
3、2、1。后面，
我被吃子弹。你不要，我找不到。
哦，干，我应该 Q 他的。可以，血量优势。Q 追上去，
他妈跑！
叶换甲。有另外一组的样子。
菜啦，妈的！
我没有膜拜哦。哦好，还剩2。我都要收圈了。
你们帮我找一下有没有那个复活的地方啊？
对啊，我也想要找一个膜拜啊。没有。可惜肯定没有。
财力雄厚啦！
你给我一个，好吧，你把医疗箱。
你要
哦，还有一个，
什么东西？什么杀？哦，是。我给你，我再给你。
我要的不是
财力雄厚啦！财力雄厚。
哎，那什么声音？
财力雄厚的声音啊！
好了，我刚才听到一个很像那这个。
哎，这些都不能叫，是不是？靠北，妈财力唔厚，
你唔厚啦，
唔厚啦，干，鸡掰，没有那么多脏话，对不起。
那我这球，我真该学看保龄球，我肯定保龄球技术
明天打来复生打，
不要，你点一下。
好近哦，你打架的那个，也太近了。
OK 吧，他下来就打架，
他下来就被打了吧？
哎，干你娘，这都被打了。
在里面哦。
没有，隔壁高洞。
我们不要理他好不好？我们直接
好像跟你有没有？
哎，不要理他了，不要理他，这真的不用。妈，织梦狗，操！
他最后操！
谢，往这边绕，走，好，
靠边，我头上
有人呐！你头上有人呐！我看我脸上有人呐！
看点，
不要理我，我理你。
还是直接把我拉下来，我直接跑。
我这边靠背。你们打错马旗了！
错极了！
我操！
看走之后就直接搭那个绳子。
好干！
我应该直接搭那个绳子。
好像在你前面跳不下去。
没伤害，真爽。靠边。操！
选男的多。
操！不好玩，这游戏不好玩啊！都很好玩耶！ 看
Yes.
，low 是什么？这不要转移。
下一位 Hindos 金石塔纳卡的天才发明家，公爵的压倒性武装优势的来源，没错，正是他制作了那些战力爆表的智能机械发条战士。不过呢，数2中这块真正有知名度的，并不是发条战士，甚至不是我们的 Hindos，而是他的房子。大名鼎鼎的关卡发条宅邸，在茫茫多的单机游戏中，我们见过各种精妙的关卡地图设计，而发条宅邸就绝对属于其中，让人眼前一亮、难以忘怀的场景。一进大门，无人值守，只有一台留声机传出 Kindle 神秘高冷的声音。很多人不请自来，理由多如牛毛。不过，胆敢进一步探险的人之中，找到路回去的人少之又少。听听，害怕不害怕？富丽堂皇的大厅里有各式藏品，有的东西咱也不懂，不过一旦放到玻璃罩子里，打上灯光，贴上标牌，它就瞬间变得高大上起来。此时拉动一处显眼机关，原本普通的地板天花，
我清个房间。
他妈排泄物，所以你现在是怎样？那我们退吧。
不知道。他也不见了，他说他要去干嘛？
好。Let's go.
Let's go.
我来加啦，靠腰。
拉三小，完蛋。
懂了吗？
我被拉脚。
你很拉吗？
很拉，我动不了。
哇！我没有在卡，居然！我是跨 P 呀！
我锤他没有伤害。
可是我有我可以打
我们动不了。我捡到东西，但是我
没有在卡他们也不会卡好，对不起，是大家都好了，看你。我操，好慢！
我捡到了，我捡到了，
好慢。你知道他是什么吗？他介于拉跟不拉之间。
啊！
我操！这是外挂，这真是挂吧？
靠背，我一下去看到他往我前面跑过来。
完了！过了，靠背，我地都还没拖完。也太快了。
今晚我想来点Let's go。
我玩谁啊？玩自己角色。
你可以玩 Let's go。
好 ，Gibraltar。
啊
，Gibraltar 叫，等一下我刚才讲什么？ Gibraltar Gibraltar。
你在讲韩语啊？
那我们来轰炸！
我操！
那什么东西啊？让我们来轰炸！
哎，不对，靠北啊，这是我晚上。
哎，轰炸！轰炸呢？
轰炸的！还是没有啊？
还是没有轰炸？
有啊！
你是球？
还是轰啊？
那你
哥用谁轰？
很明显不是同一个频率的人。
我不会玩轰哥。
不是那问题。
那你可以玩瓦尔基里呀。
哦，对。我也想到。
而且你来轰炸一下就好了。
对，轰炸一下就好。
酒喝太多了，干。知道。Gibraltar 没有枪啊 ，Gibraltar。哇 ，Gibraltar 手上拿着那个卡也太小了吧！我操 ，Gibraltar 架，我操！
是有马文你不开，靠背。
你眼馋。
太蠢了吧！
这是吸烟坊，烟室。
你的烟害我看不到它是什么烟。
他们在上面。
对，在上面。打到我了！
这是什么白色的鸡巴？
手来保，手来保！后面，大小，另外一组啊，有黄血啊！
手来保！
有黄血啊！
也有用哎！
我跟你讲，马文有用，他直接锁烂马文。
这个烟加马文有用哎！
好屌，好屌！
对是对，
拿到人锁烂马文。
一阵眼花缭乱的变形之后，双侧上行的楼梯、电梯间和别墅2楼赫然出现在眼前，连所有的陈列体也完成了更换。第一次玩完之后，觉得游戏制作者的场景构造轨迹一定是用了当年完成了场景替换，但在我后来的仔细观察中发现绝非如此。大家看，2楼是被原本状态的一层天花板隐藏起来的，随着这层木板的左右上3方向撤开，2楼显现。楼梯是由上下2层分别降低和抬高反折叠拼接而成，而完整的电梯间设施就藏在原本大堂的此路不通墙后面。随着那层墙板下设而出现，整个变形过程是完全符合真实物理逻辑的变形，就好像这个房子是设计好发现出来一样。从变形处向内望去，钢板轴承的伸缩折叠精密复杂，各个物件固定在变形后所处的位置。随着轰隆之家的机关运作声，地板墙内收纳旋转有序，连金属结构都看得一清二楚。更
我记得教出来是谁？有一次真的是索拉马文。
的确，
忘记了，要翻一下。干嘛？马文，
脱队了
！Let's go！
比你快一点。你知道我会走。
没枪！
哇，现在的枪更小了，你知道是什么吗？是 SP2020。
没枪啊！熊啊，4条多。
我捡到支架，完
救我！救我！
屁嘞！你就打死我！那这么衰的？
怎么走的这么慢呢？打22。你以为在这边回血就直接拉？你有出家对不对？蛮痛的。
哎，靠背，这样。
背点。先不要打。 去把他打！
危险危险！
锁烂，
我在拉架哎！
我们可以从变形处跳下，进入宅邸的结构内部自由活动。从华丽光鲜的外包层进入肌理，尾气的水泥墙显露本色。宏大的变形结构更加用了无与伦比的真实。
我们要讲完，然后结果我们大局到现在都没看过反刺。
就是这样的。在这种地方探索是什么感受？被新鲜感包围，又陷入必然迷路的恐慌。寻常的记录方式就是
该玩3只辅助了吧？就2只，好可怜。
在到过的地方下次想来，却发现寻觅无门。这栋天才建筑通过对纵向空间的
侦查角度比较
横向空间的协调，极大提高了房间的利用率和功能。同样占地300平别墅，我要从餐厅去娱乐室，可能得走很远。但人家
我们3胖出
我懒得动，然后房子动，于是在这里原地站着不动，房子来给你切换使用。
直接全算一半，
我不是学建筑的，不知
道这种
类型的房子在现实中能否实现。建议迪拜老哥来玩下这一关。卧室、卫生间、盥洗室、工作室嵌在一起。当我一阵瞎摆弄，误打误撞找到隐蔽的阳台，这个时候恰逢夕阳的余晖穿过雕花，
怎么会被排泄？
全卡纳。
好。娜娜，
等一下，我们直接跳吧，我们直接跳。
好，
没有，
直接跳游戏。
继续打，我拖地。
好，那他拖地，我们。
你到底是多想拖地？
还敢装马文呢？
我是真的拖一下。
Introducing your champion。
那是不是很远？
不对，我怎么进来了？
你进来了。
这么小，他回来了。
你为什么回来的？我怎么回来的？
你知道。
梁子比你快。
打完了。放下，打2肉。
啊，烦了。
宏大盛景的视野开，反正
大哥，
弄死他！
的生活真切又遥远。
弄死这个胖子！
拉我！
感受平凡我找超
可以，我可以。
发明家能欣赏的风景和格调吗？
哇，这烟他妈真好用！
顶级相机，
哇，这烟真的他妈好用！
我刚直接乱按1，我不
全屋还配备高科技，
我都不知道我在哪里。
真的，电眼逼人，这玩意儿毫无疑问是2精准。当年看
我他妈又不知道我在哪里。
传奇从有来有回，实际上，
谢谢，撑死我。
是叫方舟的力量。踏上属于你的冒险。
完蛋了啊！他知道了。
没事，我们换边打，过来。
事情也进行中。
Get ready, squad. Got a bandit here. Wings out.
所以你飞上去，我们
很迅速的击杀了几百万丧尸，对白外战力的那么样，让我今
打赢一下。
有人呐！有人跳！我操！他妈在脚下！我操！后面！妈操！操！呆！线！完了！
你踩上去！
线完了！他一定很爽，莫名其妙就灭一堆。What? Wait, what? Wait.
不是哦，我被那个 破片炸很高。
我觉得这梦想有点太薄弱了，我们需要
我觉
更大的梦想。
得我需要一只跑很快的。
我需要更大的梦想。干他妈不要玩一个他
跑
妈的，
很快的。
不要玩一个他妈膝盖已经被磨损到烂掉的一个老人，好不好？
但是他至少很黑啊。哦，是。我说错话。我说错话，对不起。
谁会在凌晨1点49分的时候脱地？
我。
那你脱掉干嘛？
Fancy a go? No need to dress nice. Gonna get messy.
Big shield, bigger heart. I wish for one thing. Results.
不是你怎么变朴实？不是啊，我偏要位置啊。
不管他了。
This is your champion.
那个马我很像敌人呢。那个马我很像。
I feel most alive when rapidly approaching my death. Hey, watch it. What's the landing here? Big mistake.
Use your eyes. Enemy landed close by.
Airstrike deployed. Another variable.
我操
Protectors clocking in. Placing gas trap. Moving my mobile shield. It's gonna take a little walk this way.
Oh my god！ 来吧 ，Let's go！
I need the beaver to have
总是有人。
Pick it up. This way. Placing an independent variable. Need optics for a marksman.
Let's go！ Let's go 啊，媳妇！来包夹。
Crack the subject. Reloading.
可以换甲。
我换一下。来靠背。他妈的！
来靠背。
后面有鬼，
后面有鬼，好，快跑！哎，换个点，换个点，换个点。不好玩，不好玩，换个点。
哦，我进来了，我进来了！救我！等一下，好了，标，我倒了，我倒了，救我！拉我！拉我！谁的？下来。
还是我赌。
操！后面有人，后面。
我往前推，不对，不太行，靠背。完了，
爆甲，爆甲打，爆甲打。
啊！我的妈，
爆甲就能打的，靠背。
死他了。
那你要讲谁啊？
哦呀，
对嘛？谁啦？你真的他妈跟你讲话很累。可以玩一个有味的角色啊！好了没？
我操！
嗯。
房子虽然是这关的主角，但是我们也不能不讲人家 Kindle 是对吧？这个大聪明其实并不反黄，他协助公爵搞事情的动机在其论留名后世的信件中写的明明白白，看这个姓名都能猜出个七七八八了。狂人科学家的一贯追求，要引领科技进步的风潮，要名留青史，让那些曾经轻视排斥自己的人刮目相看。 这个家伙之前在皇家科学院求学，化成师从科沃夫，后来被逐出了学院，肯定是因为他骨子里
拿不到什么东西吗？
是伦理道德。
总是觉得落地的时候捡不到东西，还要去别的地方收，很麻烦吗？那就选择罗爸爸。
落地还是捡不到东西。
你可以不在落地的时候捡东西，你可以先落地的时候跑到一个角落，开启大绝，
开启大绝。
不是习近平，习近平，我操，我操，这把不能赢，这把不能赢，赢得很惨。
下个次的。
Y'all, let's
go.
Eyes on the prize.
好多人。
等一下 ，Eyes on the prize。靠背，我卡住。他妈的！
Throwing jump drive.
拜拜。
It's on me.
靠背。哎，这人呢？是啊。
炸他了。
过来。妈的，妈！
Long way to the next raid. Lots of ground means lots of pressure. Reloading.
在哪边？
New kill leader. Interesting. Enemy that way. Enemy that.
后边。
All squad.
Weapons ready. Enemy.
Another squad attacking.
Two behind my protection. Out of heavy ammo. Took down a foot.
下吗？操！
可以帮你下吗 ？Hello。两个半血，两个半血，这边还有一个人。看这个，看哎，这边两个人，这边两个人，这两个人。
Use a hand, y'all.
你们踩中间呢？为什么不回血？哎，可以回血啊，可以回血啊！他们还有一个人。
I cracked an enemy shield.
啊！
Took down an enemy.
哎，还有人，还有人，你们先回血，你们先回血。
Come out now.
一个拉我，一个回血。
Come on, I still need.
我操，可以这样的？你傻小了。
这是这样用的吗？谁到我的妈的！
等一下。加大。
多大局啊！
你插大吗？
惹我啊！我跟你讲啊！
插大。好，
那边。那边。
Someone else got here first.
我换。
他妈来啊！操！有人在这吗？救救！
但是丢了一些不友好的东西。
哇，没鸡蛋了。
Ooh, I feel good about this care package. Shall we?
Extended light mag here. Double tip light ammo here.
在里面。上去了。
不用追，不然换这边。
Let's keep out over here.
哎，过来我这边。哎，
你他妈去哪哈？
找一个。
屌什么啊？屌什么？让我换。哎，我算了。
我给你了。
没事，我要电而已。
Giving my shields a recharge.
I need a shotgun bolt.
好，赞了。
好快。
老实说，这边超穷的。
对，很穷，因为都打完了吧？
子弹都被我们打。
我需要这个。
我要能量弹。
你给我 double 贴好吗？
你是要叫我帮你拿是不是？
对。
可怜呢，你真的知道可以？可以给我那个。到底是那个 double 贴怎么回去？你是把它弄掉，你是把它用回去？
我没有拿到过那个 double 贴。
你妈国体啊！
有时候有道理。来过来。
为什么要听你的？给我个理由。
不然你死在圈外可以啊，好啊，我死在圈外啊，啊。
这甩什么？我有一个大绝有58发的喜啦。
那你是不是要去？那你是不是需要一台车？
不用。
别搭啊！别搭啊！
我上去了。
别搭，别搭，操，都别搭，都别搭，没关系啊。
他不会上来，我。
哎，靠北有人呐！
靠北，靠北，
其他用完了。
刀一个。哦，他爆甲，需要爆甲，好好打，2打2，一个爆甲。今晚爆甲，今晚爆甲。
我操！
妈的，都打。
再套出来，开始好拉。我操！
干。
自己插啊！操！
我直接他妈一发拉下去。
哎，有热度吗？
我在想这件事情。
不是，那你拉下！
救我！救我！救我！拉耳电！
小心你要拉血啊！
小心你拉血！
飞啊！你们
我拉盾！血太少。
有什么毛病啊？
那你拉血啊！我不知道啦。这圈有点远哦。有没有噗噗车啊？
有啊。
后面。
我没有啊。
那我们赢了。
不是，给我东西。
你有小普。谁拉你们起来的？还拉了2次。
什么？什么嘞？啊！操！
我去开！
我操！我车呢？
去开！
救一下！再一下子！
好，不是，
对，
这不是飞啊！
投票。
Hold on, I need to heal. Popping off, mate. Sniffing around here for a bit. Healing up. Hold on.
Get some healing.
Get in the vehicle. I don't wait. Getting
还
out
是智障？
挺好嘛？
还是智障？
是我们的救命工具人，怎么可以不把它顶好？
没有他，我跟你讲，我们还没走过来。
确实，
我们已经死了，因为我已经死了。
Hold on, I need to heal.
我需要下个阿摩。
Don't drive in position.
你要往哪边走？
Shotgun ammo here.
啊好。
Been looking for that.
现在你知道往哪走了吗？
嗯，对，我现在。
你要往前走。
要往前走，对吧？
你不要跟谁走？不想理你，我直接滑下去。
再待进去。好，我压你。
所以你刚才是甩尾撞到吗？那样弹机会这样弹机会掉掉，它会掉一半呢。
你是不是肇事逃逸，子熙？我祝你遇到了，我说真的，我祝你遇到了，这是指。
按你这种打法，全部都肇事逃逸就好啦。我操！
没事啊。
我操！
没事啊，
他妈脑麻人，操！就是有这种，你知道吗？
没事，还有一台，我看到了。
看他妈酒息肯定醉，你知道吗？这人不适合开车。
我想拿那空豆，我要拿空豆。
对啊。
空豆来了。
哎，靠北，后面。
在哪？
在洞。
洞后面。
我不要点，看。
反正我是拿了啦。
我没有车。
是弓箭的，谁要？
我拿。
抽他们！
Time to hold court. Gotta hop. Even shotgun here.
Activating jump drive.
Shotgun ammo here.
哎，往这边插。
Heading here to attack.
可惜你他妈怎么在那边？
我撞车，我车祸可以了吧？
Level 3. Either a care package is coming in or the
让我回答
scouts
到
just
你的
have
问题。
要往前走。啊，你们在哪？
山地。
干，总在那边。
On your guard. Got a buster there.
jump drive set.
那我要往那边走，往你那边走。打倒一个。
没有。
啊，上面写打倒呢。
等
一下，我跟你讲，你接口下。我要往前走。你不要跟谁的？
Welcome to the show. I've got just the thing for you.
惬意。
This one go in go.
有金导盾诶。
Knockdown shield here. Level 4.
拿出来了。
被锁住的。
直接拿。
对，97你拿，97
我拿
，97
你可以拿，
只能你。哎，靠北啊！
Don't mind if I do.
这里呀。
Knockdown shield
等
here.
我拿完。
Level 4. Only the
那
best
要
for
等
my
队友拿
friends.
完再拿，好吧？算了，你看不知道。
我可以不拿导盾。
我给你演，等一下。
你也烂掉是不是？好像可以继续往那边走。
How about we reposition over there?
我发现马文还要紫色的东西哦。
I wonder what enemy over there. Don't let them see you.
Ring's closing in 1 minute, but we're pretty close.
我觉得我们可以先走。
也鹰也是好的。
我看到我标点了。
Tossing jump drive. Ring's closing in 45.
Buster over there.
We can go now. Kill here.
我也很干。
Oh, no. Forget it. On your guard.
你问
Got a
我
buster
干不
there.
干？
My ultimate's ready. Brace yourself. Full in my sight.
我跟你讲，真的很干，快手不要。
我操，克莱伯！我操，脸上！
克莱贝尔，
他们推了，他们推了。
他们有克莱贝尔。
我操，他在我楼下，
他在我头上。
到底在哪里？
位置关系很明显，你知道吗？楼下。
Look at the buster over here.
Recharging my shields.
Ready to steal. We got an enemy here. Sending an arc star.
哎，靠边，脸上，帮一下。
拿车进去，哎，等等。
跟着他。2个靠飞。
打他干你啊！突然的爆甲。
哦哟
！What the fuck？
他嘟到我脸上。
我操！很近，他很近，他没进，干！
导盾准没？
啊，没有啊，那个纽卡索的金导盾比较那个，比较薄。
那你的金导盾只有啥用？
还是很多啊，400血，对，600血。金导盾拉比较快啊，靠北。
所以日后他带着那股劲儿站到了公爵的一边。之前被弑君者掳走的索克洛夫正式被送到他这里，师门大不幸，单个发条战士的成本太高，Kindle 是穷尽智慧也无法改善，只好绑来了自己的。
刚刚那一组知道怎么会输吗？
老人家的智慧，并且这位学生正打算对不愿配合自己的老师进行永信式疗法，所以最后当我们把他制服以后，很讲道理，以彼之道还治己身，没毛病吧？
我们输在传家宝。我跟你讲，其他超烂的，他定的根本就用不了。
没关系，我玩生命线就好。
电压拉满后，这个电击的效果就变成一个
他妈的其他转向跟吃
游戏里有这个
一样难受。
我倒觉得对他这种人，剥离智慧反而是一种 更
我他妈那个人在我旁边左右，他妈的我左右那个转向他妈超靠背，你根本转不了。
走，给金傻子买瓜子去。中场休息时间，在耻辱2里有一个东西必须要有，黑市。每一张地图里都有一个黑市隐藏在边边角角，我们可以在那里升级装备、补给弹药，以及购买一些重要的升级技能需要的符文。我说这个呢，是想呼吁广大耻辱玩家遵守市场秩序，一手交钱一手交货，千万不要动一些歪脑筋。开玩笑，你说我这部片不叫通济合法路线吗？耻辱2一大乐趣就是抢劫黑市。不会真的有人去商店花钱买食物？不会吧，不会吧！如果有的话，站出来大家笑话。这个游戏里面的每一个黑市都有不同的进入办法，需要我们在仔细探索地图中寻找线索，找到各种奇奇怪怪的进入途径。你在其他游戏里，商店 NPC 卖多钱就多钱，往往搞得我们还得去刷钱。在耻辱2里，什么一根剑20块，一个符文400块，通通不存在。当我们绕过那个铁窗，跨过游戏的秩序，神不知鬼不觉站在黑市老板身后，就一个字：舒畅。在我们的印象中，天使一直都是胜利。在这里还是提醒大家，逛黑市零元购，坚决不做冤大头。
忘记了 ，Let's go。
我也没人。
这没人。老妈儿，啊，自己有傻逼啊！
你抢走了这个。
那你要把子弹交出来吗？
好，好。
Energy ammo here. Heavy ammo here. Light ammo here.
我子弹全交了。 我操！
我爱你，我好爱你，
我操你！
好，对，应该这样标吗？
对。
你自杀？我怎么一直，我怎么整天都叫别人自杀？我讲话真的是没。
你怎么知道
？Laser sight here. Level 3.
对不起，我们对不起你。
算了吧。
我今天开始不要再讲这句话了。
不要道歉。
我觉得不要歉。 我真是
不需要道歉。
我真的不是想我去自杀，你他妈是个没力。
好不好意思，sir。好感射了。哦。
他自杀吧？该自杀了吧？我管他嘞！妈的，给我死！去打架好不好？
啊。
哦。
你去让他们自杀。啊，
我先。
Let's go。人类。
你先自杀的。
Let's 好。
哎，我们航线开始在哪？
啊。
航线开始地点。
什么黄线？
航线。
黄线。
跳伞。可以开始跳。
韩式跳伞。
听起来很屌。
啊，韩式跳伞听起来有点屌。
对，刚刚讲的。
我们跳伞开始的地点在哪？
不知道。
反推一下。
你知道了，自己去推了，问我。
那拖地耶。
搞屁事！这我们这样
更平时。
你为什么？你到底为什么你这2天都在拖地啊？
我想拖啊。
这谁会在凌晨2点多的时候拖地？好棒哦，3点了。
2点他。
好棒，好棒哦，没有时间观念。好棒哦，时间观念。太胖啦。
怎么知道？
Let's go this way.
我知道啊。我们去拿公道好不好？
哪边？
那个很白给的地方，我们原本的地方。
我操！我操！
我不管我这边，我当白给人，我当白给人。Let's go。 已经是克莱贝尔100%。
Rest easy now, my ultimate's charged.
谢谢。
我们要猜哪啊？
谢谢。你把你的空投再放在空投上面。
不要，不行。
有。
不行啊。
金头 ，Let's go。
我知道不行啊。
谁要金头？
我知道不行啊，不然你等下看我
试试看。
对啊，雪星，你拿金头，然后我们就一直开始开东西。
对啊。
来。哦，我的指头嘞。
我去拿走啊，不然你以为？
好来，要不然追下去。
这是哦，这给你。
好了，我原谅你了。
Compromise。
不是啊，我这个你拿指头跟我换不是刚刚好吗？你硬要拿这个，你亏。
我想要投。
我想。
看他妈，你就这么怕被克莱不会发？
不是。
我真的不想把指头交出去哦。
为什么？
我们要踩哪一栋？
我这人做事有原则的。
先开大拳。哎呀，妈的原则操！难怪你会想。
做事有原则的，有没有？
没有。
有，我很有原则。那就是
没有，
就是没有原则。哎，不合理，太不合理了吧？太。
他是这种直的，你看，从旁边看，
太不合理了。
他卡在上面。
再开一个，快点，再开一个，再开一个，马上再开一个。
不行啊！哎，你有啊？你知道对吗？
快点，这里。
哎，这边有人。
这个快点，吃一个。
我操！
你在这里加八门遁甲。
我们去这边找一些好玩的东西。我看一下有没有书，我帮你把书带回来。
不打架。
有蚊子好痒哦，不用打蚊子啊。
你的儿子好痒啊，大小。
你觉得？
哎，有书。
那蚊子真的很奇怪，我把那蚊子弄死。那蚊子没死，操！
几趴了
？71。
你很烂欸，给你指头有小用啊！操！
金头。
给你金头有小用。
Let's
go，Let's go。
打完这波就好了，我相信我。
就打完这波输。
张浩，你枪直接下这边好不好？直接下城前面。
不用直接下的。
不用过来。
back face， 可以直接下这边吗？
你扯过去吧。
DJ，
这就是为什么我不直接车过去，你知道吗？这就是为什么我不直接车过去，你知道吗？
先不要，出去！
我这就是为什么我不直接车过去，
爬过来，我爬过来，你上不了，真假上不了，爬，
我可以啊，爬蓝枪啊，
我不能动啊，你动不了，再最后一个，好，你，
我操，9线被插在柱子上了，
我不知道动不了，
哎，还在另外一组啊，
然后没有下去。
You know it just us. We got to watch each other's back.
不是，我
们动不了。
啊！一日回到解放前啊！我操你妈的！你刚才位置踩好就行了。
我操！
不要找我！
什么戏？
对，就是这样。就是这样。这样，你如果下来，我帮你拼命。继续，不要找我，不要走过来。可以过去啊，吊绳一下好不好？可以吗？
1 minute till ring close.
手包啊！看天老师哎。对， 再一个，对，第3个，算了。
Ring's not that far.
快救！先救我！
I got a squad mate spanner.
对吧？
有没有mobile？
没有，就过去了。你现在叫魔法
线，
就跟你说，
不要过来，不要过来！让你后悔，我让你后悔。线
变潦草，还没吃。哇，他好厉害！
好了，回到正题，通关发条宅邸，救回索克洛夫。我们的小床上又多了一个人。事业一阵怪异感袭来，艾米丽发现自己的房间
忍不住很骑弟弟。
不错，
好爽，我也想要。很骑耶，听起来很痛。很骑弟弟。
等一下，好累。
干你还实习老师见网友被照顾。等一下，我朋友都还在传啥小？
你到底在讲啥小？
我朋友都在传啥小？还有吗？
连通，这次没想到竟然是夺权的女魔头德莱拉运用虚空力量亲自来访。她给艾米丽讲了一个故事，请诸位静听。哦，我亲爱的艾米丽，你可知道考德温皇帝，也就是你的爷爷，除了你母亲，还有一个女儿，是和厨房女佣生的私生女。她和你母亲贾斯敏经常一起玩耍，关系很好。但每次玩完，贾斯敏会去皇宫，这个私生女就会返回肮脏的佣人。与蟑螂和剩饭，他问他爸爸自己什么时候才能进宫，可老皇帝下次一定。哦，说这种话的人应该插长了。老皇帝还告诉他，只要乖乖听话，等长大了就能成为公主。可是他没能等到那天。在一次玩耍过程中，你美丽的母亲打破了一件极其珍贵的物品。间谍头子前来问话，结果贾斯敏却指着可怜的玩伴说是他干。于是那个私生女被绑在花园里狠狠鞭打。当天晚上，他和他的女佣母亲就被逐出皇宫，无家可归。他们混迹在顿沃城最丑陋不堪的地方，最后沦落到负债人监狱。女孩的母亲被胖手卫打断下颌，好几周才走。他去世的那天晚上。
我告诉你，你们只要活下来，我就可以把你们拉起来。
哇，听起来有道理。要你的东西。
看第2020成功。
不是你要给我303，你可以，你他妈至少给我个倍镜，他妈的。你以为把 P2020 把的 P 拔掉，然后加10，我就看不出来是？
没有，那是加3，没有，那是加1010。
差不多了。
哦，这样。
Let's go。
We're all inside the ring. Good.
另外一组。
哪里？
这边。
Might be something good this way.
是那边。
我进来了。
New kill leader.
其实那边不是这边吧？另外一边吧？
妈的，迷路是不是？
好悲哦！我说我他妈是耳聋，是杀手。
Let's go, let's go。
我就在那边。啊，那有人怪怪的。好的。
原来是楼上的声音。
那你他妈现在才知道？我刚才是说有人吊绳上去。为什么他突然出现啊？
不知道。
傻小。哎，脚步，快！换脚。好，
爆甲。哦，再推。
右边，
你他妈！ 他妈很屌，
上面哦，对。
Rings around the corner.
好，我知道。
Reloading.
然后你过来，
好爽哦，挖边的。
补上。
慢一点，退掉，对。
那可以推他。你在哪？
Reloading.
破甲半血。
Broke their shield now. Reloading.
没错，我知道就是这样。
Recharging my shield.
OK， 加一点东西舒服。
我每次受伤都有没有小电啊
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 3.
Recharging my shield.
最后的
我伤害都用 P2020打的，我伤害怪怪的。
Laser sight here.
那镭射塞 here 你可以用一下。
Recharging my shields.
有镭射塞啊，可以塞一下。好，今天还有纸扣啊，可以做一些。哎，有人在拉。
不是我。
RSMG here.
我他妈2把单点枪、啊！
不要看我东西。
他妈我跟鬼一样哎，操！2把单点枪、啊。哎，这在哪？
哎，怎么是指导盾？我做了什么啊？
你做了什么？
哦，今天过了。
Come and get your birthday present.
今天过了。
好像很
对，今天过了。
指导盾，我做了什
么？哇，你为什么？你做了什么？为什么是指导盾？你做了什么？你对他做了什么？
Half the squads are gone, separating the boys from the men.
你以为是什么？包包？
不是包包。对，它很顺的，直接点下去。
我直接把他东西都捡，好爽。
哦，对啊，没有，你不要这样开啊！你要等我们东西做完再开会比较好。不然你拿到，不然你那个配件拿到什么？
我拿到一个包包。
哦，那还好。
纸包包跟一个重货。
纸的吗？还蓝的？
不是蓝的。
重货倒是。
哎，有人吗？那是人吗？嗯。哦，那是竹竿。
我就想，我哪里有看到人？
哎，有人！
后面。
真他妈有人！中间，上面，中间上面。他被吃了，笑死。
过一个。我被2个推。狗半，狗破甲。
倒一个。
狗破甲了。
变他上你妈的！
可以补血，我不知道另外一个在哪。很09大电话，我看上面。
到这。
Need to recharge my shield.
Hold bloody still, will ya? I'm doctoring the best
是另外
I
一组
can.
吗？
Another bloody squad's attacking.
我就知道。在上面。啊！爆！很烦呢。
这是三小啦，知天下。我手机是 Q leader。
但我跟你讲，你再给我支一次，我现在拿到了什么4到8，
好烂，自回去真的
是好烂。
哇，他们好烂！
我感觉他们被打掉一个。
我追他们，妈直杀小，知天下是吧？我出来了，我看。我看，这上面，这边。爆甲一个。
我知道他9点。
们在上面。
倒一个。
等一下，靠腰。
哦，
有没子弹？
我看我能不能爬上去。
妈，他妈给
底下他。
别找不。 另外一组吗？
有另外一组，哎，我以为他
说拉起来，
对，拉起来。
白痴，那是同一组啦。
后面还有一组，那石头后面。
白痴，这是同一组，干你娘在搞！
女孩抬头看着顿卧王塔灯光发誓，必报。所以
早知道我就直接去推后面要爆炸。
你在哪里？为什么？
我刚才尝试爬到那个上面，因为我不知道。
Holy crap！
有什么讲？现在上下。
我要哭了。
现在怎么？现在怎样？
好死了，睡觉了。
睡觉。
要睡了。啊，晚安。